can't make it any clearer to you, because what worries me is that maybe we don't know whether we're doing this right. It's a suck it and see situation. And so, much as though we're all desperate to get outside, much as though we're all desperate to start going shopping again, they're going to have to let people into shops as they do at the moment. But actually, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I couldn't care less. I'm British. I love queuing. In fact, if I see a queue, I don't know what they're queuing for, but I'll always go and join it. I don't want to miss out. You know, there might be something they're queuing for. And then somebody wrote to me the other day, you always get the same old snowflake that writes in. And this would be somebody sort of going, you're supposed to be self-isolating. No, I'm not. No, I'm not one of those high-risk people. I'm a high risk, but I didn't get one of the letters from the government, so I'm not doing that. And also, then somebody else wrote into Piers Morgan, wrote to me, you know, you aren't sort of needed. And I'm thinking, no, excuse me, have you heard of the Queen? She's running the country. You might think she's not, but I promise you, she's pulling the strings. And she said she wanted to thank all the broadcasters. And then we had it from God the other week. The Pope thanked all the broadcasters. I mean, come on, you don't get any closer. God is now thanking the broadcasters for bringing you all together, for making sure that we're all, because, you know, rather 6 feet apart than 6 feet under. It's as simple as that. You know, there will be people listening at the moment who might not be here next week. And I'd rather you were. Because, you know, to be honest with you, without sort of, you know, breaking a tradition, I need the audience figures. OK? I'm being a bit selfish. You know, I quite appreciate the fact that, you know, once you've heard LBC, you won't be changing that dial anytime soon. And so what Boris says this evening, it's going to be a diluted version of what we're hoping it's going to be. It will be that you can go out. It will be that you can exit, because I'm sick to death of seeing people running around the streets all hours of the day or night. All hours of the day. I mean, I could do a bit of jogging in the studio if I so chose. But I choose not to. I don't want to be a fit person. I'm really not remotely interested. I have me cup of tea. I've got the text messages, the emails. We've got all the usual sort of paraphernalia that goes along with the programme. And we're only here till 7 when Andrew Castle would come along and completely dissect the world into all little pieces. The producer's eating Jaffa cakes. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but he's managed to get through an entire box by himself. How you can get through an entire box? I feel ill even thinking about a whole box. They're a little bit addictive. I think they're a bit like Pringles. Once you've started eating things, you sort of go, have another Pringle. Oh, have another Pringle. And before you know, and then you start picking up stacks, 4 or 5. And then you suddenly realise you can put 4 or 5 Pringles in your mouth at the same time. And then you get to the bottom of the tube and you do what they call an Ollie Murs. Did you hear what Ollie Murs did with his tube? Very rude. He was sitting with his girlfriend on the couch and he took the bottom bit out of the tube so it looked like a periscope, and he put it over his appendage and invited her to put her hand in and take a Pringle out. She did, and they took a photograph of it at the same time. I mean, that is just cheap, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I thought it was quite funny, and apparently loads of other people complained bitterly, saying, you know, we don't want that kind of thing. I thought, listen, everybody's done something. Or who are these perfect people? Who are these people who go, oh, I'm so perfect, I've never done anything like that. I've never said a rude joke. I've never said the word bottom. Oh, sorry. You know, or anything like that. What's the matter with people nowadays? Have we lost our sense of humour? I don't think so. We sat down, we watched the Queen. Actually, she must have got the biggest audience that we were ever expecting. And again, a whole load of common sense coming out. A whole load of common sense. We're all being very good. I'm distancing myself from them. Mainly because I don't know them that well and I don't know where they've been during the week. Well, especially not the producer. I mean, God knows where he goes. I tell you, if you put a tracker on him, it's a book, isn't it? Really, I should imagine. Have you stayed in all week? Have you? Thursday, you got moved on by the police. Oh my God, I'm working with a criminal. I can't believe it. What were you just sitting down? Right, 2 minutes from a friend. Yeah. So you weren't old enough to be stationary and you weren't exercising, so they asked you to move on. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Actually, the funny thing is, I came in this evening through Trafalgar Square, and apart from the fact, and I didn't know what it was there for, there's a big plastic case full of food. It looks like Chinese takeaways, but it could be spaghetti, it could be anything like that. And there must have been about 40 or 50 of these plastic boxes full of food. And I'm thinking, is this candid camera? What is all this food out there for? Because it must be stone cold. How are they going to heat it up? If it's for homeless people, which I'm assuming that's what it was. And then somebody else said they saw it, and I thought, so it's been there for hours, this stuff. But it's like when you go to the Chinese takeaway and they put it all in. Used to be metal trays, now it's plastic boxes because it's easier. And I was sort of thinking to myself, so how are they homeless people supposed to know it's there? I mean, at least put it in a place where they've got access to. So I saw that. I passed 2 police cars. 2 police cars passed me. They didn't even look at me. I didn't even get looked at. So I went back and walked it again just to make sure, just to see whether or not they really were. Because I've been stopped before by the police. Only it was the other week, just briefly, sort of saying, "Morning, where are you going?" "I'm going to work." "Where do you work?" "I work on the radio." "That's all right." You don't like to say I'm Steve Allen because it looks a bit pretentious, because then they start asking for autographs and selfies and, you know, could you do this one for my mother and this kind of stuff. I mean, it's not my sort of thing. But, and then my producer, Corey, got stopped because he parks near the Charing Cross police station, and he got asked as well what he was doing at that time of the morning. And he said, I work in LB, I work with Steve Allen. And I said, that's okay, you can do that. I'll give him some signed photos to hand out next week. And, but he has a piece of paper which has got his name on it, saying that he's, you know, we are designated by the government as being people who are able to work. And I don't have such a piece of paper, which is, do you got your piece of paper? See, I don't have it. I don't think any of the presenters got them. I've just got my pass. And of course, I mean, you can check on the internet and you can find out who I am. Shouldn't take them too long to do that one and ascertain that I really am coming. Why would you want to be wandering around London by yourself, carrying some strawberries and some satsumas and things like that? Not exactly Florence Nightingale of the fruit and veg world, am I, really? But at the end of the day, let's wait and see what happens. There's a long programme this evening at 6 till 10 with Ian Dale. It's a 4-hour programme. 4-hour programme. When he will... So for the first hour, they'll be presumably setting the scene. He'll have guests. And then from 7, you get... Now, I don't know how long the Boris programme is. Is it an hour, Boris's speech? Or will it be... How long? 5 minutes? Good Lord above. The speech would be 5 minutes. What, Boris's? Oh, it's a bit short, isn't it? He's not going to get much in 5 minutes. There's not going to be an awful lot that he's going to be saying apart from, thank you, talk to you tomorrow. And that's 5 minutes? You sure? Well, I'm just... I thought he was going to do half an hour, at least on this is where we are, because he's having a Cobra meeting, I think, before the speech goes out. I don't even know what that is, but I mean, it sounds fantastic. And they'll be sort of looking at this situation and saying, this is what you can do, and this is what you can't do. And what we can't do is just pretend it's all gone away. So we'll still be socially distancing ourselves from other people. Were there a lot of people sitting in the park when you were in there? And did the police tell everybody? Wow. And so did everybody just sort of go sorry and get up and walk out? Right. Except the geese. Of course, we don't know whether or not geese can transmit it, do we? And there are enough geese in London parks at the moment. Canada geese mainly, because I think it's breeding season. I think this is where the Canada geese become a little bit amorous. A lot of birds chasing other birds. By Jove, I tell you. But I haven't been to sit in a park, but I'd be quite grateful for a walk, you know, out without sort of somebody going, what are you doing? You know, because people are going out. Where I am, I'm very well serviced for the shops. And you've got, you know, we've got a Marks and Spencer's. We've got, there's a restaurant in the middle. It's a Nino Nando's or whatever they call it. It's a mini Nando's. It's only a tiny one. And so it does a limited menu. Then you've got the fish shop. So you've got an estate agent. Then you've got Sandy's, the fish shop. Then you've got the butcher's shop. And then you've got Paul Cooper's fruit and veg. So we've got it all, you know, in one tiddly parade, you know, till it passes by. But it's good. I'm quite happy with the setup at the moment. But I nip out first thing in the morning because I'm back early. So 7:30, I'm in Waitrose. Takes me 5 minutes, whiz round, out on the bus, because there's nobody on the buses at all. And I always distance if there is anybody on the bus. I don't want to sit on a seat. I'm worried about moquette. I always think maybe moquette could harbour all these sort of dreadful illnesses and things like that. And moquette is what the tube train seats are made of. That sort of, it's like, well, I don't know what it is. It's a material, but they're totally unique on the tubes and on the buses. And if you go to the London Transport Shop, you can buy cushions made out of moquette. I have a few of them. I don't know why I'd want to sort of recreate the tube or the bus in my sitting room, but that's what I do. Oh, do you not like the designs? Oh, I think the designs are I thought they were very geometric, very abstract, very Picasso, I thought. Well, there's a reason behind it, I think, is to stop people sort of messing them up and things like that. Because it seems to last for years. Hides the hurt, I should imagine, at the same time. So that's why I'm not sitting down anywhere, which I think is probably the best thing. Oh, and by the way, the temperature's going to drop today, so whatever you enjoyed yesterday, forget it. Today you get the temperature dropping, and I think tomorrow as well. and I think it's coming in from the Arctic. So they've said about summer's finished. That's it. We've had it. We've had summer now. That's it. So I'll have to take that bikini back to the shop that I bought because I was looking forward to wearing that outside. Also, God, there was apart from Little Richard who died, there was also Roy Horn, who was one half of Siegfried and Roy. And I saw him. I met him. He came and sat at my table in Las Vegas. Bearing in mind, by this time they'd had the attack, which kind of put paid to Siegfried and Roy performing again. And Roy was very, very ill, very ill. When he came in, he walks very slowly, assisted, and he sat down. And then there was a book that came out. Whether it was true, I do not know, because they tried to play down the fact that the tiger had attacked him. Siegfried said that the lion had, because there was a walkway that you walk round with this tiger on a lead, or the tiger's not on a lead. Anyway, there's people sitting in the middle of this sort of semicircular thing. You pay extra, I think, and because you're right up close to a huge man-eating beast. And the tigers are trained by other people. And I think on this particular night, so this story goes, Roy had actually changed. He'd gone a different way round, and the tiger was only used to him going semicircular as opposed to the other way. And I think that's why it attacked him, because it doesn't know who he is. It just knows that this is not where the person is supposed to be coming from, and that's why I think it attacked him. But there's a very good book out called Siegfried and Roy, but you should read it. It takes you behind the scenes and shows you, how these shows are put together in Vegas. And for years, Siegfried and Roy ruled Las Vegas. They were the ones who had the big cats. They kind of set a precedent on big cats working on stage. So they'd have a glass case, Roy would climb in it, and they would haul it up above the audience, a curtain would drop, end drop again, and there's a tiger, and Roy has vanished. I mean, seriously, to this day, fell straight into the audience. You can imagine, can't you? But there was nothing to separate the lions and the tigers from the audience. There was no sort of barrier or anything like that. You just had to rely on the fact that they weren't going to have a bit of a temperamental hissy fit and sort of start diving into the audience. I mean, that would have been a bit... But that's what I was told, that it's because he changed the routine that he did and I suppose, for boredom or for whatever other reason. Listen, we'll take a very, very quick break. It's 16 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Do you know, I did say it was March, didn't I? It's May. But don't get your knickers in a twist over it. Try and grow up and try and be an adult. Nothing worse than a snowflake. Mr. Neil says, don't grow up. It's a trap. Which I think is one of the funniest things I've read in ages. But he also says, it isn't over. Don't start lowering your guard. People are still dying. 341 people died the other day. We'd rather you weren't one of them. Thank you very much indeed. Another one says, 75 years ago today, the Brits lined the streets to celebrate VE Day. 75 years ago, there were street parties and dancing to commemorate the end of war in Europe. And that's, although I did read one thing from one man whose grandmother had just died, age 91, and he didn't seem to be very happy that people were doing the hokey cokey and stuff like that. But that's what people do. People celebrate these people's lives. And for his grandmother, who was 91, I thought that was a fantastic age to get to. It's like Little Richard. When they announced Little Richard's death at the age of 87, was it? I remember thinking, I was more amazed that Matt Stadlen didn't know who Little Richard was. That really shocked me, because I thought he would have known about it. Then I thought, no, he probably knows the classics. He probably knows, Dvorak and people like that, and Tannhauser. Actually, two of my favourites. But he he knew the music, but he didn't know it was Little Richard. I mean, Little Richard was camp before his time. He used to put full makeup on. Lucille! And he turned up. What did he turn up in? Was it a Columbo? I'm sure he was in a Columbo. So he's certainly been in a number of different things. No, not Miami Vice. That was Phil Collins was Miami Vice. Don't eat any more chocolate. You know what it's like. But yeah, I'm pretty certain he was a nightclub pianist, Little Richard. I'm sure in a Columbo. Steve, yay to the garden centre's reopening. Love the gift shop bits. And watched Home Alone 2 last night. Great film, says James in Sevenoaks. Yeah, I think it's going to be Wednesday. They're talking about Wednesday to start opening them. And I bet for one, they can't wait. You'll still have to distance yourself, but that doesn't pose any problem. I've never been in a garden centre yet where people are on top of each other. But if they do open them Wednesday, that'll make it a lot easier for people. I've ordered my hanging baskets, coming hopefully from the farm in Chertsey. Paul Cooper. I saw Paul Cooper the other day, and I said, I don't like to ask about hanging baskets. He said, no. He said that they've been having queues outside the garden centre, which is where we get a lot of our stuff from, which is great. So we wish all the guys down there, and also to Pat Cooper, who I reckon could be listening at this precise moment. It's I bet you're having a rotten time, Pat, at the moment. I bet you are, definitely, because it's not easy, is it, with what you've been through. And then also just sort of being there by staring at walls. I mean, I'm watching television like it's going out of fashion. Seriously. I think that there is nothing more on television to watch anymore. And yet every so often I see another brilliant programme. At the moment watching programmes about Alaska and the people up there. And I thought, God, however bad we've actually got it here, they don't seem to have coronavirus at the moment, because I'm assuming that the thing was filmed some time ago. But it's just a case of the hard life that these people live with the snow for so many months of the year, and you've got to go out there. They had to go on a duck shoot the other day. Otherwise they had no food for the winter. And I remember thinking, how could you live like that? You know, if they actually shoot a bear, that will keep them going throughout the whole winter. But I couldn't eat bear. I mean, I'm sure it's probably fine. If you saw it all chopped up, it probably looks great, but I just don't fancy the idea. Bit gamey, I would think so too. I mean, I don't know what the diet of bears is. Is it they don't eat meat, do they, bears? Or are they vegetarians? Depends what sort of bear it is. You could get veggie bear, brown bear that can attack you. Aren't they one of the most seriously deadly animals on earth, bears, together with hippopotamuses, I think? Hippopotamuses can actually pick up quite a speed in water, and brown bears, I remember somebody a few years ago was out somewhere and a brown bear saw them, and obviously it was hungry, and so this person climbed a tree, which of course is a big mistake. Bears climb trees. They climb trees from the moment they're actually born, so it's no skin off their nose to... I mean, I wouldn't want to risk it. Seriously, it'd be like, we used to play... Did you ever play Pirates at school? When it was raining outside and we couldn't go out and do our exercises, high jump, long jump, hurdles, all that kind of stuff, they'd say, all right, we're going to play Pirates. So they'd bring all the equipment out in the gym. The ropes would be pulled out from the walls, and the boxes that used to leap over, and all the mats and all sorts of things. One person would be it, and they would then chase the rest of you around. The moment they actually got somebody, they touched them, and then there were two of them chasing you around. And I hated being chased. Hated being chased at school. It was my worst nightmare. Somebody only had to come up behind me and go, like that. No, please don't do it. And so in the gym, I thought originally, if I climb a rope and take it right to the top of the ceiling, that's fine. No, they climbed up after me. So I learnt that wasn't the best thing to do at all. But that's what we used to do in school. Starsky and Hutch. No, it wasn't Little Richard. No, I'm pretty certain it was a Columbo. I don't know why. I just see a nightclub and Little Richard in it. But I mean, without him, you wouldn't have had Elvis Presley. The Beatles were influenced, the Rolling Stones, everybody was influenced by him for his showmanship, for everything. To be honest with you, I didn't even know he's still alive. 87. And he did have a son, but he was adopted, I think, many years ago. He was married, I think, for about 5 years. That was a long time ago. And then it sort of... To be honest with you, I always thought he was gay. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know if he was gay. I mean, it's one of those sort of strange anomalies, isn't it? You look at him wearing makeup. I mean, he set the bar quite high. So if anybody knows about these, do let me know. But the music lives on. Somebody says, were you a fan of his? Not really. Wait a minute. Let's have a quick look here. We found him on Wikipedia. I mean, he had loads of records out there. Columbo. And The Murder of a Rock Star in 1991. Now, did he do anything else? He did Baywatch. Please God, he never took his clothes off. And he did a London rock and roll show, performing Lucille, Rip It Up, Good Golly Miss Molly, and Tutti Frutti, I believe, a cappella, a few lines, and then Jenny Jenny. He did The Girl Can't Help It, different version from the record, incidentally. He was in Down and Out in Beverly Hills, co-starred as Orvis Goodnight and performed the production number Great Gosh Almighty. I should imagine seeing him, it must have been quite something. Ali. Good Lord, Ali's around. Ali is my, he used to pick me up in the mornings with Lewis Day. He said, just heard you this morning about getting stopped by the police. He said, I remember when I was parked outside your flat and they just come up to ask me why I'm stopped here, and I said, I'm picking up Steve Allen. He said, they quickly got back in their cars, quicker than you can imagine. Your name does carry weight. I can remember two WPCs turned up outside. I was standing outside and they got out of the car and they came over, and one looked at me and she said, are you Steve Allen? And I said, yes. She said, can you sign this for my mother? She's a huge fan of yours. We used to see Steve standing on the pavement. He says, I'll bump into you one day. Ali, you will? I wonder what car you're driving at the moment. Ali had a thing about cars. Oh, did he have a thing about cars? Steve, when you're in the studio, do you get to wear your own PPE headphones? No, everything has been cleaned and disinfected. No, you wouldn't worry. You mustn't worry about it. Because by this time tomorrow, I should be going out dragging home sacks of earth, which actually I started doing yesterday. I started doing at 4 o'clock in the morning because I was awake. Started doing the clearing of the pots and stuff like that. And then I suddenly realised that if you clean your pots out and it's earth, and it's going to rain today, so they're going to get very wet. You get dirt under your fingernails, it gets into your hand, it's awful. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll buy some rubber gloves. And I thought, where in Dickens' name do I get rubber gloves from? So I was going to go round to... Ali says he's driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom now. Laugh out loud. I wish. Love to drive a Rolls Phantom. I've never even driven one. That would be if I won the lottery, I'd have to go and get one, even though everybody says to me, what are you going to do with that? I go, I just want to better say I've driven one. You know. I know, I quite fancy the idea of driving it. No, I wouldn't get a chauffeur. I don't want people to think it's not mine. I don't want to be like one of those stretch limousines that come in from America, full of pink lighting and all that sort of... I wouldn't want one of those. But a Phantom would be very nice. If somebody just want to give me one, that'd be quite a nice idea. But and it's not going to be Ali, and it's not going to be me, I'm afraid, at the moment. So, what was I talking about? Can't remember what I was talking about. You completely sidetracked me. I was... gardening, that's right, dirt under the fingers. So I thought, right, I've got to get some rubber gloves. Where do I get rubber gloves from? I go round to Waitrose, they're not open. They were opening later, so I thought, oh, it's a bit of a pain. And then I went back later, there was a big queue, so I didn't bother at all. And then I thought, I know, Poundland. So I go to Poundland, and I buy 2 pairs of rubber gloves, 2 packs. They're £1 a pack, and you get 2 pairs in each pack. They're in bright yellow, which is really nice. And they're lined inside, so they slip on your hands, a treat. They're absolutely brilliant. So I tried them on yesterday. So today is going to be the day for testing out the rubber gloves, so I don't get dirt all over my fingers and stuff like that. So sorted out my problem yesterday. Steve, I was reading about Little Richard on Friday on Wikipedia. You asked if bears eat meat. If one creeps up behind you, you don't wait to find out. Oh, I never thought about that, actually. You're quite right, actually. And Sue Ann says there was a film called The Rembrandt, a man is attacked by a brown bear. You're right, actually, so I'm assuming they would eat people. So they would eat meat. Although not very much meat on me. Well, not many. Love stuff like that. But you do worry about bears in the wood. My favourite cartoon was a huge sequoia tree. You know the big sequoia trees? They're huge. They're the biggest and oldest trees that you can ever see. They're ginormous. I mean, some of them you can drive cars through the middle of them. They're huge. The sequoia is an enormous tree. And there's one in the forest, and there's 2 enormous bears either side of the tree. And in the middle, there's a little bear. And the caption underneath says, Winnie the Who. I thought it was so cute. What's your name, son? Winnie the Pooh. Sorry? Winnie the Pooh. I mean, when you think about it, you couldn't make it up, could you, really? Apparently, around 1967, Little Richard appeared in the San Remo Music Festival singing Deborah, part in English and part in Italian, says Ron. Good God in heaven. How amazing. There you go. So he popped up all over the place, but he was definitely in a Columbo. I knew I wasn't wrong. I know it wasn't. I'm very good at remembering stupid things. I'm one of these presenters who something will pop into your mind, and that's why I get sidetracked loads of times. Early breakfast. It's Sunday, the 10th of May. There you go, we got that bit right, which is good. And this evening at 7 o'clock, I would advise you to be listening to LBC. You'll hear Boris Johnson, and then he'll outline in a matter of minutes exactly what's going to be happening Hopefully, I think it's spaced out. I think he'll be telling you what's happening this week. Then he'll say, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be doing this, and in 3 weeks' time, we're going to be doing that. So when he says that, just remember where you heard it first. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Alfie says, will you be going to the garden centre and carry the bags back on your bike? No, I'll be taking the car, the gas-guzzling car, yes, because they're going to be allowing people to drive out there. They're going to be having these 10 nominated... I'm telling you the whole speech now, but I think they're going to be having 10 nominated friends. So you're going to find that a bit difficult, Alfie, aren't you, really? But only 9 to go. And then you find the 10 friends, and those you can go and visit. So I'm going to put my godchildren down, my brother, and a few other people. But no, always take the car. Okay, I mean, don't be silly. I don't even possess a bicycle. Don't possess a bicycle. I wouldn't dream of it. Somebody wrote in the other week and said, "Why is Steve Allen so thick? Why is Steve Allen sort of not distancing himself in the supermarket and buying things which aren't needed? An essential." And I felt like saying, I'm sorry, have you understood anything that the government have said? I seriously began to wonder whether or not these people were too stupid to even vote. That's why they let them put a cross. Saves them having to write their name, I suppose. And buying soil, putting people's lives at risk. So somebody had to point out to him that buying soil doesn't actually put people's lives at risk. And the government have actually said, on record, that if it's on sale in a supermarket, do you know what? You can buy it. It's amazing, isn't it? It's like going in there and you go to pick up some satsumas. They go, oh, you can't have satsumas. It's a Saturday. And you go, well, what can I buy? You can buy earth. Oh, can't I buy satsuma? No, you can buy an orange tree. But no, and you can't have apples either. Meat you definitely can't have. I mean, how stupid are some people? Makes you wonder whether or not they actually know how to tie their shoelaces and put their belt on. I suspect probably they don't wear a belt. They've probably got... I can see them now. I think, actually... The fact is they've probably got elasticated waist trousers. You know what I'm saying? And they're probably velour, probably in pink, I should imagine. Steve, do you ever see Pete Murray? No, he's in his 90s now. Pete Murray is in his 90s. I believe he is in rude health, as they say. I think he is still playing tennis. His wife died, as we know, some years. Pete, you don't know who Pete Murray is? Really? Put him up on Wikipedia, Pete Murray. Pete was a legend. Still is a legend. I think we can still say he's a legend, actually. He was on LBC for ages. He had a show on a BBC station a long time ago. He's 94. He's 94, and he was born 1925. He was on television. He made movies. He was on Radio Luxembourg, and he actually changed his name, because he was Peter Murray, and then when he came back to this country, he called himself Pete Murray, and he had Pete Murray's Party, he did Lucky Stars, he hosted Come Dancing, he co-hosted the New Musical Express Poll Winners Concert, he did everything, and then he came to LBC, and he also won a Variety Club of Great Britain award. I mean, seriously. Pete Murray was quite a little legend when he was with LBC, and I remember when he was on the BBC, it was national. So he used to have the Prime Minister go onto his programme. And, of course, it was different when he joined LBC because at the time we weren't national. And Margaret Thatcher came into the building and people were going, hello, nice to see you again, Your Majesty. And it was all very exciting, but she never came on. She never came on. She was looking, obviously, for maximum. Of course, now she'd be falling over herself to get in here. Steve, when do you think they're going to allow hairdressers to open? I don't know. Somebody in here the other day told me that somebody did a haircut for them. Somebody did a haircut for them. Was it Mike and Aaron? Looked really good, actually. I was quite surprised. It wasn't bad at all, was it? And I think he also has done Dave's hair. Will somebody do my hair? I mean, I'm getting to that stage. It's all right if you've got longish hair anyway, because although my poor producer during the week, Corey, he seriously looks like Dougal off the Magic Roundabout. I mean, it's that bad. Even I think it looks bad. So he's got this Velcro thing. He pulls his hair back and he sticks this Velcro thing on his head so it keeps the hair out of his eyes. Because when he takes it off, he can't see a thing. He can't see a thing at all. No, it's not. No, it's just a square of Velcro and it just sort of anchors your hair to... Don't ask me how it works. I haven't dared ask. It doesn't look exactly normal. But, because otherwise, I think without it on, he can't see the desk to drive it, which I think is actually quite a clever thing, bless his heart. But no, I mean, everybody's got long hair now, and we're all waiting for that day, aren't we, where you can go to the hairdresser and go, number one all over. Thank you very much indeed. The Footy Wives feud has just got a whole lot worse. This is Rebecca Vardy and Colleen. You know, Colleen, married to Wayne. Colleen and Wayne and their children. And it's all to do with who was leaking stories to the press. Colleen is totally convinced it's Rebecca Vardy. Rebecca Vardy is saying, excuse me, but I don't need the money. And not that it comes down to money, it comes down to stories. Because they decided, well, I think this was Colleen, to actually set a trap. So they took everybody off who had access to Collins except this one person. And they then sort of fed stories to see if they got put out there, and they did get put out there. So she then decided to blame Rebecca Vardy. Rebecca Vardy has protested her innocence. Then Rebecca Vardy said, I'm going to take you to court, you know, and all the rest of it. And then Colleen said, well, I'm going to counter-sue. And they were advised to actually try and settle this out of court. It would be a lot easier than if you go to court and somebody loses, then you're going to be paying an awful lot of money, you know, if you're going to go to high court. But anyway, they were not able to settle out of court. They either couldn't agree or it just wasn't going to work. So they're going to go to court. Big mistake. Big mistake. There was somebody a short while ago who went to court, and I can't remember who it was, but they also lost. And it was a case of I think the court awarded damages to the other party, and the other party had to cough up something, not only their own legal expenses, but the other party's legal expense. Oh, do you remember there was that other case as well, which was not as sort of as huge, and it was a legal secretary who worked for a company in Salisbury, and they very kindly on her birthday sent her a 50th birthday card with happy birthday and all signed it like they do, you know. And she took them to court because she said it was like a slap in the face, somebody telling her that she was 50. She was particularly stupid, and so she goes to court. Of course, she loses. The judge said, no, they were being nice to you. No, and she wouldn't even allow them in court to mention her age. She's 50 and heading towards 51 and 52 and the rest of them. And so not only did she have to pick up her own court costs, she had to pay damages to the firm of solicitors she was working for, and also pick up their costs as well. A very unwise move. The moment you enter into the court system, it's a bit expensive. As Meghan Markle has probably just discovered. She lost the first round of the court case about the letter. And so she's had to pay, I think she's having to pay the Mail's costs, and she's got her own costs as well. It's turning out to be quite an expensive thing, whereas in fact, if you just forgot about it, it would have gone away. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says going out shopping every day is against government advice. No, it's not. No, you're obviously not. You're not. Perhaps you don't understand how it works. Actually, it's obviously a little bit difficult. Jay in Essex, they say shopping frequently is a bit of advice you always miss off. No, you can go out every day if you want. If that's what you choose to do, you know. But the trouble is, why don't you do what you want to do and stop worrying about other people? You're a curtain twitcher, aren't you? I know what you are. You stay there seeing what the neighbours are doing. What are they doing? They've done shopping. They've been out there shopping. You wait till Boris does his little speech this evening, and then you won't worry about things so much. OK. Also, remember your long hair at UBN, says Bernie. Yes. It says, reckon you should go back to that. I've still got my long hair. Oh, don't. Bernie, you know. The trouble is, I don't think I could ever grow long hair now. I don't think I could ever grow long hair, but I'm jealous of people who've got long hair who just add to it. If I've got short hair, it's because I don't have very much hair, but I keep it nice and short. So when you leave it for about 3 or 4 weeks or 6 weeks, as this has been, I'm beginning to look a little bit like the life and times of Grizzly Adams, which is not one of my best looks. Keith Lemon says the X-rated gags have been squeezed out of his new show. I wonder what character will be playing in this one. Apparently when he wears the hat, he's whatever he is, and I'm sort of thinking, yeah, whatever. Alan Titchmarsh lands a brand new chat show, which I'm very pleased about, because nobody was as good as Alan. He was very comfortable. He's a bit like Paul O'Grady, very comfortable interviewers, and he's always good. He writes a mean book as well. He tells some good stories. Also, what Andrew really did inside Mr. Epstein's mansion from a woman who was inside the mansion when he was there. This is Andrew, who's zipped his mouth up and is not saying anything. I don't know why. It's a bit like the wife. You know, they were asking about her finances the other day. No comment. It's funny, isn't it? These sort of people, you feel like sort of saying, do you know, you're a bit like petulant children. It's a straightforward question. You know, what can you help us with about Jeffrey Epstein? What can you tell us about the girls that he was trafficking? Do you know anything at all? If you don't know anything, tell us you don't know anything. But you intimated during this interview that you did with Miss Maitlis that you were more than happy to cooperate with people. Then it turns out you told a pack of lies. You didn't come back and tell people what you know, which could actually make things a lot easier and give them a bit of foreclosure. But there again, I suppose you're happy, you know, with your silence. Somebody else, Steve, my brother was a chopper pilot in the Vietnam War, and Little Richard was his favourite. Wow. You see, I didn't do Little Richard. I don't know, why didn't I not do Little Richard? I suppose because it was sort of rock and roll, and I was not a rock and roll fan. I was more sort of and the rock and roll was really the 50s. And because I sort of came along a little bit later, rock and roll was still around. You still get, you know, I still love watching, you know, people dressing up as the Teddy Boys and girls and stuff like that. And at least they've hung on to their roots. They've hung on to the, when they did the Buddy Holly story, I told you years ago, at the Victoria Palace, now home to Hamilton, well, not home to anything at the moment, people there used to dance in the aisles. The Teddy Boys would dance in the aisles to Buddy Holly's music. It was a brilliant show. Brilliant show, and it was lovely to watch people dancing, because they just, it was a bit like the punks, I suppose, but the punks used to spit. And we don't like spitting. That's not very good at all. Did Pick of the Pops, did Pete Murray do that on a Sunday? Pete Murray did everything, but I'm so delighted he's 94. I remember one day, not one of his best stories, I was coming up from the Cheshire Cheese, it was a sandwich shop, and as I'm coming up with my sandwich, I saw Pete on the way down with his coat on. He said, "I'll see you tomorrow, Steve." I said, "Pete, where are you going?" He said, "I'm going home." I said, "You're on air for another hour?" He said, "Oh, good Lord, am I?" And he turned round and went back into the studio again. He'd completely forgotten where he was. He did do Pick of the Pops. There you go, you see. There's not much that he didn't do. He also was very friendly with a lot of people, a lot of showbiz ladies and all the rest of it. But he was lovely. He was lovely. What about Brian Hayes and Douglas Cameron? Well, Douglas still sounds the same. Doesn't sound any different at all. And Brian Hayes, of course, still around, which is lovely. Steve, Brown Bear's a great salmon fisherman. He says, "You keep your Rolls Phantom, I'll be in my orange Porsche," says James. Oh, ghastly. An orange Porsche. Oh, no. I mean, tell me it's not a 911 Turbo. Oh, grief, it doesn't get any worse. I used to have a Turbo. I never knew what it was, actually. I'm still, to this day, I don't know what a turbo car... I suppose it gives you extra power, but not in orange. Oh, yucky, yuck, yuck. I mean, can't you get it resprayed? Something a bit decent? You know, even... They don't do them in red, do they? I've never seen a red Porsche. You don't see red Porsches. You see white Porsches, and you see grey Porsches, but I've never seen... I don't think I've ever seen a yellow Porsche. Have I seen a yellow Porsche? I don't know. An orange Porsche, though. That sounds really bizarre. That sounds very odd. But you're now going to find one, aren't you? I can tell you on the internet. It's going to be orange Porsche for... Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Oh, dear. That's quite a flash one, isn't it? Oh, no, that's a Porsche 911. It's got that go faster thing that comes up at the back. I was following a Lamborghini through town this morning. I swear to God, he was just driving around so somebody could notice him, but of course there wasn't anybody on the streets. So there was just me behind him going, beep, 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 beep. As we're crawling along at about 0 miles an hour. I mean, he's serious. I mean, I began to wonder whether he was off his trolley. Buy yourself some decent clippers for 30 quid. I've got decent clippers. I paid 80 quid for decent clippers. He said, "And cut your own hair. Been doing mine for a number of years, you tight-fisted so-and-so." Fancy doing your own hair? What, and depriving a hairdresser of the luxury of doing your hair? Same result as a hairdresser, not mine. Listen, I've started cutting mine with a pair of clippers, and believe you me, it doesn't look at all like my hairdresser does. Dan says, "New memory foam mattress topper and now sleeping at night. Awake since 5, which is great, so I can listen live. Wounds healing up nicely and weight is back down. Good, good, good. To where it was in October. Every day getting stronger and so grateful for those that saved my life." Dale in Birmingham says, "Surely, Steve, going to the barbers would only be for nostalgia reasons." Excuse me. As far as I'm concerned, I've got loads of letters. Which LBC presenter used to read the love letters? Love letters? Oh, I don't think so. We had Simon Bates, who used to do his hour tune. But that was in the morning he used to do it. He sort of brought that over, I think, from the BBC. But, I mean, stories, it certainly wouldn't have been Mike Dickin. Mike wouldn't have read a love letter if his life had depended on it. Clive Bull used to do the stories, but he used to have different people on. He had people who used to do the Jack the Ripper stories and stuff like that, which people used to love at that time. But people used to want to frighten themselves. Tony says, Clippers out tonight. I'm starting to look like Terry Nutkins. And Deb says, don't be surprised, Steve, when you go to the haircut, the government guidelines are lifted, the hairdresser or barber will charge a bit more. Not to me, they don't. Not to me, they don't. No. No, free. Another one here. A lot of people talk about the hairdresser. I don't know why. I've got a full head of hair as far as I'm concerned. But I do have my own clippers. And I've tried it, and it doesn't work. You need somebody else to do it. It makes it so much easier. I thought Dame Joan Collins would be out there clapping for the NHS. She's out there, but she's not clapping, because she's 87, I think, something like that. What does she do? She rings a bell. She got a little handbell that you would ring to say, I'll have tea now. Something like that. I think she's 87, isn't she? You're very incredulous this morning, aren't you? Do you think that sounds very... Oh, does it? Oh, right, OK. You don't think she's... Oh, right, she might not be. I've probably just done her a disservice. How old is she? Here we go. Go on. Always hate it when I'm proved wrong. I always have to sort of eat humble pie, actually. Oh, I'm massively wrong. Oh, am I? How old is she? She's... 86. Never wrong. Never wrong. I've met her. Biggins introduced me to her. We were at a function, and he said, Joan, can I introduce you to Steve Allen? And she sort of proffered a hand to me. I thought I was meeting royalty. I nearly sunk to my knees, but then I thought, if you do go down, Steve, you'll never get up again. So it was quite lovely. She's been in a few times, actually. Do you know she can do her makeup in 10 minutes? You know why? She's been doing the same makeup for years, so she's now got it off to an art. An absolute art. Because I said, how long does it take to do your makeup? She said, about 10 minutes. So she knows exactly what she's doing. Whereas some people, mainly in Essex and Chelsea and places like that, they sit there and they start, troweling it on, and then they get to the polyfiller, and then they sort of move on from the polyfiller, then they sort of throw mud at their face. And then, you only have to look at some of the people in The Only Way is Essex. It's like looking at a Thai ladyboy show. It really is. And that would be a compliment to the Thai ladyboys. Unfortunately, for people like Chloe Sims and everybody else. Really. Actually, I've got an interesting article you will love in the papers today on how much people are worth. This is what the papers estimate, because some of them you can check out with Companies House, because a lot of them have set up companies to help them with their tax. And some of them haven't. And so you have to guess some of those ones. And it's very interesting to see what some people have earned. Some people not earning as much as you think. Elsa says she's 89. No, don't start that. She's not. She's 86. Not ageing her any longer than that. But no, she's... How old is Barbara Windsor now? Somebody said to me the other day, and I said, I think she's 82. And they went, she can't be 82. She doesn't look anything like 82. But there was a programme on the television the other day which had her in various little clips, and it was so good. Am I massively wrong again? Oh, I hate being wrong. This is so embarrassing. She's 82? 82. Look at her, honestly, a little lady. She looks fab, actually. And Scott as well. Do you know, she began her career on stage at the age of 13. 13, which is just unreal. But in those days, people went into the theatre quite young. And she was making films and doing all sorts of things, and she toured the music hall. Then her career sort of dipped around a bit, and she came in to see me. And we sat down, we were sort of chatting away. Her agent, Barry Burnett, another fabulous man. Honestly, showbiz stories like you can't imagine. And the one that Barbara said to me, she said, I'd love to do that EastEnders, Stevie. Love to do EastEnders. I said, would you? She said, I'd love to do it. Blow me down. The following day, she goes for it and she gets it. She goes for it and she gets it. And that almost gave a sort of ignition to her career again. And she loved it. I used to say, because I used to take her to the Lady Rattlings. And the trouble is, when you see somebody on the films, you don't imagine that people do get a bit older. You just imagine they're always going to be the same bouncy person. And so we parked. She said, can't you get no closer to the front door of this hotel we were at? Anyway, we did. And we got her in there. It's getting her out of the place afterwards that's the problem. She wants to talk to everybody. Scott will tell you, you can't walk down the street with her, because people stop and talk to her and ask her how she is and stuff like that. And it's been going on for donkey's years. So I would say, should we go in a minute, Bar? well, you'd have to wait another hour. She'd still be talking. She just loved talking to people. Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. So, a national treasure, Steve, is Barbara. Thank you. James says, Porsche will do you any colour you want. Speed yellow, baby pink, and kingfisher blue. I love it. He said, I just need a lotto win first. Oh, right, you've not got one. I always wanted... The only car colour I would never have again is red. I hated a red car. I had a red turbo, and I didn't like it at all. It was sort of... And then I've had blue. I've had light sky blue, Nordic blue, I think it's called. I've had green. And I've had so many different colours of cars, and I've settled at the moment on graphite, which is grey. They always give them... I think I just call it grey. I don't know. It's graphite. And it's a nice colour. It's metallic, but only sort of just faintly metallic. And it's quite nice, actually. Well, it's definitely grey. It's definitely grey. You can find my car on the internet. Somebody's taken pictures of it. I was going down the motorway one time, and I didn't see it because somebody sent me the picture in and said, guess who we saw yesterday? And it was me, driving my car down the motorway with obviously somebody next to me it's Steve Allen taking a picture. But you'll find my car. I think you put in Steve Allen's car on Google, and wait a minute. There it is. There, top left. No, there, down, one there. No, back there, that one. No, that's the other one I had. That's the other one. I've had so many of these cars now. I'm losing track of them. It really is most bizarre. But somebody took a picture of me. There it is, parked in my space at home. There. With my number plate. It's nice, isn't it? And that's it, dirty. It looks much better when it's sort of clean. Much better when it's clean. But unfortunately, I can't clean cars. Thank God for car washes, but not the automatic car washes. That was another one of mine. No, it's not. No. It looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah. No, definitely not. And that top left one, that's mine as well. That was mine. I've had... No. I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it was now. I just used to see cars and I quite like the colour of them. So if I saw the colour of it, I just realised somebody's taken a picture of my car. Well, I wasn't there. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't it does look like a Brooklands, doesn't it? But it wasn't. That was like a peppermint green colour. Peppermint. It was quite nice. As you can see, I like big. I don't do tiddly cars. I can't do tiddly cars because I fill them up. The boot of this one at the moment is full. I mean, seriously, I've got everything in there, literally barring people. That's the only thing I've not got in there. I've got booze, I've got chocolates, I've got cleaning cloth, I've got everything. I just like filling up space. If I see an empty boot, my friend Paul showed me his new car the other day, and it's like one of those giant things, it's about 10 foot off the ground, and the whole back of it is a boot. I said, God, and it was empty. I said, I haven't seen an empty boot. The only time I ever get an empty boot is when I go and change the car, and then it's because they hate it. When it goes into the garage to have anything done to it, they have to empty the boot to turn the batteries off so they can work on it. And, of course, they always open up the boot and go... And everybody crowds round. It becomes like sort of a touring exhibition. What's Steve got in the boot today? And so I use it as an opportunity to empty the boot. That's what I'm hoping that Boris is going to say tonight. I'm hoping... It's a 10-minute interview. I'm hoping, not that I can empty my boot, but it's quite close to it. So if I can go to my brother's, then I can drop off a few things for him, and he can go through... He loves going through the boot of the car. Except the one thing he will not take, pickled onions. He is not remotely interested. I've had these pickled onions in there since Christmas. He's not remotely interested. It's dreadful, it really is. Very shoddy as far as I'm concerned. And here we go. Bumped into Barbara outside Hamleys once. Never met her before. All right, Babsy, how's it going? I shouted. Babsy. Nobody calls her Babsy. She came over and chatted for a few minutes and about the Carry On camping bra scene. That's where the bra comes off. That was the show. I always tell people, because I know the story, that her bra was attached to a fishing rod and line, and at the right moment they yanked it off, and so it flew off in the face of Kenneth Williams. So it just was fixed with a little bit of Velcro at the back. But the one thing you need to look at very carefully is in Carry On Camping, there's no leaves on the trees because they filmed in the middle of winter. And so the grass was sprayed green to make it look as though it was the middle of summer, but it wasn't. They were so mean that they would film in the middle of winter because it was cheaper than filming in the summer. But everything was sprayed green. Like, my other useless bit of information, Dr. Zhivago, a film set in Russia with all the snow, was actually filmed in Spain. And they sprayed everything to make it look as though it was snow. People of Spain must have been gutted, I should imagine. What's going on? They've sprayed it all white to make it look like Russia. I'm trying to make my studio look like a Tracy Emin unmade bed, and I think I've succeeded today. I do make a lot of mess, actually. I try not to be, but I am traditionally a messy person. Right, we'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock, and then we'll come back with more of your texts and emails. The speed cameras who've raked in £20 million in fines over the last 3 years, that's all it is. The Geordies, who are hopeless at what? DIY. And rage at the ban on foreign holidays. Really nice to have your company. It's Sunday. It's the 10th of May. It's an historic day because this evening at 7 p.m, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, will address the nation and tell you what plans they've got for this coming week. I think they're going to relax. You're not going to get everything. It's not going to be a case of, well, you just carry on, don't wear a mask, don't do anything, touch people, do whatever you like. Nope, none of that. None of that. We're still saying exactly the same. We're in exactly the same position as we were last week. Nothing has changed. There are still people dying. But I think that what they will do is they will relax it. You'll be able to go out a bit more. So all those people, you can go out to the supermarkets. If you've been sort of staying in and trying to stay away from people, all the supermarkets are operating a queuing system. So you stand outside, they'll let a couple of people go in, and then you wait. They don't want any more than one member per household, because otherwise you get families wandering around there. I never understand why people do that. You just have to sort of find another way around it. And I think they will open up a few more shops. A friend of mine's got a dry cleaners in Twickenham. I think he could be opening from Wednesday next week, which is good news, because the one thing that should be open are dry cleaners and laundrettes and places like that, because you need to keep your clothes clean. And if you're one of these people who lives in rented accommodation, you don't have a washing machine, you rely on the local laundrette. You're probably recycling clothes at the moment, I should imagine. And I think that once they've done that, that will be it for this week. I don't think they're going to be doing anything else, because they've changed the slogan, haven't they? The slogan, used to be the staying in. Now, I don't think we're actually going to be doing that one at all, because it doesn't appear to me to be anything that you can't, as long as you're sensible. I'm just worrying about this sort of, it's the people who the other day were all out doing things, and I'm thinking to myself, why are people going out there? So it used to be stay home, protect the NHS, save lives. And what they're doing is they're actually changing that. So that's why we think, because they've released lots of little bits and pieces to actually make it easier for people. Because some people are doing particularly badly at actually staying in. They can't do it. So now the latest one is stay alert, control the virus, save lives. So there's no mention of staying in on this one. So I think that's a leak. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives. So people can go out. But it's a case of, if somebody does get too close to you in a queue, just tell them you're too close. Can you move back? Tell them. Don't mess around with them. But I see people shopping every day. We could do that in our little, because you don't have to go anywhere for it. All of ours are within spitting distance of each other. I don't have to travel anywhere. I can go to, there's no spitting at all. We don't like spitting. But you don't have to sort of travel very far to go to Waitrose. Carrying all the stuff back, as you can well imagine. Sometimes I take the car. Actually, I've only taken the car twice. I've just remembered, actually, I took it twice, because I bought 5 bags of earth, and then I went back and got another 2 the following day. Because I'd picked the time just right. Trying to manoeuvre 5 huge bags of earth in a shopping trolley is tantamount to watching... Have you seen that race with all these go-karts that sort of dress up as spaceships and all the rest of it, and they go down a hill somewhere? Is it the Red Bull thing? That's hilarious. You see something that looks really solid and sturdy and it crashes on the first bend. But I'm looking at people here, still walking around in the park. So 7 p.m. this evening, Boris will set out the stages for lifting the COVID-19 lockdown. And I think it's going to be over about 3 or 4 weeks. And that's why I say, I think this week, they won't, they're not enforcing that. How they're going to enforce you staying in, I've got no idea. I pass people all the time shopping. The one thing you don't see is the police, who don't seem to be distancing. You see two police officers sitting in a car, nobody's wearing a mask, chatting away quite animatedly, which is fine if they're happy with that. I suppose it's like being married, isn't it? And I think that they will also be announcing, possibly for next week, you can have 10 designated friends. Oh, now that's going to work. Do you have to carry a list with you? When the police stop you, go, listen, I'm going to see this one here at the top of the list. I can't see how they're going to... It's like when they said they were asking people to self-isolate for 2 weeks when they landed in the country. What are they going to do? Follow them home? How are they going to manage? How is that going to be even enforceable? I just don't see it. So somebody arrives in. Sorry, will you sign it? Will you be self-isolating at home? Oh yes, that's fine. Where do you live? Birmingham. No chance. People will be going out partying. Thomas Watts was telling me earlier on. He was saying that he bumped into loads of people. Apparently, the study of 2,000 Brits found the average adult has 40 friends, including... Well, I mean, that'll be very disappointing for most of the cast of Essex, won't it, really? Including 2 best mates, 4 close pals and 5 work buddies. They also have 9 other friends on top of their close ones within their friendship circle, 15 acquaintances and 5 friends. There's a load of you sitting home getting very depressed now. Very depressed, whereas I'm... So, 2,000 Brits, so the average adult has 40 friends. You see, I think they're not... I don't know. Are they friends or are they acquaintances? I mean, how many numbers do you have in your book? I've got probably a few thousand numbers. I don't think I necessarily... Well, I do know all these people because they've got my number, so I must know them. So, 2 best mates. I've probably got more than that, actually. People who know everything about you. Barring bank account details and stuff like that. But people, servants, who actually get to know you and make you a cup of tea and could help you get the earth back from Waitrose. And 5 work buddies. I would think I've probably got more than... If you work for LBC, it's a very friendly place. Some say too friendly. It's, there's a lot of hugging. Not at the moment there has been. A lot of people are waiting for the hugging to come back in again. And so, I mean, I'm waiting for the arms around everybody. Hi, Steve's back again. Okay, HR. He's back. So definitely more than 5 work buddies. Definitely. I mean, I suppose it's where if you work in an office, you probably have only got 5. If you work at a radio station like LBC and like all the other radio stations that we have in this building, they're very sociable. As I say, some of them too sociable. Oh, hi, Steve, should we go for lunch? So, who is this? Oh, I got your number. It was written on the wall, on the bathroom. Lovely. Okay, let's meet. Also, you've got 9 other... Oh, I missed it. You've got 9 other friends on top of the close ones within their friendship circle. So 9 other friends. I would think I've got loads more than that. I've got lots of acquaintances. I've got people I go out for lunch with on a regular basis. I've got people that I see. I tend not to just say, let's go out for drinks. I've got little groups of friends. Dale used to compartmentalise people. So so Barbara used to say to it, because I knew what he was doing. He would actually say, I'm supposed to be going out with Barbara tonight, but I've told her that I'm going out with you because you need me to go out with you. And so then I'd see Barbara and she'd say, I know what game he's playing, she said. I know exactly what he's doing. He used to play people off against each other. So many of the time, Dale and I, he'd phone me on a Sunday morning, like say this morning, and he'd go, Steve, and I'd go, Dale, and he'd say, should we meet for breakfast? I go, yep, fabulous. So we used to go to Ballon's, because he knew Prady Ballon very well. I knew Prady Ballon. And so he'd say, let's meet, let's go and have breakfast at Ballon's and all the rest of it. So I'd, go from here, because it's a straightforward walk through into Soho. And then his phone would ring, and he'd go, okay, about 10 minutes. He'd put the phone, Steve, I've got to go and see David Walliams. Whenever his girlfriend or wife was away, he couldn't cope by himself, so he'd phone up Dale, and Dale would drop everything. So I'd be standing in the middle of Soho. I mean, I could have been a working girl. And I wasn't invited. No, I was never invited to those things. Never. That's why I say we were all put in little compartments. Had he said, actually, Dave, I can't make it, I'm with my best friend Steve, then all would become apparent. But he didn't like to disappoint Dave. So there you go. What can I tell you? I don't know where that story originated from, but it was a very good one, I thought, actually. Very good one. I don't think he'd be doing very well on self-isolating. I can tell you that for a fact. He would be hating it. He'd have to get in the car and go and drive round at night. He'd have to think of something. What else do we have? Oh, the Bank of England are worried we're going to lose about 3 million people within the banking system who will lose their jobs. We've got banks in Twickenham, quite clearly. And but they're never open. Now they're only letting 2 people into the branch at any one time. And they also say, is it essential? Of course it is. What do you think? I'm coming in here for the warmth and the lighting or something? Of course it's essential. I went in there the other day because I don't have a branch here. My branch is up in the sort of the ether, I think, or something like that. And but I've got branches I can use that we own, which is quite nice, because I'm with Royal Bank of Scotland, so we own RBS, Coutts, Drummonds, you know, all those banks, and the NatWest. So I can go into the NatWest and I can get anything done. But at the moment, as I say, it's only 2 people in at any one time. So that's okay. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I'm really not bothered about this sort of doing the distance stuff. I think it's quite a good idea. But I object to being told how I can get my money back from them. Excuse me, you know, they go, is it essential? Give me my money back. Okay? It's as simple as that. Not complicated. Well, let me just check your account. Oh, don't worry, there's no problem with it. Because I had a limit. I had to get more out. There was the limit on my card for the diddly dip machine. And they look at you like you're about... I mean, it's the only time I've ever been in a bank with a pair of dark glasses on and a mask, and nobody's asked me to remove them and sort of, you know, stand up against the wall with my legs spread, you know, which would make it a very interesting experience in the bank, but that's another story. Temperature's going to drop today. It's going to get very cold, be warned. So please don't plant any plants. Little plants are going to be killed off in the next few days. Be very careful. And Lenin Cobham says, Steve, when I was a kid, we used to say, be alert. Britain needs alerts. It's such an old one, isn't it, really, honestly? You're barred. Steve, I live in Exeter on the Quay, and yesterday the coffee shops were open and the ice cream parlours to encourage people gathering. Well, do you know, I saw 2 people sitting in... Where was I? I was going through St Margaret's. There's a little cafe there with a table outside. There's 2 blokes sitting at it with a cup of coffee and a cigarette. And I'm thinking, you're not supposed to be doing that. Ridiculous. I've reported them. Steve, I also miss going to Garfunkel's on a Sunday. Really? Yes, we used to go to Garfunkel's a lot, actually. I usually have the classic rather than the big one. This is a fry-up, but that'll do me. Graphite's a nice colour for a car, but if you had to choose a colour for a horse, what colour would you choose? Graphite. Exactly the same. We'd have it sprayed. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't spray a horse. They spray dogs, everything else. Steve, I worked in the city, one of many, and knew dozens of people, but work on the basis, how many would you invite round to your house on a Saturday night for dinner? Not unless I'd superglued all the items that were of value down to the object that they were sort of residing on. Oh no, you never invite people round to your place. You go to restaurants. That's the whole idea. You go to restaurants. It's nicer. You can have fun there, and they do. I mean, I can't wait for the restaurants to open. I really can't. It's not that I'm missing out on anything. It's just that, you know, we were just about due to have another meeting of the Steve Allen Lunch Club, where there's about sort of 8 of us, and we always go out. We go to Joe Allen's, and we always have lunch there, and we end up drinking too much and being Jezebels. And then sometimes we end up going to a different place. The last time we went to this darts place. Have you ever, if you go in there and you book space and you've all got your own dartboard, there's loads of different people in there. I mean, it makes it sound like a working men's club, but I promise you it's not. And as you throw the darts, it's all filmed and it will show you your scores and it becomes like a social thing. It's like doing bowls or something like that, but it's darts. And there's quite a few of these places around. I think it's called Flight of something. And we go in there and you can have drinks, Flight of Fancy, I don't know. But it's a very popular, but this one was up near Holborn. And it's like going into a gentleman's club, except they're all playing darts on these electronic boards. And you throw your arrow, well, you attempt to, and then it adds up your score. You don't have to stand there going, 3 and 6 is 9, plus 12. Oh, let's call it 20. Come on. And it was very entertaining. We've done all sorts of things. We've had cocktails. That was a bit of a disastrous day. We became Jezebels within about the first 5 seconds. They were too strong. Because I drink cocktails like they're an easy drink to drink. You know, whereas you're supposed to sip... Who sips a cocktail? You know, you just don't. And I'm tempted by things. And when it arrives, they're only small. Only little. You don't get a lot of booze for your money. But yeah, I seem to manage to down 4, which in London prices is about £48, actually. An average cocktail's about between 10 and 12 quid. Some even more. But there's a nice little place in Soho that we've been to called Christopher's. And you used to be able to book a table. Now you can't. You have to sort of turn up. Well, not at the moment because you can't go in there. So I'm looking forward to that opening. Joe Allen's definitely in Little Italy, and and the hairdresser, not necessarily in those orders. So I'm gonna start waiting to find out. I'm gonna be so excited. I'm gonna have to go to bed late tonight, and I'm going to have to go to bed late because I don't want to miss what Boris is going to say. I'm hoping it's going to be all Castle with the Weekend Breakfast Show at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC. Boris Johnson's roadmap to easing the lockdown. What do you want the Prime Minister to say tonight? The coronavirus, Obama says Trump's US response is a chaotic disaster. They don't seem to know anything, do they? Also, the easing of lockdown. How will the hospitality industry get up and run again? I don't think it will for a while. I don't. All that and more, Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle at 7 this morning on LBC. So I think the hospitality industry is going to have to wait a little bit longer because also, for that, I mean pubs, clubs, theatres, all those sort of places where people go out, football matches, stuff like that. It's, gentlemen's clubs, bars with ladies and poles and things like that. I mean, all of these places, we were laughing the other day because I'd seen a programme, obviously about Roy Horn, who had just died at the age of 75 because he picked up coronavirus. And I said, because when I went to see them in Vegas, and I've been to Vegas quite a few times, it's like buzzy 24 hours a day. It's very, very buzzy. It's very, 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 very adult playground. Have you ever been? Never been? You've been? Of course you would have been. And it's big. Everything's big, which suits me fine. So you've got all the hotels. I mean, Caesar's Palace is just massive. It's enormous. And I said, I only just thought about it the other day, and I said, I wonder what they're doing now. How are they distancing? So we put on the camera, which showed you the strip empty, completely deserted. All the hotels, there's a big map that comes up, temporarily closed. Every single hotel temporarily closed because they're obviously worried about it. But by Jove, when they come back, they'll be coming back with a vengeance, won't they? That's all we want. But what we don't want to do is come back with a vengeance, which unfortunately people will make the mistake of, and then we get a huge surge in coronavirus deaths. That's what I don't want. And if that happens, because people are being really stupid, and we have seen really stupid people in Germany, they were fighting the police because they wanted to be allowed to go out and do what they wanted to do. Well, I'm sorry. Smack on the back of the legs and go back inside again. You don't want to risk any of these things. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to think I'm going to go out. People sort of think, if you go out shopping every day, you're really risking it. Well, I risk nothing, believe you me. Nobody's more careful than I am, being a fully fledged card-carrying member of the Diabetic Society. The Man Who Never Was on TV on Friday. Very good film, based on facts, of course. And Steve, why are we taking in hundreds of migrants every day who cross the channel illegally? Do the French give them free boats? Well, the French don't want them, do they? Quite clearly, they want them out as soon as possible. Soon as possible. Richard says the lockdown cannot and must not be significantly eased until there's a vaccine. Well, you're going to be waiting a long time for that. A long time for that. And somebody's getting a bit irritated. Good. I'm glad when you're irritated. Makes me laugh. Steve sees Steve. There's a doctor who insists it's too early for the Prime Minister to announce lockdown easing changes. Well, he's going to. That's what I think he's going to. Somebody said there are people in my road, Steve, who've carried on as if there's no virus. Yeah, it is. But people are going to have to start acting sensibly. But I think you will be allowed to go. I mean, let's say, when I leave in the morning, there are loads of cars streaming into London. I mean, loads of cars streaming into London. 3 days ago, there was a traffic jam on the Hammersmith flyover coming in. It was almost like any other day. You wouldn't believe that we were still supposed to be in lockdown. Noreen says we had a very nice VE Day. I thought the commemoration of VE Day looked fantastic. We spoke to the British Legion, the Royal British Legion, about it, and everybody did really well, very, very well. It was lovely. Unfortunately, not everybody learned how to social distance. They sat in the front gardens. This is Noreen and Brian, chatting with the neighbours, eating and drinking. We had a quiz. Then we listened to the Queen and sang We'll Meet Again, a lovely day. Brian managed to arrange a takeaway curry and fish and chips with a neighbour. Oh, dear, don't talk to me about food. All this food that was in Trafalgar Square earlier on, I wonder if it's still there. I should find out. Sad news of Roy. We were in Miami when he was mauled by the tiger. Had just left Vegas. You can imagine it was on the news all the time. Hoping not too cold. It's been beautiful weather. Have a great day. Be safe. No, you and Brian, be safe. And also all my regulars. All my regulars. By the way, the clubs that you are referring to, Steve, the Flight Club darts. They have a number of clubs all over London, because my company did a team building exercise at their Victoria branch. Thank you, Edward. They were looking at me like I was completely doolally next door, but we thought it's a great evening out. Great evening out. Front pages, Daily Mail. What Andrew really did inside Epstein's mansion. Yes, of course, he's obviously conveniently forgotten about that. He conveniently forgets about everything, actually. Also, a mutiny behind the BBC sofa over the breakfast show's boys' club bullies. Now, one of the people on here, I'm sure he used to work for us, a guy called Richard Frediani. I'm just totally convinced that Richard Frediani at one point worked for LBC. He's come from all over the place, but Dan, they've got a picture of Dan Walker and Louise Minchin, and they're saying that a series of complaints have been made to the corporation's management and its HR department about an intimidating and bullying culture, which has led to several long-term members of staff leaving their jobs. You don't imagine that, do you? You just imagine it's all going to be sweetness and light. But obviously not. The first eyewitness account from a woman inside the New York mansion. That's the one where Andrew peered around the door, looking very furtive. The billionaire lined up 3 women to meet the Duke, who was given a room nicknamed Britannica. Andrew had a foot massage whilst watching the King's Speech movie. 6 days he spent there. Of course, he's obviously conveniently forgotten that as well. It really is bad. It's very bad form. Very bad form. Also pictures of Costa Calamity. Yes, the beaches of Benidorm. Packed this time last year, August. August this year, nobody. Absolutely nobody. Nobody at all. Nobody in the hotels. Nobody anywhere at all. Captain Tom's knighthood hit by delay to honours. Each year about 1,000 Brits are nominated for knighthoods or damehoods. Also, Charles and Camilla have written to Britain's postal workers to thank them for the vital role they're playing. I love our post men and women in Twickenham. Absolutely. Absolutely. And here they are, police and mobs clashing as the German lockdown fury erupts on the streets. And then you look at the sort of people they are and you know exactly what they are. Peasants. Absolute peasant. These aren't normal people. They're just an angry bunch of thugs who are looking forward to attacking the police in Berlin and elsewhere. I mean, seriously. I mean, Germany's had more than 171,000 confirmed cases and just under 8,000 deaths. Just under 8,000. But when you look at the faces of these evil people who are attacking the police because they want to go out and do shopping, they don't want to do that at all. These people don't look as though they would even know how to hold a credit card in one hand. They look like peasants. Ghastly people. Ghastly people. Also, Jenny Murray hosted Woman's Hour from the BBC studios all through the crisis. But a big birthday will end that, and she's livid. Why should I be locked away just for turning 70? Good 70. Good 70. Definitely. Also, what else do we have in the paper today? Oh, the going rate to rent Harry and Meghan's villa, says a neighbour who's an estate agent to the stars, aren't they always? 200,000 a month. Well, they seem to be taking on people, don't they? I don't know where their money's coming from. Perhaps the Queen's funding it. I thought they were supposed to be standing alone. I thought that was the whole idea of Meghan and Harry going back to America. They're going to be sort of, looking after themselves. They're going to be sort of doing all their own... Well, they can't do anything at the moment. They've just taken on some woman who used to PR for the Beckhams. Nothing worse than picking up somebody's sort of sloppy seconds. Also, Joan and her little bell, which I quite like. And, we've got all sorts of things here. There's a lovely little quiz. I shall try it on the producer. For £100. What's a nickname for a popular hairstyle, sometimes styled as a top knot? Is it man bun, Chelsea bun, sticky bun, hamburger bun? Man bun. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. OK, one here. For £2,000. What colour code denotes the live wire on a standard UK electrical plug? Is it grey, brown, green or yellow, or orange? You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So, you've now got £2,000. OK, let's ramp it up a bit. For £1 million, in 1912, former US President Theodore Roosevelt was a candidate for which political party? Was it A, Progressive, B, Prohibition, C, Republican, or D, Democratic? This is for £1 million. OK, which one are you going to go for? In 1912, former US President Theodore Roosevelt was a candidate for which political party? A, Progressive, B, Prohibition, C, Republican, D, Democratic. And You're going with Progressive. Let's have a check. Is that your final answer? Final answer. Yes, you've just won £1 million. Yeah, fantastic. We gave away £1 million the other day at Heart, one of our sister stations. £1 million. Nobody told me. Well, I think Kelly Brook has sort of handed some of her money back. £1 million? I've never heard of that. Biggest prize in radio history. I was very excited for the person. I don't know them, but I'm very excited for them anyway. £1 million. All the papers full of a wop, bop, a loo, bop, a lop, bam, gone. Well, that's what they've said here in the Sunday Times. I can't make light of it. I'm sure that was not a tabloid. You thought it would have been in the Daily Star or something. No, so it goes a wop, bop, a loo, bop, a lop, bam, gone. He was 87. I mean, for goodness sake, let's try and give him a little bit of slack, I think, which is lovely. And Dan shares a photograph with me, and having a bit of look at you. Honestly, that weight loss is fantastic, isn't it? And they spent VE Day. He said, hearing of Noreen and Brian's VE Day, I supplied a couple of hours of wartime classic songs. Danny was great setting up speakers and my counter. I just sat there soaking up the sun. Well, good for you. Good for you. Everybody had a great time. So once lockdown is lifted, we're planning a party on the green. It's definitely brought us as neighbours closer. Oh, absolutely. I told you before, and I've said to everybody else, when this is over, our lives will never be the same again. No, that's what they said after VE Day. 6 years they had of it. We've only had about 8 weeks, and already we're fed up with it. You imagine if you were locked down during the war. Every company, it's Sunday, 10th of May. Andrew Castle with you in about 25 minutes' time. The Sunday Mirror today, medics warn of fatal flaw in Trace and Track app. This is the one that they were using. I think it was over on the Isle of Wight, wasn't it? Which seemed quite sophisticated. Fitness guru Joe Wicks could land a £5 million deal in a bidding war between Nike and Adidas. I mean, he's a fitness guru. What does he want to do a deal? Well, I suppose it's people do deals, don't they? Oh, that's what I was going to find for you. That's what I was going to find. This was this bizarre sort of thing in one of the papers today, which was telling you how much some of these so-called celebrities are actually worth. And some of them, it's not half as much as you think it is. It really isn't. I was a bit disappointed, actually. Because I was hoping that they were all going to be absolutely minted. And it turns out that some of them weren't. Oh, missing Eurovision. Isn't Eurovision now? Are we supposed to be in Eurovision, I think? But the end of the month. They said from singing grannies to hard rock monsters and drag queens, Eurovision has had them all. So here they are. We remember some of them. Remember Conchita Wurst? Rise like a phoenix. With a beard, I know, which was fantastic. And do you remember the Buranovsky Babushki? You remember the grandmothers? Well done. Party for Everybody. They came second in 2012. I think most of them are dead now. And also, you remember Dana? Can you remember Dana's hit? What was it called? It was called All Kinds of Everything. And when she came back, I think she had All Kinds of Everything. The lyrics were made up of all things that remind you, wishing wells, wedding bells, early morning dew, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, the way that I love you, dances, romances. Ireland, of course, won it so many years, didn't they? Eventually, they actually sort of turned up with sort of Jedward, and luckily that killed it stone dead. Do you remember Dana International? Dana International? That was a song called Diva. Jedward had a song called Waterline. And to be honest with you, we only wish they had. Josh Dubovi, That Sounds Good to Me, which was a 2010 entry. It received an embarrassing null point across the whole board. Also, Hard Rock Hallelujah. I loved by Lordi. Hard rock. They like stuff like that, don't they, in sort of places. Do they come in? Did they come in completely dressed? In that, because it was all prosthetics and I mean, watch them because the song was really good. Jedward, of course, were rubbish. No Angels, Disappear. Scooch. Yeah, we came 22nd with that one. We're flying the flag. Unfortunately, we weren't flying it high enough. Didn't do very well at all. And then Verka Seduka. Do you ever remember this one? This one you have to watch. This is a political storm that was caused here in Helsinki. He became the first drag act to represent his country. Einstein 34. Do you remember that one? he tried to qualify every year, but he was dressed up in sort of the most. But I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I thought it was hilarious. I always think everybody was better than us, marginally more interesting. Right, who earns the most money? Come on, here we go. Let's have a quick look. Adele, what do you think she's worth? Quickly, give me a figure. 150 million. That's what she's worth. How much do you think Joey Essex is worth? The man who can't tell the time. Poor old Joey. He's done pretty much everything, but it's on the downward slide. 6 million, they reckon. Well, because he's done TV appearances, brand endorsements, PAs. But unfortunately, once you've seen one dim person, you see another one. Samantha Faiers, it's one of the Faiers sisters. They reckon she's worth 7 million. Harry Styles is worth 60 million. Zayn Malik, they reckon 53 million. I don't know why, he hasn't done anything since One Direction. Also, who's that a picture of? Mark Wright, they reckon is worth 9 million. No, he doesn't present the right stuff. No, he's on air. He's on one of our... How much is he paying? I want to find that one out. How much is Robbie Williams worth? That's an interesting one. Robbie Williams, 150 million is very close. 175 million, which is interesting because Rod Stewart is only worth 190 million, but Sting, they say, is worth 200 million. Rita Ora, 18, so she's way down the list. Mick Jagger, 275 million. J.K. Rowling, what's she worth? Here we... 2 billion, no, too much money. You know how much it is? Come on, how much? 750 million. I mean, but the trouble is, but she's so ordinary. She's very unaffected. 750 million. Me, I'll probably be the same, actually. By the time you bought the house and you bought a car, well, and you know, got rid of a few of your naff friends, I mean, what's the point? You know, you can't change anything else. You've got to be careful who you hang around with, because they might be after your money. Mary Berry's worth 15 million. Graham Norton's worth 24 million. Holly Willoughby, 11 million. James Corden, 12. Yeah, James Corden, 12. David Walliams, 20 million. Simon Cowell, how much is Simon Cowell worth? What do you reckon? About... Joe says 80, and you say 200. Well, you're the nearest. 385 million. Kate Winslet, 62 million. Cara Delevingne, 22 million. Emma Watson, 65 million. Daniel Radcliffe, 90 million. Because, I mean, I knew that he was worth a lot. George and Amal Clooney, 270 million. The Beckhams, 355 million. Catherine Zeta-Jones and Michael Douglas, 210 million. Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne, 150 million. Not really a lot, is it? But, I mean, let's face it. You know, I mean, it's not bad. Stephen Fry, 20 million. Stephen Merchant, 40 million. He's worth more. Yeah, because he's carved out a career of his own. He did Lip Sync Battle, starred in a West End play and picked up an HBO deal to write and star in Hello Ladies, a series built around his stand-up. He lives in LA. He bought Ellen DeGeneres' old home. He's gigantic. He's 6'9" or so, ridiculously tall. Billy Connolly, 16 million. Michael Palin, 19 million. Peter Kay, 50 million. Because he's worked very hard. Ricky Gervais, 105 million. Michael McIntyre, 62 million. Paul McCartney. 250 million. No, up. 800, no, closer though, 750 million. You'd think he'd be worth more after all those hits. Yes, we don't put Michael Jackson. I think they tried to buy it back from Michael Jackson's estate, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, 750 million, so he's obviously had to have a little bit of a spend. But Michael McIntyre has done 5 series of The Big Show, 62 million. I remember some years ago, he just picked up a cheque for royalties for more than 20 million. That was for a year. That was for... Small wonder comedians hate him. I love him. Anthony Joshua, who apparently has something to do with boxing, is worth 64 million. Lewis Hamilton. How much is Lewis Hamilton worth? There you go, there's an interesting one. Somebody who breaks the speed limit, you know. 210? What do you reckon, Joe? 120? No, actually the producer's nearer. 187 million. That's a lot of money, isn't it? He does wear the oddest clothes. Bernie Eccleston. Go on, have a guess on Bernie Eccleston. Come on, what are you putting a figure on? 1.2 billion, Joe? You're going to say that as well? He's worth 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion. Gareth Bale, who apparently has something to do with football. Doesn't really help me at all. He's worth 100 million. 100 million. Small wonder... 300 grand a week. Yeah, that's similar. That's what we get. And can you imagine 300 grand a week? Small wonder most of them fall off the rails. They really do. It's very interesting, though, isn't it, when you think how much money people can make, and then people say to me, I think Gemma Collins is only worth 5 million, but I bet she hasn't got 5 million cash. She won't have anywhere near 5 million cash. And if she has, I should imagine the taxman will be looking at it more carefully. I hate it when people tell you what they're earning, because they always think, yeah, that's what you're telling us. What have you told the taxman? They do read newspapers. Boris, according to The Sun on Sunday, this is danger zone. This is the most dangerous phase of the battle against coronavirus. So he will say, during this live TV address, that the risks are greater now than at any stage since the stay-at-home restrictions were put into place. So that was 7 weeks ago. He said it's dangerous. We're past the peak. We'll have to work even harder to get every step right. Well, judging by the amount of people who were out on the roads yesterday and sitting in the parks and all the rest of it, quite clearly some people think it's finished. No more danger of dying of coronavirus. Think again. Think again, please. Oh, look, Rhiannon Sugden, just when she announced some years ago that she was giving up this sort of get your boobs out for the boys, here she is again. She's sticking to the coronavirus social guidelines. How riveting. What's she famous for? Nothing. She sells stories on people. She sells stories. Sunday Express, virus threat still critical. They say the measures are going to be loosened tonight. But he's only got 10 minutes to do this then. It's not going to be a lot that he's coming up with. Also, congratulations, Sheridan Smith has got a baby boy. It's her first child. So she was lovely, actually, when she came in. She'd been through a rough time with the press. Public out of the house because it was sunny, and the police are struggling. They can't do anything. People sitting on benches next to each other. I mean, have you heard that people are dying? It really is terrible. People at low risk of COVID complications should be allowed to consider voluntary infection. So says a Cambridge academic. Lovely. Spain warms to the relaxing of rules. In Barcelona, they were out on the surf. And also Margaret. Margaret is 103. And she's celebrated with residents at her retirement complex. 103. She looks blooming good on 103. She's holding a glass, but I suspect she won't drink the contents because it looks like it's booze. And the outrageous showman who taught the world to rock and roll. The tributes flood in for Little Richard, a founding father of rock and roll who died yesterday at the age of 87. He had been ill for 2 months, but he died peacefully at his Tennessee home. Quarter worth 352 quid. Yep, that's it. 52 years working and now retired on a 30-year-old canal boat. Not a lot to show for it. £352. But that actually, you are not alone. Because James O'Brien did a piece on this ages ago, and it turned out, when we were discussing that all these businesses had closed down and how long people were going to survive, and I said they're going to find it very difficult, unless landlords are going to be very generous to them, which I don't think they are in every particular situation. But most people, they say, haven't got any more than £100 worth of savings. Which I think is, I mean, I used to be like that. But now, for the past God knows how many years, I've been very good. I would rather save than spend. I like spending, but now, especially during this thing, I don't seem to be taking money out of the bank as often because everything's going on a card. So it's all going on there. But I'm watching it, but I'm definitely spending less. Definitely spending less. But, if all these people, we have a couple of businesses round our way that were just about getting ready to open when the coronavirus came along, which is now stay alert, control the virus, stay safe. It's a case of they haven't been open. They haven't been open. So what are they doing? They've got no income coming in. Some of them have been a bit industrious and they put a table up in their shop, blocking the entrance. You can't go in, and they will serve you coffee and stuff like that. And there's one restaurant in Twickenham, surprisingly, it had only just opened. It's in a peculiar position. It's next door to the Co-op on the Richmond Road, and they've got signs in the window. We now sell potatoes, bread, flour, and I'm thinking, but it was a restaurant. How odd that they should start selling. But they're obviously being industrious. The butcher does quite well. The fish shop that we have in Twickenham, every day there are queues. He opens at 8 o'clock every morning, and they're just rushed off their feet. There would have to be, on average, at 8 o'clock in the morning, 30 people queuing. And, it's just amazing. Obviously, people are eating fresh. They go to market every day and get that. The butcher, obviously, he's fairly new, right next door to them, and he sells them. There's always been a queue for him, because, again, only 2 people in the shop at any one time, just to make sure that it's all safe and people step aside to let somebody come out. I've never been in the butcher's shop. I'll get there eventually. I'm told he's got a little piece of meat for me. There you go. And it's But the queues for the fish shop are quite amazing. It really is. I mean, I know that a lot of shops are very, very busy. Queues for Marks and Spencer's. If you go at 8 in the morning, hardly anybody in the queue, and you can get in fairly quickly. But if you leave it till 9 o'clock, Waitrose has got a queue around the block, and exactly the same for Marks and Spencer's. But the fish shop is the one that at Christmas, Stuart and his team have at least 150 people queuing for turkeys. He sells turkeys. Do you think turkeys are thinking perhaps we won't be needed this year? They're all being a bit complacent. The Daily Star. I love these stories. This is typical Daily Star. Psychic. Here we go. Ooh, I can look into those runes. Diana, she wants to save Harry, says this psychic. I mean, of course she does, dear. Of course she does. She's speaking to you from beyond the grave. It's marvellous. TV comedian Lee Francis. If he's wearing the hat, he's apparently Keith Lemon. But of course he always wears the hat because he's got no hair. He hates it when drunk women grope him, but he blames his lewd telly persona for the assaults. He's married, isn't he, I believe? He's married. But he's this sort of character, but he seems to be this character in everything. He's got a new show coming up. Also, I don't know whether any of you have ever seen that show on television, Naked Attraction. Yes, I thought you might have done. It's proving very popular with the elderly. Pensioners can't get enough of it. They've always been a bit like that, haven't they? I mean, to be honest with you, it must be the only time, if you're a pensioner and you've lived through the war or something like that, that there are stark naked people on the television showing their bits. My mother would turn in her grave. Seriously, showing their bits, full frontal nudity. Not just full frontal, they stand there chatting away like it's a cup of tea over the garden fence. Must be like going to a nudist camp. It really is. I mean, Anna Richardson says the programme is a massive hit with the nation's wrinklies. We've seen some of those wrinkles. Good Lord, I didn't realise. I mean, some of them, contestants' bodies are revealed in stages. I mean, just the sheer fear of that kind of thing. It would disappear, wouldn't it? Would disappear. Oh, dear me. I can't think of anything worse. People used to come out to moan about us, say the bin men. Now, they come out to say thank you. And so you should. So you should. They do a great job. Nick Ferrari is telling it like it is. And he's talking about everything from the drone cops flown to the testing times and those lovely pictures from 75 years ago. Alan Titchmarsh getting his show back again on the television. And Kelly Maloney's been fearing for her safety after being targeted by a stalker. The former boxing promoter, who used to be known as Frank, says she was stalked by this oddball online. Oh, God, there's some very odd people. Some very odd people. Can you be stalked online? Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can be stalked online, yes. Or they just write to you constantly. They write to you. But then I thought all you do is you just block them, don't you? If somebody's stalking you online, or unless they know where you live or something like that. But I think anybody who is stalked online, it would generally be these sort of people who have, they're not the full ticket. They've sort of got quite a few brain cells missing and teeth. And they probably live with their mummies. And they sort of live in a fantasy world. You know, we had one. Rages used to write to LBC. He thought he was in security. I mean, seriously, I mean, he couldn't have been more sort of quite a number of sandwiches short of a picnic. Speed cameras, don't like speed cameras, but if you speed, you kind of only got yourself to blame. And all these different people on the television. Gemma Collins, diva on lockdown, disappointing, no sign of a prison. The A word, not awful, but generally aggravating, says Gary Bushell. Yeah, Gemma Collins, she's not a diva at all. They said, oh, she's got some great one-liners. Oh, she hasn't. She hasn't got any lines at all. She can barely struggle through the English language. What is the point? And as I say, Keith, Lee Francis, Keith. So he's only Keith Lemon when he wears the hat. Which he wears all the time. Which he wears all the time. But they were saying that maybe that girl, Laura Whitmore, could... Well, no, really not. Thank you very much indeed. I think we've had quite enough of her. But I want to know more about the Corbynistas lashing out at Starmer for tuition fee betrayal. Now, interesting fact, you can talk to Keir Starmer tomorrow, because he's going to be on LBC at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock. I know this for a fact. Somebody says, I bet you're missing a trip to Costco. No. I went the other day to Costco. I queued for about, what did I queue for? 10, 15 minutes or something like that, with a load of other people, all socially distancing. Nipped in, bought a few little bits and pieces, What did I buy? I can't remember. They didn't have my big bottles of Prosecco, because at the moment they're cheaper in Marks and Spencer's, which comes in a gold bottle, if you buy the litre, and that's 18 quid. But I mean, it's an evening in, isn't it? For goodness sake, honestly, we all have a little bit of fun with a little bit of Prosecco. In fact, I spoke to somebody the other day, I won't mention their name, it's too embarrassing, but they said that during this sort of lockdown, they're drinking more. And we have a recycling bin for bottles. Well, it seems to be filled up on a daily basis. I've never known anything like it. I mean, people must be going... I mean, it used to be bad years ago. For me, I'd go into the off-licence. We don't seem to have off-licences. Does anybody know where an off-licence is now? Do we have any anymore? Or do people just go to the supermarkets and buy booze? Do you have an off-licence near you? Do you? Is it a brand off-licence? Oh, Nichols. Oh, right. Amazing, isn't it? I thought they'd all disappeared. We used to have a Bottoms Up. And we used to have a Liquor Mart, which was quite nice. There's one at Knaresborough, Biarritz. Oh, right. Because I'd gone, now the supermarkets can obviously sell it quite cheap. We used to have one, as I say, over the road to me, and at Christmas I tend to buy champagne to give to people as like a gift, because it's easier. No point in buying them oven gloves or something like that, because they don't want them. They look at them and go, "Oh, that's nice, Steve. Bet you never paid for that." And so I give champagne and chocolates. Well, sometimes I've had a little taste of the chocolates before I hand them over, especially if it's chocolate Brazils, so they just get a box of nuts. And all these, but all these things are disappearing now, aren't they, really? Which is a shame. Lots of complicated modelling by the professors. Okay, and also, if there was a shopping trolley in front of them, they'd be queuing at a supermarket. Shopping, yeah, okay. Somebody says, how did Rita Ora get 18 million? One hit and a load of pictures on the sidebar of shame to keep her... to keep the profile up. Well, I mean, she's as bad as the Beckhams, because every day there's another picture of Rita Ora. But the people who take the pictures then get a fee from the newspapers, and they split that with the person. So I think you'll find that Jordan used to have her photographer. They would actually take a picture. They would then sell the picture of Jordan bending over or something, or doing something interesting with a pony. And they would then sort of give this to the newspapers. The newspapers would then say, "Oh, that's worth 200 quid. And then they give, 30% or whatever it was to the artist concerned. I think that's how it works. And most of the photographers are now rebelled against it. Said, "No, we're not gonna take your picture. Not gonna bother. Not going to bother." We have photographers outside here. I say to them every day, no pictures. I've told you before. I do not want to be featured in the same papers as the Beckhams or Rita Ora, thank you very much indeed, or just about anybody else. So, 7 o'clock this evening, you will be there. You will, I promise you will be there, because you won't want to miss this, because, we've all been doing our guesswork as to what we think is going to be happening. I still stand by it. I think it'll be the garden centres open Wednesday. They'll be easing the restrictions. You can go out. You'll still be socially distancing. And they're not going to announce anything on restaurants or entertainment at the moment. I don't think so. It's too early. Too early. I think he might drop something in about schools, and anything else is in the lap of the gods. But that's what I think it'll be. A few more shops opening next week if they choose to, but you'll have to self-distance, and I think people will have to start wearing a lot more masks. I wear a mask. You might have some as well. And somebody said that earlier on, but they got shot down by Nick Abbott, saying you shouldn't buy masks because they should be for the NHS. No, if you go to the chemist, they've got... And you can buy them online. There's loads of masks available. Don't ever fear that there aren't any masks around. There are loads and loads of them. I wish you a pleasant day. So 6 o'clock this evening, Ian Dale will be here, and he'll take you through it all so we know where we are, OK? But just remember, it's not over by a long stretch. A long stretch. Have a safe day. Wrap up. It's going to get a little bit cold. Make sure you download the LBC app or the Global Player, because as well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and other LBC programmes on our LBC app, as well as listening to a range of podcasts. I mean, a huge range of podcasts. Steve, you have Last Try Wines, owned by Ricardo in Twickenham, says Helen. Thank you. There's one in St Margaret's, Crown Road. Look at this, honestly, I need to get out. So Wednesday, I'm going to phone my brother and say, here I come. I shall nip down there, drop something off for him, come straight back again. I can wave at him through the window of the car. I shall be wearing my mask and all my other little bits and pieces, and we're doing fine. You just have to observe it. You just have to observe it. We're going to be driven, says Boris, by the science, the data and the public health, and it's all conditional. It depends on a load of ifs. OK, it depends on a load of ifs. The entire country has got to follow the advice to observe social distancing, And you've got to keep that R down. So you've just got to be aware. I never quite understood what that was. I thought we were aware anyway. I don't understand why, we're not being aware now. But we could be by Wednesday. So June the 1st, after half-term, that's step 2. So they're going to monitor it. So it's exactly as I said yesterday. It's not any big changes at all. There's going to be no sort of, all right, you can all go out today and go, whoopee, take your masks off, start hugging people and touching. No, you can't do that. That's still a big no-no. But it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, I'm sure that we can all cope with things like that. We've managed it, people managed it in the war years. And God knows, anybody who tell you went through the war, they had it far tougher than we've got it. People were being killed indiscriminately, almost like at this precise moment. You didn't know if a bomb was going to drop on your house. As the Luftwaffe were bombing London and bombing all over the country. You didn't know. One minute you come home, from sort of attempting to go and do your job. Next minute you got no house. Or you're in an air raid shelter at night, or you're on the underground bedding down for the night. So it's all a bit of a worry. But it's exactly as we thought it was going to be. Now they're grilling the BA boss because of the 12,000 jobs which could go. He's all right, Jack. It's not his name, because he walks away in a few months' time with £30 million as his bonus. So that's good. He's retiring as he comes up to 60. They all look so old nowadays, don't they, for 60? Also, the lifeline for garden centres, hopes rise. Brendan Cole says he has to bat off rumours he's gay. No, you don't, dear. Nobody's remotely interested. Stop being silly. Also, the bloke from Crime Watch, Rav Wilding, is back on the beat, presumably no work. And the public transport, which will have hand sanitisers installed. Alicia Dixon's Golden Buzzer Act is a former convict for drug offences, but of course now he's done charitable things and all the rest of it, trying to play it down as quick as possible. David Boy Beckham has been caught driving without a seatbelt on. I've got no idea why. Perhaps the Beckhams think they're immune from things like that. And I said I would never use a car wash the other day, and somebody wrote to me, what's the matter with car washing? I said, I wouldn't use a car wash in a garage. Certainly not. With those big plastic things that whip the car paintwork. No, thank you. I don't want swirls on my car. And if proof were needed, there's a businessman here who's been left with a £4,500 bill after his Range Rover was battered by a car wash. He ended up being sort of dragged into the machine. It used to be a great one up at Beaconsfield, and it was like a disco. You went in, it was all flashing lights, and then the car went in and it sort of attached itself to a moving conveyor belt. So you just sat there and you didn't even need to steer, it just dragged you round. And you got flashing lights and music, and then all this foam appeared. It's like being at a foam party in Ibiza. And then you came out the other end, and then it sort of dried it, but it never dried it properly. That's why I prefer the hand washers. So much easier and so much better value. That way you get sort of 8 people who are all drying it, and they do it very well. So your car walks out looking fantastic, but never use a garage car wash. Not in a million years. Thank you very much indeed. Bad news for fans of Sylvester Stallone. He said that he's never going to get rid of his character Rocky. I have to tell you, I've never seen a Rocky film. I wouldn't be remotely interested. It's not my sort of thing at all. I'm amazed at how many they've actually managed to bring out that sort of people sort of follow them, don't they? That's it. But I don't know anything about them. I just know he was a boxer, and that's as far as it goes, I'm afraid. So the thought, and the fact that he said he's never going to kill the character off makes not one scrap of difference to me. I couldn't care less. But had such a nice weekend. I didn't manage to do anything. I've decided actually, while it's still a bit chilly bon outside, I'm not going to do anything with the plant pots. I'm going to start filling them up with earth very shortly. I was watching Ideal World yesterday, and I was watching Richard Jackson on QVC, and they've got all sorts of special deals on of earth and everything else. But I thought their earth on Ideal World was more expensive than my earth. I bought mine at Waitrose, as you know, because you can buy anything you like at Waitrose. It was all their plants they've got out. They've got absolutely everything. And so I'm buying everything. And can't wait till Wednesday, once they open the garden centres, because I'm going to go out and have a quick look. Still too early to put plants out into pots. Still too early. Little bit. Happy birthday today, not only to Will Guyatt. Thank you so much for all you do. And Jeremy Paxman. Jeremy Paxman, a little bit older than Will Guyatt. Jeremy Paxman is 70. 70. Doesn't look it, does he? Wasn't he the one complaining about pants Wasn't he buying pants in Marks and Spencer's and the elastic wasn't as good as he wanted or something? And of course, people were going, oh, he wears pants from Marks and Spencer's. Where else do you think you get these things from? Brendan, we've done the Brendan Cole one. The collector who's just paid 220 quid for a fake willy made out of metal, which the Roman soldiers used to wear round their neck as a lucky charm. And it was made out of metal, and it was about 1.5 inches long, so average. And they used to wear it, and somebody bought it, which reminds me, I was watching the Antiques programme yesterday, and they had the Scottish woman on there, whose name I can't remember, but she's always very cheerful. And she bought an item, she bought a Buddha. And she paid 50 quid for this Buddha. And I remember looking at it thinking, I've got a jade Buddha, which my parents bought in Hong Kong years and years ago. But this one obviously attracted a lot of attention. It's always two antique dealers pitted against each other. And so she paid 50 quid for this thing, and it was the last item to come up. And the auctioneer said, well, there's a bit of interest on this one, so I'm going to start the bidding at £1,000. Well, she nearly fell off a chair. And it didn't stop at the £1,000. It went on and on and on. And I think in the end, I'm pretty certain it was something like £4,500 it went to. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. Best one I've ever seen, because she was so shocked. But when he said, I've got interest on the books, sometimes it means that there's nobody actually in there. They're just online and nobody's going to pay for it. But then it was a bidding war actually in the actual auction room. 4,500 quid. So she won. She won, which was good. Elaine says, is there a limit on how far we can drive? Well, that's... The answer is, I don't know. It doesn't say that. It just says, and I quote, you can sit in the sun in your local park, you can drive to other destinations, you can even play sport, but only with members of your own household. So that's it. It says you can drive to other destinations. So from Wednesday, they want to encourage people to take more and even unlimited amounts of outdoor exercise. They say, and when you do go to work, if possible, do so by car. So obviously cars are okay. So that's my interpretation. You can drive to other destinations, but only with members of your own household. Well, in fact, I'm driving to a member of my own household. Well, not really my own household, but it's a member of the family. But we're not engaging in anything. I'm literally driving down, getting out the car, putting a couple of things through the letterbox, getting back in the car, and driving back home again. So I think that's okay. That's okay. They say you must obey the rules on social distancing. Well, if I'm driving by myself, I'm definitely social distancing. And to enforce the rules, they'll increase the fines for the small minority. But you've already heard from the police. How are they going to enforce that? Well, they're going to stand there just writing out tickets every day for people. Because at the moment, there's enough cars coming into London for it to look like normal. And I know, because I've been working in the capital for more than, 50 years. So I know exactly what the traffic looks like. 3 cups of green tea a day to beat obesity. Fantastic. We like that. And somebody says here, so no mention of the garden centres reopening by Boris. I think they're opening. I think they're going to open. So we're not too worried about that. I think you'll just check with your local ones. I think from Wednesday. Wednesday seems to be the D-Day. So I think he's actually going to be doing those. Steve, so people that were moaning about lockdown are now moaning that they're now encouraged to return to work. I know. Of course, it's wonderful, isn't it? The snowflakes are having a field day, because I don't know what they're doing at the moment. They've got no idea. I don't know, do we write abuse to somebody, or do we go out? Do we go to the supermarket, or do we write to somebody who's going to the supermarket? They're so torn twixt the devil and the deep blue sea. And you can only hope, can't you, it's the deep blue sea. Also, a lot of people... Shane in Sydney says it's really cold this morning in Sydney. Blooming cold over here as well. Very cold over here. It really is very, very thing. Steve, Sheila Fogarty has described Stay Alert the best so far. Yes, a lot of people seem to like it. I didn't understand what it was. Seriously, I didn't quite understand. I understood the last one. Don't understand this one at all. Carl says, can you believe what absolute nonsense and utter rubbish broadcast last night by the Prime Minister? It's unbelievable. Well, I've been through it. It doesn't... But we knew it wasn't going to say anything, Carl. We knew that it was never going to be going, that's it. You just carry on. You have a party. You do a hokey-cokey up and down the road to celebrate people who've died of coronavirus. A lot of people have been complaining about that. A lot of people have been complaining about the fact that, we're not self-isolating. But I'm telling you, in Germany, they've just had a surge in deaths. everywhere where they went, oh, it's okay now. It's fantastic. You can go out, you jump about and go and hold hands with your neighbours. And all those places have seen a surge in deaths. And the one thing, as I say, we don't want is a surge in deaths. We don't want that. I promise you, we don't want it. I don't want to hear from you telling me that there's a member of your family that's died through coronavirus. We were trying to work out the other day. Do you remember I told you about Roy died from Siegfried and Roy, the big American magicians? And he died. He had coronavirus. He was 75. Mind you, his fragility was there for all to see. But I began to wonder where he got it from. Was he going out? Did he get it from Siegfried? Has Siegfried got it? Is there somebody in their household who's got it? Because somebody gave it to him. You don't just sort of pick it up, do you? Ridiculous. Steve, can you comment on dream things? Says Carl. Mine are off the wall with recurring dreams every single time I manage to get 20 minutes sleep. Are you eating before you go to bed? Generally, eating before you go to bed means that you get dreams. But they all come down to it. There are so many dream analysis books. And so if you've been having weird dreams during lockdown, I mean, lots of people have been having them. And so these are pandemic dreams. I mean, in sleep, I think what you dwell on is unfinished business. If you go to bed with something that's worrying you, you will dream about that something. So I've had them. I mean, normally our dreams are just processing ancient memories or something that's happened. Most of mine are they're really off the wall. Sometimes I dream about people at work. People that I've worked with. And I often think, I wonder if they're thinking about me as well. And so, you have weird dreams as well. But it's either food, cigarettes or alcohol induced. And of course, as they only last a matter of seconds, you when you wake up, try and remember what they are and write them down, because I promise you it'll look like utter rubbish when you finally get out of bed. So I don't do dream interpretation. I've done programs on dream interpretation, but they're mainly due to something that's worrying you. It's like, why do people go... It's like at the moment in the papers, there's somebody who's calling herself Diana's closest psychic, claiming that Diana spoke to her for 14 hours a day, which is the biggest load of hooey you've ever heard. But of course, you can't prove it because Diana's dead. And these people can say anything they like about Diana. And you also got Colin Campbell, the one who calls herself a lady. Although if you saw her in the jungle, lady is the last thing she ever is. No class whatsoever. You don't talk like that. Don't you speak to me like this. Oh, she was terrible in the jungle. She really was. What a talentless woman. But she's going to write a book about Harry and Meghan. Because apparently she's been talking to the family. They've been over and stayed with her. And she's going to write a book about it. Just what we need, isn't it? Another book on Harry and Meghan. Not. Thank you very much indeed. Lee says, does that mean I can now play golf with my father? Well, if you can't actually play golf, then this doesn't sort of help you play golf. It's not one of those sort of things that it means that you go, oh, now you can play golf. And you go, but I couldn't play golf yesterday. Well, today you can play tennis as well. All of a sudden you're out there, Roger Federer, eat your heart out. But yes, I mean, yes, you can do it, but you can't get too close. In other words, you can't go out with both members of your family if they're still alive. You can only play with one member. So you can play with your father or your mother. But if your mother can't play tennis, there's no point, is there? You'll be standing there hitting the ball over net for nothing. She'll be going, I'll do it next week. Much easier. Regarding why would people be calling the DVLA just about a week of the lockdown, I bought a private plate for my car and couldn't assign it online. Oh, right. And said to send the paperwork into them. So I've tried to call them. So God knows how many other people will be calling them for other car-related things. I would have thought you could assign a number plate. Of course, it's getting the car number plate made is a bit of a problem because all the places where you go to get them made would be closed at the moment. So again, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Noting your comments, says Ken, on Trojan Records last week, not forgetting Island Records. Did you ever compare Desmond Dekker and the Aces? No. His words for the recording of the Israelites. Well, I'll get up in the morning slaving. But I used to go to Trojan Records. It was opposite a pub called the White Hart in Wilston. And it was a Nissan hut, if you remember what Nissan huts were. And I remember going in there and I said, I'm a DJ. I mean, nobody knew who I was. I wasn't anybody. And they gave me some free records to take away. But I bought everything that came out on Trojan. Lovely. But you went to the Newmarket discotheque where the happy people go, says Ken. Oh, dear. Do you know, I could listen. Did you see the other day? Oh, you probably didn't, actually. So I only caught it by mistake. They were doing a thing with... Robbie Williams. And somebody, and I can't remember who it is, I think it's the man from, it's a programme on the television where there's two of them, and they make them do tasks. They're celebrities sitting in a little theatre on chairs. Taskmaster, is it called, or something like that? And the man on there, and they'd rewritten Angels, but the reggae version. And it was fantastic. It was really good. I listened to it. They did it on Sunday brunch. And they were saying, we've got a reggae version. You got Robbie Williams at home singing along to Angels. So they got his permission and Guy Chambers' permission. And they've done a version of Angels, but in reggae. Best thing I've heard in ages. Everybody said so. They went, oh, that's good. Bit nice, because anything reggae. I was going through all my favourite reggae tracks the other day on YouTube. Producers discover the delights of YouTube. It's also to discover the delights of crunching Werther's originals just to really annoy me. He cannot put a sweet in his mouth and just leave it there. Just leave it there. No, he has to bite it and crunch it. And the noise, it does not make life more exciting. It's just very, very annoying. Very annoying. Your teeth will drop out. Nice to have your company, Nice. Steve, we were peeling apples for a pie. Dream. Fantastic. And another one here, which says, the news lady says you can mix with others and friends. You cannot mix with others who are not from your household. Well, it depends where you are. Depends exactly where you are. But and then somebody says, you must be gutted the garden centres aren't opening. No, they're opening on Wednesday. They're opening on Wednesday. It's in the papers today. They didn't specifically say them, but they're allowed to open from Wednesday. You know, it's up to them. They're already open, actually. There's a centre in South East London. There's a garden shop in Bagshot. Partly open. Yeah. Yeah. This is according to the newspapers. All the newspapers are running with exactly the same thing. So the pubs will be shut for months. Sport, you can go out there. Unlimited outdoor exercise. Driving to outdoor activities will be allowed. But trips to see family are not. Airport arrivals, except from Ireland and France, face being quarantined. You can sit on a bench with a pal from Wednesday, as long as you stay 2 metres apart. Cafe and restaurants with outdoor space and cinemas could reopen from July. And families, nothing on when you'll be able to see your family and friends again. No guidance for 1.5 million vulnerable people who fear isolation. But no, garden centres, they've already started opening up. They've got exactly the same as before. Somebody's standing outside going, we've got 10 people in here already, so don't worry about it. And then somebody says you can stay inside. No, what do I want to do that for? I'm out gardening. Phew, am I ever? I went out, I bought all my earth, got all my things, waiting for all the plants to arrive, so that's good. It says, with your poor health. I don't have poor health. A bit of a nosy old bag, aren't you? Why would you think I've got poor health? I'm the healthiest person you'll ever meet. I bounce out of bed every morning, unlike a lot of people nowadays. And, of course, all those other people that I know who are saying, so what are you going to be doing? When people get to 70, they're going to be held back. Well, just keep it quiet. Who's going to know? What are they going to do? Stop you? And say, excuse me, how old are you? I don't look anywhere near my age, so I'm fantastic. Somebody says the Prime Minister made no mention of us 70-plus decrepids. I go out food shopping anyway. You do that. As long as you socially distance, as long as you wear a mask. Wear a mask. They're so inexpensive, really. You can buy them all over the place. Get them online. Get them on... what did I buy the other day? Somebody told me about a vitamin supplement, which is very good. Vitamin D. It's called the Sunshine Pill. And so I thought, because I'm always keen to try different things. I take enough tablets in the course of the day anyway. I thought I might as well try some more. And this is vitamin D, and you get a whole year's supply for something like 15 quid. One tablet, you get 365 tablets, and it's vitamin D, and vitamin D is very good. It's like the equivalent of sitting in the sunshine. So I thought, if a friend of mine said you should get some vitamin D, because so at the moment I'm doing turmeric tablets, and now I'm doing vitamin D. The vitamin D arrived this morning. So I'm very happy. Very, very happy. Steve, cheese makes you dream. Yes, cheese. I don't know why cheese makes you dream. I can't remember why that is. I bought some milk the other day. I've decided, actually, I don't drink very much milk. I drink more water than milk. And absolutely love it. But if I get a craving in the middle of the night for some ice cold milk, I try and wean myself off it. I try and sort of, no, don't do that. Just drink some water. But then the trouble is water goes right through you very, very quickly. Steve, I had a number plate made up during lockdown and as a present for my son's 17th. No driving lessons, though. Car spare companies have been operating as normal, says Nick. Halfords have been open too, and no doubt other companies. Really? Is that seen as essential? I wouldn't have thought that would be essential. But, those garages are open. I see no reason why you shouldn't have other places. It depends what people think is... I don't do my washing and ironing, as you know. I haven't done it for best part of 25 years. Mainly because I can't be bothered. Mainly because I'm one of those people, I think, life's a bit too short. I work... I don't play too hard. I do, if the restaurants were open, I'd be playing a bit hard. But at the moment, not. In fact, the worst thing is I've not had the car washed for the best part of 7 weeks. Normally, I'm a twice-a-week person. If it gets... And then they said, it was going to rain yesterday. Never rained at all. I was very disappointed. Although windy, my big super boss, Ashley, wrote about the wind. I think he was talking about the wind. And round my way, I was just about to turn the bed down, as you do, living in a hotel. And all I could do was... And I thought, what the dickens is that? Looked outside. Things are blowing around a treat because the wind was coming in, all from the Arctic, which I always think is quite exciting, really, don't you? Steve, what are your thoughts on the government saying stay alert? Well, I didn't know what it was. Of course we're staying alert. I stay alert every day. I come in here, I get in the car, come in here, drops me off. I walk about, 50 feet and walk in the front door, got my mask on, make myself a cup of tea. This morning it was mushroom soup. I had a cup of mushroom soup and sort of settled down, wander through the papers. Serena will have a little chat to me. Ducks this morning. Don't even ask. She's going on about ducks or something. Ducks on a pond, ducks here, ducks there. And I said, well, just go down to the pond and wave some hoisin sauce and a pancake near them. I said, they'll soon get the message. And so I do that. Then we come in here and we do a little bit of a recording. And then I leave the producer there. So is the podcast up now? Are we all up? We're all up singing and dancing? Lovely. Thank you. So so the podcast from yesterday is up. Very busy time yesterday. Very busy. All we were thinking on was exactly, what was Boris going to be saying. And we decided at the end that he wasn't going to be saying an awful lot. And I remember Andrew Castle saying to one of his guests, of course, it's only 10 minutes. And Andrew Castle was as incredulous as everybody else. 10 minutes, he kept saying. 10 minutes? I thought it was half an hour. Steve, did Boris mention hair salons? No, but they're open all over the place. There's a woman who's been caught out offering services. And in fact, you'll remember this woman. She's a particularly stupid person. She's got a salon, and she was offering to an undercover reporter, totally breaking the law, of course. And this is the same one who tried to bring in protected snake skins to make handbags and stuff like that. Ghastly piece of work. Ghastly piece of work. So Boris not mentioning hair salons. Cheese makes you dream as it affects your liver, says Nicola. I would have thought that would have been the booze that would have affected your liver. But everybody dreams on cheese. It's like some people never dream. Some people never had a dream in their entire life. I remember a friend of mine used to talk in their sleep. Sorry? I had no idea what they were saying. No, I don't think they knew what they were saying either. But I'm not sure about peeling apples for a pie, James, because actually, being the laziest person in the kitchen, I wouldn't peel an apple. I'd go and buy a jar of ready-made apple puree to just pour into a pie. I wouldn't be peeling anything at all. Get the servants to do that. I can't do stuff like that. It's not my sort of thing. I get Will Guyatt will probably send his daughter round. She could do it. Although I suspect she'd make a complete mess and a hash of the garden, so we're not going to be doing that one anytime soon. So what else? Oh, Benidorm. Poor old Benidorm. They're a bit worried. If the Brits don't go there, Benidorm might lose millions and millions and millions. But of course, nobody's going on holiday, are they? Because you can't find an aeroplane. Darren can't find one to get him back down to London. Stone says, I've just listened to the reggae version of Angels. It's great. It's good, isn't it? It kind of works. In fact, I think it's better than the original. Will the team get a bigger venue for this year's Make Conversation gig so we can have the same number of audience at a social distance? Well, before this came along, we were looking at a much bigger venue because last time round, as you know, we sold out the Leicester Square Theatre, but it only holds 400 plus. And we sold the 400 out quite quickly, which of course was a lot bigger than the Hippodrome. So they were looking for somewhere bigger. But of course now this has come along. It was all a bit of a pain, which is a shame. Steve says, Shane, restaurants and cafes are going to open on Friday in Sydney, but it will only allow 10 people in at the moment. See, they're not going to make any money with 10 people going in there, are they? They're really not. Anyway, there was a hilarious bit. Poor old Gemma Deluded Collins. She was having, luckily this programme has finished now, this Diva Forever. Apparently she got so many funny one-liners, just they don't feature in the programme. They must have cut them all out. And she was sort of saying to somebody giving her a massage, Because, I mean, she's heading into her, middle 50s now, I think, even though she's sort of playing age is about 12. And she insisted that Captain Tom deserved to be knighted, and she wanted her assistant, she has an assistant, I mean, as you can well imagine, to find out from the Queen why was she not getting an OBE. And I thought, well, I don't actually want to sort of burst her bubble, but it's got nothing to do with the Queen who gets OBEs. It comes from Downing Street, but let's not tell her. She says, the thing is, I've been doing my bit for the nation. I wonder if in years to come I'll be getting an OBE. Well, not really. You need to get some audience figures. Because the last series of this diva stuff in 2019, which was 7th of August, so less than a year ago, started off at 797,000. By the time we got to episode 2, 7 days later, she'd hemorrhaged more than 100,000 people. It was down to 644. Then it dropped to 623. Then it slightly went back up again to 676, and then it dropped down again for the final one at 601,000. I've got a bigger audience here. Much bigger audience, poor old soul, honestly. And she goes, I've been entertaining the nation. What, less than 1 million people? You haven't entertained anybody. You're a bit delusional, dear. A little bit delusional. And, of course, still single, which is a little bit worrying, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Dane Bowers, although as the producer types up, Dame Bowers, so he's obviously had one of those little operations, tells all on Victoria Beckham's crazy battle for number 1. I mean, that was so many years ago, everybody had forgotten the fact she was in a group. Plus, Alicia Dixon's Golden Buzzer Act is a former convict, but they've obviously tried to do damage limitation by saying, oh, he's raised a lot of money for charity. Yeah, he was in Nick for 15 months for drugs. Joey Essex is going to sell his own skipping rope. It's not really working for Joey Essex now, isn't it? I think we've seen stupid people on the television, and I think the act has worn a little bit thin. Plus the protesters taking on the police in Berlin. These are supposedly ordinary members of the public who want to come away from the lockdown and go out shopping again. Until you see who they are, they look like out and out thugs. That's what they look like, attacking the police as if it's got anything to do with the police. They're that stupid. But there again, we get stupid people in this country who go out and sit in parks and everything else. And, it's just ridiculous. But you could see what they were straight away. They were far-right thugs. And so the police bring out the tear gas and everything else. I mean, you only have to look at their face. They're not ordinary people. They're thickos. We've got them in this country as well, but they make television programmes about them over here. The sight of Gemma Collins trying to get out the pond made me quite bilious yesterday. The trouble is, I don't know why they go diva. There's nothing diva-ish about it. She's just an overweight girl who's not very good at anything. She can't sing. She can't dance. She's very good at falling down trapdoors, though. That's the best bit, isn't it? That's always the hilarious bit, which she did at the Youth Awards. And she's very good at breaking cover and going over to see Little Arge. Wonder what that was for. Perhaps they're halfway through a jigsaw. Steve, Nicola Sturgeon's hair hasn't grown a millimetre in 7 weeks. Where's Jimmy Cranky getting her hair cut? I don't know. Wee Jimmy Cranky. I wish I'd get my hair cut. I had another go at it this morning, and I was sort of looking at it thinking, this is not going well, Steve. Open up the hairdressers. Do what they do in Germany. Some of the places in Germany and in Austria where they wear masks. I don't mind wearing a mask, just so somebody can sort of, give it... You just feel a bit yucky. It's not brilliant. So. Potter Gold by Beatrix sells for over £200,000. It's some lovely drawings from Beatrix Potter, which is really fantastic. Also, Little Richard's life, even more outrageous than you could ever imagine. And it's so outrageous, I'm not even going to be repeating what he got up to. I mean, it was just, you seriously wouldn't believe it. It's just so, oh my God. So, goodness sake. David Beckham, as I say, caught driving without a seatbelt on. He obviously thinks he's above the law, and he wonders why he wasn't given a knighthood. Oh, sorry, that was for other reasons. Joanna Lumley says, ditch foreign hen do's, go to a local pub. Exactly. Then you've got so far to fall home. All these people who go to, where do they go to? Dubai is very popular. Budapest is very popular. Where else do they go to? There's hen nights, Vegas. Well, you can't go to any of these places at the moment, so why don't you just go to the local pub? Steve, the Best of Steve Allen podcast is on the app, but it's only 3 minutes long. Is it? We are investigating and fixing with haste. The Best of Steve... 3 minutes long. Has that left all the best bits in, do you think? A whole 3 minutes. That was it. Repetition, deviation, hesitation. 3 minutes. You want any more than that? Yeah, pay for it. Never had one at 3 minutes. don't think so. But never mind. So the technical team are working. Even as we speak, the technical team are working on it. I mean, their fingers are worn to the bone. They really are. They're doing their very best. So what have we got? We've got 20 to 5. The Sun this morning, ready, steady, slow. The 3-step plan, which is what we said. I said it'd be spread over the weeks. The going back to work only if it's safe, and the madness to risk a second spike. We don't want that. We don't want to be like Germany, thank you very much indeed. And fashion fans are paying 700 quid plus for Stella McCartney pullovers made of leftover wool. Good heavens above. Men's jumpers sell for more than £300. I see, I don't mind that. I don't mind somebody, recycling things, because there's loads of woolen jumpers that we've probably all got. Producer wears them every day. And you could probably recycle them and turn them into something else. So, we'll see. So the green light in, not before July 1st, for dining at cafes and restaurants. Primary years 1 and 6 go back, shops reopen. That's not before June the 1st. Return to job if possible, enjoying parks and beach. So, we'll wait and see. So they've got a new monitoring system. Safe, initial alert, need to be on guard but safe to lift some lockdown restrictions. NHS under pressure, which is current status, and then NHS, the red one, is overwhelmed, but it's not got to that stage. There's a brazen estate agent have boasted about carrying out 60 house viewings during lockdown. Liddington Bone Property resumed business 3 weeks ago, despite being deemed non-essential by ministers. It claims to be sticking to social distancing rules. The boss, Alistair Bone, who's based in Gloucester, says, business is booming. I've sold 4 houses, rented 6 since lockdown. I'm being safe, I wear gloves. I'm the only person doing viewings on empty properties. Mr Bone, who got a £10,000 hardship grant from Gloucestershire Council, said, if the government want to pay my wages, that's fine. Locals reported Mr Bone to the police. Estate agent Ian King says on social media, this is illegal. Has the bloke got no morals or any idea that he could kill someone? Probably not. Probably not. Non-essential shops, what would they be? So a phased reopening of non-essentials is planned for June the 1st. So outlets such as dry cleaners, sports retailers, kitchen stores, trading for the first time in at least 10 weeks. Fantastic. Open up Robert Dyas. Get Robert Dyas open. I'm in dire need of Robert Dyas. Thank you very much indeed. The Queen, not safe in the public for years. The virus fear will limit her to videos. That's okay. That's okay. As long as she's safe, that's all we need. I'm not bothered about anything else. I really don't care. So here's the comic, Nabul. His name is Abdul Rashid, who wowed fans with his jokes about being a Muslim in Britain, but it turns out he's a crim. The judge told him, you're an edgy Judge Alicia told him, you're edgy, charismatic. I loved it. He spent 15 months in jail for a drugs offence. He now helps vulnerable kids keep out of trouble. And said he also has raised a lot of money for refugees as part of a charity comedy tour. So it goes on. He says, I use satire on ignorance, racism or homophobic people because they don't listen to rationale. Yes. It's amazing how many people are ex-crims who keep popping up on the television. Prince Andrew... Yes, he's still saying nothing. They've now got girls who said, yes, he was definitely inside the house. Well, you know that, because we've seen him inside, peering out through the door, looking very sheepish. That's all, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. They've also, I think, his Prince Andrew Charitable Trust is to be wound up. Not looking good for him, is it really? Not looking good at all, but there again, couldn't happen to a nicer person. And then, you seriously can't believe this one. You seriously cannot believe the rank stupidity of somebody called Kelsey Chambers. Kelsey Chambers is 19, okay? And she decides that she's going to have fake tan. So she puts on St. Moritz Darker Than Dark, which she bought online. And it looks ridiculous. So how did she think she was going to get rid of it? Most people would just sort of leave it and sort of suffer with it until it wears off. It generally wears off after about a week or so. No, she decided to put bleach on her face and bleach off the fake tan. That's how stupid she is. So she says, I hated being pale, left it on for an hour, and that's how it turns out. When I realised it was that dark, I laughed for hours and was shocked and wasn't leaving the house looking like that. The experience has not put her off. She says, I still use the fake tan, but I don't use so much, and I guess it goes on much better. So she put bleach on. Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. Don't ever talk about, anything like that, because there will be simple people who might think, oh, that works, I can change the colour and just put some bleach on. No, you can't. No, you can't. Steve, what's Joanna Lumley talk about go to local pub? Is she not aware? Well, don't be stupid. Quite clearly she's not talking about now, is she? I mean, come on, grow up. She's talking about when you don't need to go abroad to have a hen party or a stag do. Use your local pubs. That's what it is. How about sunbed shops, says Paul. I don't know are there any sunbed shops anymore? I've not seen sunbed shops around for ages and ages. I used to use a sunbed years and years ago. I've not used a sunbed for ages. It seems to clash with diabetes, which is, Steve, Collier's launches. You love using that service up to Hampton Court on the boat, sipping a drink or two. I have a cup of tea on that, says Brian. He says, can I ask you to support this and even ask for your audience to support it? I've got no link. I just don't want to see it going down. This is Collier's Launches. What have we got on Collier's Launches? Online, we'll have a look. This is one of the boat services that runs up to Hampton Court. There they are. The business is sinking. They're seeking financial assistance. No sailings, overheads mounting. They fall between the government financial safety. They're looking for 25,000. They've got 8,500. I've been on this, but I've been on most of the boats going up and down the Thames. You can donate a tenner or 25 quid. Oh dear. And we don't want to lose any of these things. We really don't. I mean, we really don't. So I shall give them my support. They take thousands of people between Westminster, Kew Gardens, Richmond and Hampton Court Palace. They've got Princess Frida, that's the vessel, and it's a wartime hero contributing to Churchill's call to evacuate stranded soldiers. Many people enjoy the nostalgia of taking a relaxing trip on this historic boat. I've been on it. I love it. I love the boats going up the Thames. So there you go. You can check them out online. Colliers. Okay. But so far they've got about 239 people helping them out. So I don't want to lose anything. I really don't. Actually, I've got a phone call this morning with one of the management, and I think I might have some news for you tomorrow. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I don't want to sort of throw you a lifeline or anything like that, but I've got some news where you can help me. Steve, I always listen to the show from start to finish. Anyway, I try and guess what Eddie's Steve Allen soundbite will be. Is he still running those? Is he still running this? Is he really? Oh, bless his heart, honestly. Bless his heart. We haven't had I'm always wrong, as you know. I am absolutely terrible. I'm absolutely terrible at trying to work out what Eddie's team and Eddie will come up with for the Steve Allen soundbite. So we'll try and find out, actually. There must have been one for Friday. Yeah, Friday would have been the last one. So this was the soundbite for Friday. Sometimes they're about 20 seconds. Sometimes they're about a minute and a half. They're never too long at all, but it's always. Oh, we'll have it after the. Oh, we're having it after. Very, very assertive this morning. We'll have it after the break, he said. No more Werther's originals for you, mate. It's 12 minutes. We found there was no Steve Allen soundbite on Eddie's show on Friday because it was VE Day, but we found Thursdays. This is about the shortest one on record. This is what they played on Thursday. I'm a bit like Hyacinth Bouquet. That was it. I'm a bit like Hyacinth Bouquet. I was watching her the other day. She's as mad as a broomstick in that Keeping Up Appearances programme. Wednesday, I'm not keen on trout. I saw somebody doing a recipe the other day with trout. I think it might have been on Saturday Kitchen. And I was sort of watching it and I was thinking, trout, would I ever eat trout? And I thought, this programme must have been pre-recorded because they were all standing right next to each other. So definitely not my sort of thing. Another one here, very quickly. Says, if anybody knows where sunbed shops are, do tell, because we couldn't find any, actually. Steve, Elaine from Twickenham, glad you're well. We find shopping is quiet in the mornings, everybody keeping distance. When do you think the tips will be open for the garden refuse? Also, can you take strawberries with your condition? I tend not to. They are actually a little bit sweet for me. I've had a few strawberries. The British ones are fantastic. British strawberries are very good at the moment. But no, I don't have them very often, just very, very occasionally. I thought the tips were opening. Didn't somebody say in the paper the other day there was a queue of about 100 cars trying to take stuff to the tip? I didn't even know where the tip was. I'm assuming it must be the one which is now near, I think it's near the rugby ground. That's what I think, actually. But I don't know. I've never been to the tip. I've never been. Steve, you're cheering me up this morning. Good, Steve. Somebody says, "Don't make sure you stay safe." Don't. What do you think I'm going to do? Put myself at risk? Don't be silly. Why would you want to put yourself intentionally at risk? Put it this way: stents aren't going to affect anything in the slightest. Absolutely not. And I'm not obese, so I think you're impertinent. Okay. So you worry about yourself, because believe you me, I've seen your profile, and I think you need to worry about yourself. Steve, it's LBC is the best thing at about 4:30. Newborn baby feeds. His wit and comments bring a smile to a sleep-deprived face. Oh, God. Actually, I thought I was looking much younger this morning. Do I look younger? Yeah. You know what? Can you say that without smiling? I'm using my new cream I bought from JML, which you put around your eyes, and it makes you look so much younger. Yeah? I think it's working. Yeah. I mean, apparently it's taken at least minutes off me. So certainly nothing. I put it on the other day and I left it. They said it works in a minute. Well, an hour later, I'm still looking old and haggard. So I've decided it's definitely not working at all. I do look, yeah, thank you, see? I knew somebody would tell me the truth. You creep, you're getting no more Worths originals, okay? That's out for you. If you can't suck a sweet quietly without cracking it between your teeth, honestly. You just kept biting them. And he said, "Oh, I can't do it any other way." I thought, of course you can. Where's your willpower? Try and get him sort of doing. He kept sending pictures over the weekend, but you know what he does? He polices together with Will Guyatt all of my texts and emails. I mean, they're brilliant. In fact, actually, there's a whole load of them actually doing it. I wouldn't like to just throw it on Will and Corey, because there's loads of people do it. I mean, literally, there must be about 20 people that sort of monitor things. It's fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's very difficult being me, I decided. Steve, since having bought a hair clip, it's still unopened my drawer, as if I give it my curly hair, it may look like a dog's dinner. Well, the producer's lost his bit of Velcro. I don't know why. Where has it gone to? How can you lose a piece of... You've left it at home? I don't like it, but at least it means we can see your face. Not that I'm that bothered about seeing his face, because he wears this sort of thing, which is a piece of Velcro to keep the hair out of his eyes. It's getting worse. It's seriously, it's getting absolutely terrible. Really, it's very shoddy. Very shoddy. You wouldn't find other people on the programme looking like you. I love the way the production team have already replied to Andrew in Yorkshire, so they're working on that one, which is very good. Steve, any news on how Dick and Angel Strawbridge are doing through the crisis? Could you get an update? I think they're fine. I love watching them. They're just such a fab couple. They really are. They were so lovely when they came in. And then they said they were listeners, and we got very excited about it. Because I've been watching the programme because you don't know. If somebody's a listener, you have no idea at all. And Steve, and this one here says, Nicholas, why are people so worried about people's hair? Mind you, I'm worried about my hair as well. And a lot of people worried about what are we going to do to make some noise. Well, just hang fire. Hang fire, because we might have some news for you. Talking about the tips opening, people on my street think it's their right to dump anything on the pavement for somebody else to deal with. Yeah, they do. The council do. You're supposed to pay for it. If it's something big like a fridge or a freezer or a washing machine or a mattress, I think the council charge 25 quid. You pay it, you've got to leave it in a prominent position, and then they'll come and take it away. But some people, of course, think you could just dump it on the pavement and somebody else will worry about it. It's ghastly, really, isn't it? So here's David Beckham doing a 32-mile round trip to go to Mr. Bumble's, whatever that is, but wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Obviously thinks he's above the law. Not so good, is it? Not so good, I'm afraid. Plus there's a couple selling illegal Viagra pills. Why don't you sell illegal Viagra? You can go and buy Viagra. Don't know why anybody would want to... Well, I suppose I can understand why you'd want to buy something like that. Also, pick up the waiter or pick up the tab. That's the dilemma for the latest celeb diners on BBC Two's I'll Get This, again, from an audience of 0. Mike Tyndall again. God blimey, how many more shows can you fail on, Mr. Tyndall? Johnny Vegas and Fleur East. Fleur East? Each hauled their server off the ground in a bid to guess his weight and get back their credit cards. They're joined by Sue Perkins and John Barnes. God blimey. Getting a bit desperate, isn't it, really? Prue Leith has cast doubt on the Great British Bake Off returning this summer. She said there are a lot of people on set. They're doing a junior one. They've got lots of kids. Very irritating. They'll be doing the sort of the bake-off. They'll be the right pretentious little ones they're going. Well, my mummy says that I could do smoked salmon. And you could just, oh dear, honestly. Ghastly. Also, Keith Lemon was left bemused. Is that his real name, or is he... No, Keith Lemon's the alter ego, isn't it? When his mum Pat revealed to Eamon Holmes what she really thought of Boris Johnson. Eamon Holmes must be the oldest person who turns up on these sort of shows. I mean, I suppose when you really haven't got any work, he hasn't got any radio work, has he? So he's only got the 1 day a week. I suppose he needs a bit of an income. But they were... Pat and Eamon... were playing Donald Trump and Kris Jenner. They were on this channel. Have you seen it? The Fantastical Factory of Curious Craft. Ghastly. Ghastly. Why is it people think that Keith Lemon pulls an audience? That's like suggesting that Gemma Collins pulls an audience. She does to start with, and then people realise it's the same old pants, isn't it? It's like the Jordan programme. Did you see in the news the other day? I didn't want to bring it to you because I thought it seemed like sort of kicking the poor person when she's a little bit down. And the house that she's renting while her filthy place is being done up, she's now turned into another filthy place. So she's got 2 filthy places. Steve, some bed shops in Surbiton called The Beach on the Brighton Road and in Tolworth and Epsom and in Woking. Yes, I think I've been to The Beach before. They've got these big super duper sunbeds. What is it? This preoccupation of wanting to look brown. I mean, the producer couldn't look brown if his life depended on it because simple reason he's got so much hair on his head, it obscures the sun. So he's never going to come in here with a suntan and we're all going to go, oh my God, you look so healthy. Never going to happen. Not going to happen at all. But he's obsessed with looking at it. Seriously, if there was a mirror next door or a lollipop in front of it, he would literally lick himself to death. It's that he cannot stop playing with his hair, can you? You just can't. It just looks even worse. You need to get it cut. You know, I mean, heavens above, if we win an award or something like that, you know, you need to sort of, you know, I want to look smart. Can I get big scissors? Giant, what's like clown scissors? Oh, we've got a poem for you coming up the other side. Yes, this is, I shouldn't have agreed to do this one, actually, because I don't think it's going to go very well, but I'm going to try. It's sophistication. That's what he said. He said it's sophistication. Nobody write in, actually, the other day to say that they'd heard the smiling one before. Steve, how many times does David Beckham have to get pulled by the police before they take his licence away? Yeah, well, he's not getting a knighthood, is he, anytime soon? But I think they're isolating down wherever. Apparently Vic's very worried about Brooklyn. He's over with his girlfriend. God knows what they're getting up to, but it won't be work. That's a fact. I don't think I've known anybody in the family who works less. I mean, at least she tries to do something. She tries to flog a few outfits. And Dave, well, we don't really know what Dave does. He's already finished with modelling pants and plugging whiskey. So, Monday, I know. Just when you think, oh, the weekend. Oh, it's the same as every other day, isn't it? Same as every other day, which is fantastic. But it's the 11th, so you've had Boris's speech. Short it might have been. Complex, certainly sounded a bit like it. So you can go and play tennis and golf. And you can, what else do you can do? You can play tennis and golf, and you can go out and you can sit on a bench, but you've got to be 2 metres apart from somebody. You can go to work if you can't work from home. You can take your car. They don't want you to use public transport. I mean, hardly anybody's using public transport at the moment. And they might, a little bit later on, start deciding when they're going to put the kiddie winks back into school again. But, of course, will they still be doing... You can't use public transport, because I don't know how they're supposed to get there. I've got no idea. No idea. In fact, we did predict yesterday, we were absolutely right, when we said that it's going to be a 3-week look at. So each week there'll be something different coming in. And then eventually, by the time we probably get to September, they're going to start opening pubs and things like that. But I wouldn't hold your breath at the moment. A bit of poetry. This is going to be interesting. Okay, this is a little bit of culture for you this morning. So a little bit of sophistication. So bear with it. Okay, it's from William Shakespeare. I know he's dead. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course, untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou oust, nor shall death brag thou wands rest in his shade, when in eternal times thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long gives this, and this gives life to thee. I'm so glad he's dead. I really am. I just thought there might be a horrible repercussion from that one. He might come back with more poetry. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Shakespeare. Don't call us, we won't call you. I mean, honestly, so long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this and gives life to thee. Speak properly. What are you on about? Ye oldie English. Producer likes it. He likes it he hates the ones that are sort of like, the cat sat on the mat and all this kind of stuff. It's a bit too simplistic, he said, Stephen. He said, I had a proper education and we all read Shakespeare. I should imagine he was probably Juliet to somebody else's Romeo. I can just see it now with the long hair. So, Corey, you'll be playing the girl part again. Because in most of Shakespeare's things, it was boys who were playing the girls. Girls didn't seem to feature anywhere, so they at Shakespeare's Globe, where little Shakespeare used to dress up as a woman, they'd all sort of rush around, and it was boys like Corey who'd be going, OK, you're going to be Juliet today, and he'd be grateful for the part. That's how it was. It was a bit like early pantomime. Where you bring the Americans over and you sort of say, we do pantomime. OK, so we've been to the pantomime, and so you've got Principal Boy, who's a girl. Yes. And you've got the sort of the Wicked Witch is probably a bloke as well, yes. And there is the sort of the drag queen, yes. Yes, there's a lot of cross-dressing in pantomime, but in Shakespeare time they were doing it as well. So, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? How do you define a pantomime? Well, you just suspend belief. Most pantomimes now are written for parents. They're not written for the children. They really aren't, because most of the jokes are very adult. If you went to the Palladium pantomime last year, it's very adult humour. It's got to be if you've got Julian Clary on stage and everybody else. It's all matron, and so the kids just sort of see it as it's lots of pretty costumes. And then you might get a juggling act in the middle, or you might get sort of a dog act or a pony wandering around the stage. And then they bring somebody up to sing a song. And so the kids like that kind of thing. They don't understand any of the gags. They really don't. It's very good. Steve, great show as usual, says Malcolm. My dad always said, May the 23rd, frost-free day for plants outside. There was a name for that, and I can't remember what they said about it. But you're right, it's the end of May where you put the plants out, which is good. Steve, all your regulars are desperate to hear Corey's voice. No, they're not. No, they're absolutely not. And they're not going to. Donnie says, are you staying alert? Oh, I'm about as alert as you can be at this time of the morning. It's a Monday morning. Listen, I was alert on Friday. And I'm alert all the rest of it as well. So, Steve, I'm furloughed. British Airways cabin crew. Finding it difficult to sleep, so I always tune into your show. I think it's absolutely the best thing, says Joanne in Camberley. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. Feel so sorry for you, because they're trying to get answers out of your boss at British Airways. So not about the furloughing, but how many people they're going to be getting rid of. They were talking, were they not, Joanne, about 12,000 people. But of course, the boss of British Airways is just about to walk away with a £30 million bonus. That's nice, isn't it? I bet he's really thinking about you at the moment. £30 million. So, I've got friends who are furloughed as well, and they're not having a very good time because they don't know what's around the corner. They've got no idea, and that is the uncertainty. So we'll have to wait and see, won't we? But I'm hoping it's going to be positive, but I've got a sneaking feeling it's not going to be positive. Have you ever met any prime ministers before they're interviewed? Yeah, loads. David Cameron. That was it. I've met Boris. Have I met Boris? Yes, when he was coming in the building, yes. Yeah. I met Tony Blair at a garden party. Yeah. I didn't meet Boris at the garden party. I met Tony Blair. Heathen. Steve. Anybody caught selling fake Viagra pills need to be given a stiff sentence, says Kevin the Milkman. Stop it now. Go and sit on the naughty stair. That's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. It'll prompt all the usual dreadful jokes that come out about Viagra. I was offered Viagra. A lot of diabetics are offered Viagra. I think it's quite sweet, actually, isn't it? They do the cheaper version, pair of lolly sticks and some twine, which seems to work just the same way. Steve. Have you met any Prime Ministers? Yeah, Prime Ministers. There is a suntan salon in Twickenham opposite the Timber Yard. Is that still there, or has it turned into a pizza place? I'll have to check, actually. Let's support Collier's boats. This is, yeah, they're... I don't know why. You could have that boat trundling up and down the river with, people, as long as they're socially distancing. This is the problem, isn't it? It's the socially distancing thing, which is what we're not sure how to deal with at the moment, which is an absolute pain. It really is. But never mind. Have you tried thinning scissors on your hair, says Duncan? You get a more even look. Works for me. No, I'm not buying thinning scissors as well. It's bad enough, but buying a pair of clippers. And I don't want anything else going on. Oh, interview in one of the papers today with Tony Slattery. What happened next? I remember when Tony Slattery was in and out of this radio station like there was no tomorrow, and then it all just went a bit pear-shaped. He had his issues with things, and but I think he's still with his boyfriend. I'm pretty certain. David Jason, he's more famous in America for playing Danger Mouse than Del Boy. I don't think they would have got Del Boy at all. The Only Fool Star says, we didn't know Danger Mouse was so popular in the States. It is. And he says, we went to get a work visa at the American Embassy, and he said, you know what it's like, long queues, very official. You don't get any laughs. When you go into America and you try and crack a joke with the person on immigration, they don't smile. They really don't. They look at you, they look at the card, and it's because it's all photographs and everything else. When my turn at the window came, the man said, is your name David Jason? Did you play Danger Mouse? He said, he almost fell over backwards. He couldn't get me stamped quick enough. I wanted to shake every one of my limbs. I don't think I ever saw Danger Mouse. I don't think I did. But, there you go. Rapper 50 Cent sold his 52-room mansion because he was sick of not being able to walk around naked in front of staff. I'm like that here. I'm a naturist, at home, only in the bathroom with the door shut and a lock on it. The very idea of being seen naked. Horrendous. I feel it was quite frightened even thinking about it. Shall I compare these to a summer's day? No, absolutely not. Steve, thank you for your technical team. The best of Steve Allen is now full length. Well, Andrew, you enjoy the length. Okay, because it's all there. So how long is it? I don't know how long it is now. What does it go up? 1 hour, 40 minutes. My God, we cut it down to 3 minutes, didn't we? That was some achievement. Steve, there was a lot of trans action and gender fluidity down at the Globe Theatre in Shakespeare's Day, says Mike. There was. And Wayne, the trolley dolly. Morning, Wayne. He says, also unable to sleep. Did a 12-hour shift volunteering for the NHS yesterday, which is helping take my mind off the worry. 2020 is basically a write-off for most of us. So thank you for keeping us calm and carrying on. When all this is over, we deserve a bloody good party. Lolly sticks and twine, Steve, has to be the soundbite. Lolly sticks and twine. Oh, dear. Shane says, I'm going to have fish fingers for lunch. I better go through the whole box. I had a whole box the other weekend. I'm sure it's not good for you to hold, but the trouble is there's hardly anything in them, isn't it? It's sort of, William says, we had to learn that Shakespeare sonnet by heart at school, and we were told he wrote it to a man. Oh, I didn't know anything about Shakespeare's sexuality. You don't think all that hey nonny no and stuff like that would have been sort of equated to somebody's sexuality in those days. You think they had gay people back in Shakespeare's time? Can you imagine so? How can you just decide something like that? What would they have been doing? Would they have been sort of parading up and down the streets going, I don't think it would have been as accepted. Definitely not. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this and gives life to thee. It's quite camp, isn't it, really, when you think about it? Not exactly the butcher's thing we've ever read from Shakespeare. I don't do sonnets, actually. I was never a sort of a sonnet. Shall I compare thee to a... No, go and get me somebody more interesting, please. Steve, another one here. What would you be buying Nick Abbott for his 60th birthday? Nick Abbott's nowhere near 60. He's not perpetuating that myth, is he? Well, it's Will Guyot's birthday. Everybody's celebrating a birthday today. Will Guyot's birthday today. We don't know how old he is. He keeps things like that secret. He doesn't like to sort of to tell people about it. Mind you, I'm the same. I'm fairly secretive about my age. It's got nothing to do with people. I'm a bit like that woman. Well, actually, I'm nothing like that woman at all. Who was 50 and then took her company to court because they bought her a card with 50 on it. Do you know you can get welcome to your divorce cards and stuff like that? Isn't that amazing? Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. You hate Monday, don't you? I don't know why people hate Monday. Why do people hate Monday? You know why? Because you've had a couple of days off over the weekend and you think, oh, Monday. Oh, must be lovely, actually, to win enough money or to have enough money so you don't have to sort of worry about it. And then you think, but what would you do if you didn't come into work? It'd drive you mad, wouldn't it? Noah says, have you ever been in the Channel Tunnel? Have I ever been... Are you mad? Of course I've been in the Channel Tunnel. I'm constantly on and off that fantastic thing. Absolutely. Pick it up at the station in town. Love all the girls on the Euro Express. Love all the girls down there. And, yeah, I love it. It's nice to pay a bit extra and sort of move yourself up so you can sort of sit in a nice carriage and you can just watch the world. I love train travel. I do love it. I'd be more than happy to take an overnight sleeper to Scotland. That would suit me down to the ground, you know, and then you just then you wake up in the morning and it's all whizzing past you. And then you can have your breakfast in your room staring at them. That's all I want is some sausages and toast. That's all I expect. I don't expect anything. I'm not bothered about the full English or anything like that. Just some sausages. I can put in a piece of bread and then toast it and then sort of turn it over and pop the sausage in the middle. That would suit me down to the ground. Very nice indeed. So, but it's not going to happen. Steve, your mention of licking lollipops reminded me of the passing of Millie Small, famous for the My Boy Lollipop. Yes, absolutely. And I love Sweet William. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, and Betty Wright died as well. Betty Wright. Steve, I think you'll find the soundbite will be lolly sticks and twine. Lolly sticks and twine. Steve, Boris Johnson's speech doesn't make any sense. People are still dying. The country's not in the all clear, not for quite some time. And we all know that the coronavirus is deadly, says Connie. Well, you know, we have said here, I mean, he has said, he's been quite open about it, that we've not just opened everything up. It's exactly the same today as it was last week and the week before and the week before that. There are people dying, but not as many people are dying. Excuse me, I think the other day it was 230 people, which is 230 people too many, but there's always something that goes around. You know, flu will kill a lot of people at Christmas or when the weather turns. So that is a fact. And so he's determined that we're not all going to go out there and just go, whoopee, let's have a party. We're not going to be like that at all. We're going to be careful, but we need to all be careful. All be careful. Because, you know, if we don't sort of check on other people, check on your neighbours and things like that. Somebody said, how are you getting your shopping? Going to the supermarket like everybody else and going to do it. Mind you, my friend Lynn, she's not been out for weeks. She's got everything in that she needs. And if she needs anything, she's only got to sort of pick up the phone and call me and I'll nip and go and get some food for her. But, I mean, she eats about as much as a sparrow eats. So she doesn't need to worry about too many things. But no, I would do that, actually. Steve, the sonnet you read out was where H.E. Bates took the title for his book, The Darling Buds of May. Yes, I knew that. Made into the TV series with, of course, David Jason and Catherine Zeta-Jones as Dallas. I watched a bit of them the other day, and I've looked dated. I'm sure it was filmed in sepia, or at least through a piece of gauze or hessian. That was the kind of thing, but, nice. Excuse me? Delicious. Just to make yourself feel better this morning, if you're really having one of those, you've had a weekend where you're going, I don't know. Oh, I tell you what, they showed us on the television the other day. It was very interesting. They were showing, I don't know why, they were showing the funeral of Princess Alice, who died, the oldest member of the royal family, a cousin of the Queen's. And I think she's been buried at Frogmore. It was some time ago. And it was very, very interesting because they had one of those hearses. I mean, she had 104, I think, if not a bit older. And it was very interesting because they had one of those hearses with lights inside of it. And she got a guard of honour and everything else. They do things nicely, don't they? Have you been in conversation with Sheila Hancock? Certainly have. You don't need to ask me. You can just go and check it online. If you've sort of, downloaded the app, you can put in, all the In Conversations. You'll find there's tons of them. Wendy says, I've booked a 4-week holiday in England and due to stay near Bath. I'm in the high-risk category and don't know if Norwegian will cancel my flight. If I cancel it, I lose the cost of it. If Norwegian cancel, I may get a refund. A real problem now is I really don't want to fly. Well, if it costs more than £100 and you put it on a credit card, you can get your money back. if it's on a credit card. So you're saying now you don't want to fly. Well, you're in a catch-22 situation, really, because you've booked it, and it's for a holiday, but even being in a high-risk category. I mean, I'm in high-risk category, but not way at the top of high-risk category. There are loads and loads of people way above me. And I wasn't one of those who actually got a letter from the government, so I don't know whether or not you get a letter from your government over there as to whether you can fly. And I don't know how the flights are going. I mean, there's hardly anything flying anyway. Except for Aer Lingus the other day. Did you see that picture? Can't have been current, surely. They were packed in like sardines on Aer Lingus, and Aer Lingus's answer was, we'll have to investigate. You think, you don't know how many people are on your planes at any one time. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Little bit of a worry. Also, a lot of people talking about Shakespeare and the sonnet, which we read out. It's very good, actually. It's very good that you all seem to remember all these different things, which I also remember. Coronation Street bosses have invited Doreen Lawrence, Baroness Doreen Lawrence, to help with a storyline about racist abuse. So she now campaigns, as you know, for justice for victims of racist crimes. So they're going to see the bistro manager, Don, played by Philip Broadbent, target Ed Bailey and his son Michael with vile jibes later this week. And then he calls them racist names. Not so good, is it, really? I mean, they have to do these things because it's got to be real. But if truth be known, they've been so far behind on Coronation Street with ethnicity. I mean, how many black people do you see on Coronation Street? Hardly any. How many black people do you see drinking in the Rover's Return? Hardly any. They just don't seem to use black actors. And I wouldn't mind, but I mean, it's supposed to be set in Manchester. Have you been to Manchester? It's very multicultural. I don't know why they've just got to... And then, of course, when they do something, they make such a big deal about it that you think, well, why have they not done this before? They should have done this ages and ages ago. That the story was originally due to air on April the 22nd, which is Stephen Lawrence Day, but its transmissions were delayed as a result of the rationing of episodes due to the coronavirus pandemic. So they're now doing 3 instead of 6 episodes a week. But why do they make such a big deal about it? Like, we're going to deal with racism. Hello? We are in the year 2020. We know exactly what it's like out there. Thank you very much indeed. Anna Richardson, she's the one who does the Naked programme on the television. They had a thing the other day. It was I felt a bit sorry for him. It was some bloke. He used to be fatty boy, and then he lost weight, and he goes to the gym, and he works in an office with 5 women. And so the thing is, they sort of show him, I think, 6 women start naked, and he has to decide, he has to whittle it down to 2 and then whittle it down to 1. But he's fully clothed. But then at the end of the programme, he then... See you. Bye. Debt collector. No, Serena's going. And so at the end, they then get to see him naked as well. So he works in this office with 5 people. You can imagine they're all going, we're going to get to see him stark naked. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't know he was going to be looking for a girl when he first walked onto the program. I thought he was going to be looking for a bloke, because he kind of fitted that sort of stereotypical, I'm looking for a man kind of thing. But anyway, so he's looking for a girl, and he found a girl, and then they said, now, of course, they're going to get to see you naked. And I thought, no, the only people who are going to be watching this are all the girls back in the office going, he's getting it out now, start naked. And they're going to do a close-up of it. Come on, quick. You can imagine they're all taking screen grabs and put them up in the office. But how embarrassing. One of the girls worked in A&E. One of the girls worked in a pharmacy. And they want to stand on television with no clothes on. No clothes on. I mean, I wouldn't do it if you paid me $1 million. Oh, maybe for $1 million. No, I wouldn't do it even for £1 million. I can't think of anything more embarrassing. Corey would do it for a cab fare and a curry. Seriously, he'd be there straight away. Yes, how he got into the programme. I was so horrified, especially when he said, I work in this office and the girl's in there. And I'm like, you're going to take all your clothes off. How can you go back to normal life when you've stood on... and some of the girls called it a liberating experience. I didn't. I called it really embarrassing. No, I've never had dreams like that. No. Of course, what do you mean, have I ever had dreams like that? No, I don't. I don't have those sort of dreams at all. Of course I don't. I'm 66, for God's sake. That went out the window years ago. I love you, Steve. Oh, well, that's quite nice, actually. I always like it when people say they love me. Doesn't happen very often. She says, as a black woman, Thank you for your commentary, lack of diversity in Coronation Street. You've called it like it is. Listen, I've been calling it like that for ages. I was always amazed that at least in EastEnders, not that many, but we've had a few people of ethnicity in there. But it becomes like Coronation Street. I mean, I would have thought by now they would have had like an Asian family running the corner shop. They've got Dev, but to be honest, it took them years to get round to that. And black families. They'd make such a big deal about it. They go, oh, we've got a black family coming. You think, we're in the year 2020. Open your eyes. Look around. Just ridiculous. It really is. And it's going to be bullying. So as opposed to it being positive, it's going to be about negativity. Somebody being negative to a black family. Why can't we have something terribly positive? It's like, every time you see a gay character on there, they've got to be particularly effeminate. Can't you just have somebody butch who happens to be gay? Somebody who, all the girls go, God, I really fancy him. And then he turns and says, actually, I'm gay. But they have to be really campy. They kind of, it's sort of stereotypical. It's not very good, actually. Richard says, contrary to all the doom-mongers, Boris gave us hope. Listen, the only thing we've got is hope. Seriously, the only thing that we've actually got is hope. And we have to hope that we live. I mean, every day, you must all, if you're sort of a certain age, and then you think... I mean, before I came into the studio, I sneezed out there. Well, the producer nearly fell to the floor. It was sort of all very, very dramatic. We were doing the whole drama thing. And you worry about it. You do. You sort of think, I wonder if that's it. And then I thought, no, I've been nowhere where I can catch anything. Unless they're going to be bringing it into me. But no, we're all being very, very good. Windy morning down in Wiltshire, says Will Guyot. A windy morning, so it's a windy birthday today. You're still editing all those tweets and everything. Thank you, Will. I'm so grateful. Good boy, honestly. I must pay you as well for that. That's a very good job. Heavy company. Kevin the Milkman says, I went to a naturist beach the summer before last, and yes, it was liberating. Cold, but liberating. Perhaps we should have a meeting of the Steve Allen fan club. We can all go and meet on Brighton's nude beach. It'll be a bit of an eye-opener. Well, can you imagine? I can remember years ago, I must tell you this story, because Chris and Steve, Chris was our weatherman, and they both produced my programme over the years, but they live in Spain, so we spoke to Chris the other day. But there used to be somebody here who used to do the breakfast show. He was an Australian presenter. And he sort of arrived in and all the rest of it, and he did the breakfast show here, which he loved. We were owned by an Australian company at the time, and so it was quite appropriate. Anyway, some years later, Chris and Steve go out to Australia, where this presenter was, and he said, I'll meet you down on the beach. They go down onto the beach. He's stark naked on there. They said they didn't know where to look. It was sort of one of those sort of bizarre situations. Somebody that somebody that you sort of see all the time, and then all of a sudden you see, it'd be like me walking in here and the producer walking around with nothing on and going, oh, it's Naturism Day, Steve. We thought we'd all said, oh, please. Things like that going on, do you? Steve, sad news about Betty Wright. Tonight is the Night is a classic. Listening to it now. That's Jez in Waterloo. Morning, Jez. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Noah says, have you ever had a column in a national newspaper? No. But strangely enough, when I bought a house some years ago, I don't like telling people what I do for a living. If people say, oh, I know your voice, that's different. But if somebody generally says, what do you do for a living? I just go, I'm in the media. And I leave it at that. Anyway, I'd said when I was about to buy this house, and they said, what do you do? I said, I'm in the media. So when I went round there the next time, just to have another look and measure up and things like that, they'd bought every single newspaper, and they'd spread them all out on the floor, and they went, go on, which one do you work for? I said, don't work for any of them. I work on the radio. They almost seemed disappointed. Darren says there was an Asian family in Corrie. One of them was in a lesbian relationship in the show. Good Lord above. How forward-thinking. Imagine an Asian lesbian. But they make a big deal about it. I don't know why they do. It's so disappointing, really, that we've not moved on. I can remember when... Do you remember this one? The royal family, I think Prince Charles had a black girl working for him, and they made such a big deal. I don't think she's there now, but they made such a big deal about the fact she was a black girl. Why are we so slow and so backwards at coming forward, honestly? Oh, dear, honestly. One of these days might have a black prime minister. Be interesting, won't it? Be very interesting. They've done it in America, which means that we generally follow about 10 years after that. Today's Steve, says Bev, is my sister's 63rd birthday, and she's sadly saying farewell to her partner at 9 o'clock. He was a popular musician, and it's breaking her heart. Only 6 people are allowed at the service. Can you not get it up to 10? I thought it was up to 10, Bev. That's what I thought it was. I mean, oh dear, that's so awful, isn't it? You see, I just feel... Do you remember the couple the other week? Their mother was dying in a hospice, and the only way that they could see her was by standing on a pair of steps and looking over the hedge. And so the nurses turned the bed around so they could see their mother. And I remember thinking, this is dreadful. This is dreadful. We've got to sort this out. This is just so sad. So sad. So, so a birthday and a funeral service. There's no easy way around a funeral service, is there? I remember after when my dad died, and I remember we were all sitting in the house waiting, because you have to sit there and wait until the hearse turns up. And I can remember I saw the hearse turning into the road, and I just said to my, I can remember it to this day. I said, he's here, and thus began a day of crying. Steve, when did the producer last dump you? Oh, I never get dumped, Noah. Absolutely not. No. Sometimes there might be a word that he isn't very happy with. You know, and then all of a sudden he sort of pushes his little button, and I know that he's pushed the little button. It's quite sweet, actually, but of course it just means that his Christmas present gets smaller and smaller. So this year we'll be fitting it inside a sort of a little teeny tiny box. It'll be empty. Darren and Gina in Staines upon Thames. Will you stop trying to elevate Staines? I used to live there, remember? You can't elevate Staines upon Thames. That's what they call it now. It just used to be Staines. Why? Because it was. It was as simple as that. I'm still trying to get over the fact that Kevin the Milkman's been sitting on a nude beach. Even the producer was slightly disturbed by that as well. Would it be a good sight? I don't think anybody on a nude beach is a good sight. Not even you. Not even you. I mean, it'd just be like looking at sort of a white blob sitting on the beach. It would just be ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Steve, if you did participate in the Studio Nudist Day, would you end up wearing 2 masks? That's not very nice, is it? I can't. That's it. That's what you'd look like, Corey. You'd look like a blobfish. Is that a real fish, or is it just a real fish? Isn't it awful? It looks as though it's sort of some sort of cartoon. Oh dear. The ugliest animal on earth. Oh, surely not. Have you seen Towie? No, that was so cruel, so unnecessary for this time of the morning. Loving the programme today, Steve. My son recently tweeted a video clip of his neighbours stark naked with a full drum set playing outside his house on the first Clap for the NHS Thursday. What? Good Lord, typical, isn't it? Welsh Wales. They don't really need an excuse to take their clothes off there. They just do it automatically. But no, not for, when you get to a certain age, I think it's unnecessary. Seriously, I mean, to be honest with you, I think actually the older you are, the more you cover up. It's you know, people say... I mean, I don't even like going swimming. I really don't. I mean, also, because I'm scarred, because of my burnings and everything else like that, I don't want people to stare at me with pity. So if any friends sort of say, oh, should we go swimming? Which they don't, of course, because they realise. I have to sort of go, no, I'm fine, I'll be okay. Brendan Cole claims he has to bat off rumours he's gay. He's married. Nobody. Stop trying to elevate yourself, Brendan. Nobody's remotely interested, OK? He says, I always have been trying to prove something. As a dancer, most people assume you're gay or on the fence. What century are you from? Where are you from now? Most dancers. I mean, to be honest with you, we went to see a show years ago called Crazy for You, which had a good mixture of dancers, and we were hard pushed to pick out the ones which were gay. Normally you could tell, because when they sort of came in, a friend of mine said to me, I think they look like they all ride side saddle, which was hilarious. It had a 17-minute dance number in Crazy for You, which was just the best. Even Sally Stroheim, who did all the choreography, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, don't forget today, and I'll mention it now, I'm going to mention it a bit later on, that Sir Keir Starmer is going to be joining Nick, and you can call him. And you can have a chat to him with Nick Ferrari from 9 o'clock this morning. 9 o'clock. And so send your thing. I don't know whether you can send them in yet, or do we wait? Are we waiting? We wait. OK, we're waiting. Steve, Colin in Morecambe, he says the media keeps saying sunbathing is allowed. I don't remember Boris saying anything about sunbathing. No, he said you can sunbathe. Yes, in a park. I mean, he hasn't mentioned beaches. But he said parks. You can sunbathe in a park. They don't have a problem with that as long as you're distancing. Steve, your poem recital reminded me of Giles Brandreth, says Noah. Thank you. Oh, dear. Another one here. Last time you got dumped, it's because you said Wally. Wally. I don't think so. You'd never know what the word was that I'd said because it's taken out. It's quite a clever system, actually. Even I haven't fully understood it, but it's there as a safety net. So, Wally. What was that thing? Was it called Where's Wally? And there was a picture and you had to find where Wally... What was the point of that? Why would you want to know where he was? I didn't even know him. You know, and then all of a sudden people are going, where's Wally? And I'm going, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know him. They didn't social distance. No, in the Where's Wally? No, there was no social distancing at all. I mean, who started it off? Did somebody... Is it sort of a Martin Handford? There was no social distancing. And the whole idea is you're supposed to find where Wally is. Who cares? I mean, he's not wanted by the police, is he, for anything? They've got Where's Wally, The Incredible Paper Chase. Where's Wally, Boredom Buster Book. Oh, that'll be us, won't it? Fantastic Journey. All different sort of things. Santa Spectacular. Where's what? Seriously? Are the people still doing this? This is the oddest thing ever. Do you remember those pictures that we were talking about? We must have spoken about them a couple of weeks ago, where it all looked like a sort of moire kind of thing. And you stared at it, and all of a sudden a picture appears. You had to stare and concentrate on one little thing in the middle, and then all of a sudden the picture appeared to you. Oh, I tell you, if you'd had a drink, it never worked at all. Seriously, I mean, it was just ridiculous. That's it. Why some people can't see the magic eye pictures. And I remember staring at it for ages, and you're supposed to concentrate on one bit of it. I'm trying to do it now, and it's just failing miserably. And then somebody would say, do you see it? Do you see it? And you go, no! And you used to say to it, you're lying, aren't you? They weren't. They weren't. It was just that, you know, some people saw these things. I think the one I eventually saw was like a horse. Can you see something in there? It's a shark. See, why is it that you can see that and I can't see that? Look through it. No, I'm looking through... It's glasses. Is it glasses? I mean, do you take your glasses off? I don't know. Take glasses off. And you can see a shark, can you? Can't see anything at all. Riveting radio, I tell you. If you're playing this at home in the car, yeah. Play it in the car. Steve, and Mark says, can you settle an argument? Did you DJ at Cheeky Pete's or Brolly's, the adjacent dance hall? You could walk between them. I did both. I did Cheeky Pete's on a how many days did I do? I probably did about three days, actually. And then on Friday night, I would do Brolly's, because they'd have a live group on. And so I did both, actually. The trouble is, the only problem with Cheeky Pete's or Brolly's down in Richmond, and the building's still there, it's just that it's not, I think it's eBay or something like that now, or Google or whatever it is. Anyway, but if you played the wrong tune, your audience would disappear into the other side, where the DJ was probably playing better music, and you had to then struggle to try and get the audience back again. It was a nightmare, but good fun. Steve, thank you for making us all laugh. Thank you. Gary in Frinton says, I nearly choked on my cream horn, flicking through the channels, and stumbled across Naked Attraction. Unbelievable, isn't it? What? I mean, but apparently, you know what it's proving a hit with? Pensioners. Pensioners are enjoying... but I suppose it's the... Oh, you know who died as well? The woman out of Gogglebox. Her husband died a short while ago, and now she's died as well. She was 80-something. I quite like the people of Gogglebox. I mean, who's the brother and sister? He's mad as a fruitcake. He lies on the settee, and he talks like that, and a little thin person. And he's got the oddest haircut. He obviously can't grow his hair like Corey can. And he is sort of... And they laugh about it. And then you've got the other two sisters. The language is absolutely unbelievable. Some of the language for these people, they can barely string two words together. I'd never swear in front of my parents. Never, ever. Just wasn't done at all. And another one, you mentioned the death of Millie Small and her hit My Boy Lollipop on Friday. Yes. I was a follower of the Spencer Davis Group. Yes. I like the Spencer Davis Group, with Steve Winwood. Having known him at school, when they published their first album, Millie sang on a track called I'm Blue, which also featured Peter Asher on piano. Peter Asher was one half of Peter and Gordon. He was a music producer. So there you go. And Steve, going to take my life in my hands and correct you. Boris did mention you may go to the beach. Not on my piece of paper. Not on my... I've checked the The beach. Women, you can encourage being unlimited. You could sit in the park, in your local park, in the sun. You can drive to other destinations. And no, they've not mentioned the beach specifically. I think it's just the going out. It's the going out. It's so, you should avoid public transport if at all possible, because we must and will maintain social distancing. These poor bus drivers, honestly, they're having a dreadful time of it. They're just sort of driving up and down the road empty. They're quite grateful when they were able to pull in, which is good. And, Steve, I thought you did your own laundry. There's a picture on Facebook of you pegging your washing out. I'm not on Facebook. Why would I be on Facebook? Definitely not. Steve, Wally apparently started at an open-air rock concert in the 60s or 70s. Somebody was looking for their mate Wally and had the bright idea of calling out his name. It's very odd, isn't it? Whatever it is, I never did it. I can't be bothered. These things, it's like Sudoku. No, thank you very much indeed. Still to come, why first aid kits can be a pain in the wallet. And guess how old Michael Aspel is? Even I couldn't believe this one. He got bashed with a brolly by an angry mum when her daughter failed to win a beauty title. The TV legend formerly hosted This Is Your Life, an Antiques Roadshow, was judging a village pageant. I love Michael Aspel, a legend in broadcasting terms. And then when he was comparing, I think it was a Miss World, he did it from 61 to 74, and he said the show was largely regarded as wry humour. But in fact, when Bob Hope was doing it in 1970, Women's Lib... Remember Women's Lib all those years ago? Burning your bra and stuff. My Aunt Enid tried it. I said, to be honest with you, don't. Really don't. It's ridiculous. You need 2 wheelbarrows. And they were throwing flower bombs from the top of the Royal Albert Hall. But anyway, Michael Aspel is how old? 87. 87. Amazing. 87. How is this possible? How is this possible? So, nice to hear that as well. So, front page of the Daily Mail today is talking about the Prime Minister's first steps to free Britain. Go into work if you can't do the job from home. OK, that's fair enough. We know that. Exercise more than once a day. And they're obsessed with this exercising. The Americans do it all the time. The Brits kind of need a little bit of pushing. Primary schools could reopen in June, but full lockdown will return if the virus surges. And you're the only ones who can actually change that. You're the only ones who can actually change it. You've got to watch very carefully. You've got to make sure that you stay alert, control the virus, and save lives. So, foreign travel, passengers arriving, a bit late on this one, I'm afraid, arriving at British airports and ports will be ordered to undergo a 2-week quarantine. Those breaching the rules will face a £1,000 fine. I don't know how they're going to enforce that. I really don't. Also, restaurants and cafes, some of the hospitality industry, could be open probably July the 1st at the earliest. I think you're looking a little bit later than that. And also, no change seeing friends and family. Despite the week's changes, the government stressed we must limit contact with other people. Even though many will be returning to work for the first time in weeks, they'll still not be allowed to see family and friends. Mr Johnson said we all want to end as soon as possible. As we can. The isolation of the elderly, but gave no timescale for doing so. So, they're looking at the 5 coronavirus alert levels, but you can exercise from Wednesday. Golf, tennis and fishing will all be permitted, but I might say that's also along with activities such as reading and sunbathing at the park or the beach. We found something that's got the beach written in inverted commas, so that's a bit better. Shops, garden centres will be allowed to reopen from Wednesday if they comply with new social distancing rules. That's fine. I could do things like that. I don't mind. I just think it's going to be hilarious. They're going to be queuing. We've only got one garden centre around my way, because most people go now to the supermarkets. But support your local garden centres. Otherwise, we're going to end up with nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. Here's the picture. The infections surging as Germany eases its lockdown. All these Neanderthals, standing there fighting the police. I mean, to be honest with you, you can't get anybody more thick than that, do you really? Plus, debauched barely covered it. Yes, the truth about Tutti Frutti's lifestyle. This is Little Richard, who died at 87. I mean, I can't go into any of the things that he got up to, but the one thing he did do, he railed against the music industry's exploitation of black performers in record deals. The only way they could make decent money was by touring. And that was always the problem. I bet you could literally go through most of the big famous names and discovered that they didn't end up with an awful lot of money at all. The Supremes certainly didn't. The only person who did very well was Diana Ross, but there again, she was always rumoured to have had a fling with Berry Gordy. In fact, it was used at the Oscars. Was it the Oscars? One of those things where they did a joke about Berry Gordy and Diana Ross, and Berry Gordy was in the audience. We all laughed. He didn't, which wasn't so good. There was a bull with an itchy bottom. And so he decided to scratch it, and in fact, in the process, he knocked a transformer box off an electricity pole. He managed to avoid the box that landed in his field, and it took out 800 homes. Little realising. The Isabella plantation in Richmond Park is 40 acres of woodland. It's gorgeous. It's full of rhododendron, 120 hybrid flowers, 50 species of rhododendron, but of course, because it's all closed off at the moment, it's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You'll see the pictures today. And the Queen beat Britain's Got Talent. 11.6 watched the VE speech. 11.6 million people. So that's good news, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that she's still as popular as she ever was. Steve, stare at the picture short of arm's length, then cross your eyes. You'll see the hidden figure easier within 20 to 30 days. I've tried all of this. It doesn't work. I've tried it. It's ridiculous. I've tried desperately, and it's not working at all. John in Birmingham was the one who was talking about the death of Millie Small. Drivers may sue Mercedes over diesel test cheating, and early breast cancer screening can slash the risk of dying from the disease by more than 40%. I like the idea of taking green tea, but I just can't bear green tea. Somebody said if you have three cups of that a day, can you imagine sitting here drinking green tea? James O'Brien drinks something very odd. I mean, thankfully, at the moment we don't have to suffer with it, but it's almost like a set of sort of leaves that comes to life in a glass jar. It's all very odd, very strange. Also, you've hit the nail on the head is a phrase you might not hear very often in the North East. A poll of DIY enthusiasts have found that more than a quarter of Brits have hit themselves with a hammer in the past year. Oh, can you imagine? Trying desperately not to say anything. The worst thing I ever did was trap my thumb in a car door. I slammed the car door shut and my thumb was in it, and I had to open up the car, and it was like the Tom and Jerry. It glowed. It was terrible. But also, 1 in 5 of us has managed to super glue our fingers together, with those from Devon, Cornwall, Somerset and Dorset the most likely culprits. And don't ask me why I go Dorset. I've always done that. I can't help it. In other words, men were more likely to injure themselves doing DIY. 14% admitted hurting themselves in the past year, compared to 10% of women. You see, women are much more sensible. They get the men to do it. There you go, there's the hammer. You do it. The survey by a property firm found that the most common blunder was dropping a pot of paint on the floor. Years ago, I was decorating a sitting room. Years ago. And I had the paint in a paint tray. And I had cats at the time, and they wanted to come back in. So we let them back in. What did they do? They ran straight through the paint tray. And all over my green twist pile carpet, I had little white paw marks. Ooh, the language was not good. Not good at all. Editing social media photographs may lead to eating disorders. I mean, I couldn't edit a media photograph if my life depended on it. I really couldn't. I'm liking all these pictures of Beatrix Potter. It's drawn 7 years before his first adventure was published. We've got Peter Rabbit here. The collection by Beatrix Potter included an 1894 sketch of Peter in a sledging mishap. The children's author's inspiration with the character is believed to have been her first pet rabbit, Benjamin Bouncer, who she acquired in her early 20s. Potter drew portraits of the bunny for the family Christmas cards. I didn't realise that she actually drew, but they've fetched here a total of, there's 20 of them, £213,000. She published 23 books in all, with the most famous, The Tale of Peter Rabbit, being translated into 36 languages and selling 45 million copies. She died aged 77 in 1943. Interesting. Jimmy Page going to war with another neighbour. It's all not looking good at all. And Arlene Phillips's bid to find out why the BBC got rid of her. I don't know either. I thought she was perfectly charming and absolutely right for the programme. But you know what people are like. Steve, I may be going a bit mutton, but did Boris say anything about buying and selling homes? No. All the estate agents, from Knight Frank, upwards, downwards, sideways, whichever way you go, they can deal with you on the telephone. They can also offer virtual tours of the houses. Is that how you're doing it? Yeah. Producer's moving at the moment, and so he's doing it. You can do it virtually online. So you can sort of pick the house. Every time I go onto Knight Frank's website, a little box pops up going, "Hello, my name's Michael," or whatever it is. You know, can I help you? And they can do it on the telephone. I suppose if you're going to be spending a few million quid, you know, after I win the lottery on Tuesday, I should be doing it. And they can take you on a virtual tour. I think it's just easy to phone up and say, "I'll take it." You know, don't need to worry about it. Carol, I do beg your pardon, in Bella Medina, says they had the Queen's VE speech on TV here in Spain. Aha. And Matthew says, you talk of sunbed shops. There's a good one by M&S in Teddington. Is there? It's funny, actually, because you can't... At one point, you saw barber shops all over the place. No mention from Boris, Steve, about barbers being allowed, says Eddie, to open, so I flipped. I got the dog's hair clippers, shaved my hair off as I simply couldn't bear it anymore. The dog is now laughing at me. Oh, wish I had a dog. I could get my hair done as well. Also, I've just lost it. Oh, people explaining to me about staring at these pictures at arm's length. Cross your eyes. The hidden figure will be easy within 20 to 30 seconds. Well, it's not. I've tried doing it. It just doesn't work. It's so annoying. Because it only ever happened to me once, and I was so excited, and then obviously my eyes sort of settled back into it. Happy birthday to Eric Burden of The Animals. Hits with the House of the Rising Sun, and we've got to get out of this place. But of course, I should imagine Noreen knew that. So Eric Burden is 79 today. Happy birthday to him. And Jeremy Paxman is a mere stripling at only 70. And if you're selling... Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to cold, miserable Monday. Having had some nice weather over the weekend. And, you know, we're hoping to see some of that back again. Too early still to plant things out. Apparently end of May. Even though I thought it was before that. But anyway, they say that's when, you know, the risk of frost has disappeared. And hopefully Wednesday, all of the garden centres will be open on Wednesday. Those who want to open, there's a few who are doing it for limited at the moment. I don't know why they've picked Wednesday. What difference it make whether you do it today or Wednesday? But that's the way it is. A little bit later on, Nick Ferrari will be here for breakfast. I'll tell you what he's doing, but I can tell you from 9 this morning, Sir Keir Starmer will be taking your calls. Steve, don't worry, says Peter, about trying to win the lottery, because if you were to marry Gemma Collins, you'd immediately become a millionaire and share both her millions and her life. Yes, the trouble is she doesn't, you know, she'll be doing a prenup, won't she? She'll be doing a prenup. And also, you know, for somebody who's supposed to have so much money, pokey little place she's living in, felt a bit sorry for her, really. And, you know, and also the audience figures, not good for the show, so they might not bother again. Somebody else says, going back to your Golf Square days, who used to present the sport on Saturday? Oh, there was a team of people who used to do sport. That's all I can tell you. It was a team. Also, I think Shakespeare uses metaphors to describe feelings. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day, bright, warm and comforting, says Paul. Yes, I suppose it could be, actually, but he also mentions darling buds of May. So that's where we think it came from as well. Birthday today, we mentioned Eric Burden, 79, and Jeremy Paxman. He revealed, you'll remember in his autobiography, that he's always felt inadequate. While hosting Newsnight, he was furious when told he had to include a weather segment. In one, he said, eastern parts will be mainly avoid the rain, except for those that don't. He once admitted to shooting squirrels through the bathroom window while sitting on the toilet. That's what he's famous for, poor soul. But also, born on this day in 1892, one of my favourite actresses. I don't think she ever looked young. I don't think it was possible at all, and that was Dame Margaret Rutherford, who died in 1972. This was the Oscar-winning English actress, best known for playing Miss Marple in 4 films in the 1960s, all available on DVD. One critic gave her the backhanded compliment that she can act with her chins alone. Her boyfriend, Stringer Davis, waited 15 years for his mother to die before proposing. Their favourite lunch was tinned steak and kidney pudding in tomato soup. What a bizarre thing. And Stringer Davis, of course, featured in all those Miss Marple films. You would see him in all of them. And they were married. They seemed to be thick as thieves, but when she died, he then took up with somebody else. And I think they're buried out... I forget where it is. Somewhere just out of town, I think, which is where they used to live. And then I believe that somebody who worked for them as well stole items and they had to get the police involved. It was all a bit tragic. She started forgetting things. She couldn't remember her lines, and for an actor or actress to start forgetting things, of course, is absolutely the kiss of death. And also Phil Silvers. The US comedian made his name in the comedy The Phil Silvers Show, which featured his character Bilko. He was once named the best sitcom of all time. He married a former Miss America, but once said, "I only smile in public. When I'm alone, I just sort of stare." He died in 1985. And who was the only Prime Minister, the only British Prime Minister, to be assassinated? I'd never even heard of this Prime Minister, but he was the only one who was assassinated. In 1812, his name was Spencer Perceval. Wow. And in 1960, Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Nazis' final solution, was kidnapped by Mossad agents in Argentina. I remember that, actually. I remember that because they've made films about it and everything else. Although I saw a great film the other day on the television with a British actor in, who was in... what was he in? I can't remember. But he was playing a pope. And I think he was called The Kind Pope. Whatever it was obviously a true story because it was intermingled with shots of Vatican City and inside the Vatican and all the rest of it. Absolutely amazing. Steve, you can't move in our greenhouse. And it feels so cold here. I'm in Kent, says Georgina. Wow. Rusty and the Isle of Wight gang are up. A little bit late this morning. Christine, how are you? She says, I did it. Steve, I did it. I dyed my own hair with help from my daughter. We did a fantastic job. First time I've dyed my own hair at home. I've always had professional help. And she says, I feel when the hairdresser opens again, I'll only need to go for a cut. Not to mention saving myself €139. I'm really happy with the result. I'm not sure I can say the brand, but it was L'Oreal. 2 for 18 quid. What a bargain. She says, make my day. Follow me on Twitter. Durham lass. So there you go. But actually, a lot of people have discovered it. If 2 of you are doing it, you probably can dye your own hair. I think. I mean, I don't know because I don't dye my own hair. Steve, I'm so in need of a haircut today that if there was a hairdresser called Sweeney Todd's, I'd go. Yes, Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street, ended up in Mrs. Miggins' pies, wasn't it, I think? Also, wait a minute, I just sort of got rid of that one there. Amazing how many people's birthdays we're celebrating today, including quite a number of you. So that's very good. So I hope you have a fantastic day today. Somebody else says they've seen a picture of me hanging washing out. I don't do washing, and I certainly don't hang it out, as you can well imagine. Why on earth would I do washing? I've never hung washing out in my entire life. I can honestly say, in all these years, I don't do it. Somebody else does it for me. I have a person who does, as they say. I wouldn't hang it out on what? On a sort of a washing line. Do you have a washing line, Corey, at home? Do you have a clothes horse? Oh, right. Oh, that's okay. No, I don't even have a clothes horse. Clothes horse, washing line. I don't do any washing at all. Nothing. I'm really very good at it. Not washing, that is. The resourceful BBC presenters apparently and they could beat the lockdown for the Chelsea Flower Show by presenting from their back garden. I knew they wouldn't want to cancel that. Chelsea Flower Show is worth quite a bit of money, isn't it? I would think. Quite a lot of money. The 3 cups of green tea a day to beat the obesity. And the lifeline for the garden centres, which is good. Dane Bowers tells all about Victoria Beckham's crazy battle for number 1. But then when push came to the shove and they wanted her back in the Spice Girls again, she didn't want to do it. Don't know why. Just decided. The Chase's Anne Hegarty has sworn off doing reality shows. She says she's got it out of her system. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, Sylvester Stallone and the Rocky films. I'm not aware that he's done anything else. Has he done other films? Probably has, but he's delighted fans by saying he'll never kill off Rocky. Because I was never a fan. It didn't make any difference. I couldn't care less. And is there always is it story based on boxing and he's getting on a bit, isn't he, now to keep resurrecting that. Also, Epstein's 3 young women for the Prince. It's getting worse and worse. I think they've just closed down, they're about to close down Prince Andrew's charity. And so that's not going very well indeed. Sarah Ferguson's sort of ploughing on with God knows what. And there's books coming out all over the place about Harry and Meghan, including Lady Colin Campbell. Most peculiar person. She apparently has been talking to the family. But there again, that's just a little bit one-sided. So, you can't believe everything you read in print, can you? As long as they don't libel them, it should be all right. What was the other one? Oh, yes, the race hate plot for Corrie. It's ages, isn't it? I mean, I just can't work that one out at all. And Joanna Lumley saying, ditch those foreign hen dos, because people get on planes and go and celebrate, whereas, in fact, you see them actually down in Brighton as well, which is sort of homegrown talent. People walking around going, with learner plates on and stuff like that. Pfft, as if nowadays. Learner plates went out ages ago. Little liars. That's what they are. And she says, why not hold it in your local pub when you can get the pubs back open again? Then you can hold it here and we can sort of push some money back in again. Thank you very much indeed. There's a picture of a place called Nethy Bridge the other day, which I think is in the Cairngorms. I think so. Anyway, they've had snow. Temperatures was in the Scottish Highlands, I do beg your pardon. Arctic winds bring in a flurry of snow and an abrupt end to the toasty bank holidays. They've got loads of people sitting on a beach, and it could be in Brighton. It is in Brighton, actually, I'm right. And people, there's a load of pigeons sitting actually on the beach. Not pigeons, seagulls. And then there's a sprinkling of... There's not very many people. So we're learning. It's just taking a bit of time, I'm afraid. And also, thousands of pieces of medical protection kit have been stolen from the NHS supply chain to sell on the black market. The most valuable was 80,000 respirator masks worth 166,000. They're said to cost around £2 each, but they could, when peddled on the black market, make a tenner each. Scumbags. Also, the NHS faces a waiting list of 7.2 million after the COVID crisis due to a shortage of drugs. The Nightingale Hospital, empty beds, all empty, which, in one way is actually good news, but in another way, we spent a lot. And also in Berlin's cathedral, they put ticks on the back of each of the pews so you knew where you could sit, so that you weren't anywhere near people, which is good. And in Melbourne, police clashing with anti-lockdown protesters. Another bunch of thugs, I'm afraid. 10 people, including 2 organisers, were arrested when more than 100 people turned out on the steps of Victoria's Parliament despite gatherings being banned. But you only have to look at them to realise that they are scum. You know what they are. They're people who just want to fight the police. Ridiculous. Here's a picture of Rod Stewart. What's he given away? Oh, he's given away clothes. I think a signed Celtic shirt. The singer, who's a huge fan of the Boys, B-H-O-Y-S, also handed over a Cartier watch that he bought 2 decades ago when he was first dating Penny Lancaster. But proving to be the most popular of all was a chunk of his time at a post-lockdown lunch he will host with Penny. And the winning bidder paid £100,000 for 6 tickets to the posh event at London's Fortnum & Mason, which will be attended by Richard E. Grant, Chris Evans and Holly Willoughby. Food will be cooked by Angela Hartnett. And in total, £596,000 was raised for the Voluntary Sewing Collaborative, which is making non-surgical scrubs for the NHS workers during the pandemic. Wow. Rod's Celtic shirt fetched £6,000 and the watch, 17,000. How lovely. We're very generous, aren't we? We're very generous. And also one of Britain's most popular heritage railways needs to raise £360,000 to survive losses from the lockdown. This is Swanage Railway in Dorset. If they're not able to run services this year, they'll miss out on over £3 million. We have to help them. Not just the ferry service coming out of Richmond, but it's affecting a lot of people. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Being a Monday, start of the week, and we're not using public transport. Well, that's what he wants us not to do. He wants us not to use public transport. So you can use your car, and you can go into work if you can't do it from home. And if you do go to work, better to take the car or walk or by bicycle. But as with workplaces, the public transport operators will also be following COVID-secure standards. But they're doing that already. I mean, they put up things you can't get near the driver. And there are new guidelines for employers to make workplaces COVID-secure. Well, we're fantastic here. Every studio's got all the sprays and everything that you could need. It's all... The studios are cleaned out, at every opportunity. So it's brilliant. So this is the change of emphasis that they hope the people will act on this week. And it's going to be spread over a period of time. He'll be checking with you every so often. Step 2, June the 1st, after half-term. They could be in a position to begin the phased reopening of shops and get primary pupils back into schools in stages, beginning with reception Year 1 and Year 6. So they say you will get some time with the teachers before the holidays, because you want that, definitely. They're going to be driven by the science, the data and public health. So from Wednesday you can go out and play tennis and golf and sit on a beach and sunbathe or sit in a park. And I think the whole idea is they want you to exercise as much as possible. The exercise seems to be the key thing, and you can go and visit people. But it's because I'm still trying to work out if I can drive down to my brother's. I don't have to necessarily, go into the house. I just want to drop something through the letterbox. Can I do that? We think so, yes. Because we're not sort of endangering anything at all. So that's good. Also, Clive Bull didn't say much about the Doris Stokes woman when somebody asked him last week. Well, it was nothing to do with Clive Bull. Why would he want to know anything about Doris Stokes? How bizarre. Alan says we need heavy fines for those antisocial idiots, Steve, like they have in other European countries. We're far too soft on people like that in the UK. Well, they're going to clamp down. The police are going to use discretion. So if they sort of see you out... I mean, I have seen the police stop loads of people, in the early hours of the morning. There's people riding around London on these Boris bikes. Loads of people. And it's a case of... what are you doing? And they're all hanging around together. There's loads of people are doing it, obviously because people can't cope. Apparently, I've just looked up Sylvester Stallone, Steve, on Wikipedia, Filmology. He's been in over 80 films, not including any TV series. When was the last film he made, though? Has he made a film recently? He was known for playing people that talk like that. It was always, he sort of mumbled his lines, I always thought. So I'm never too sure. I don't think I've ever seen any of his films. I don't think so. I'm trying to sort of find out how many he's made. I mean, the last one he did, 2020. Oh, my God, he's filming already. Samaritan, a Stanley Kaminsky film. Little America, pre-production. And Barney Ross, rumoured, The Expendables 4. Good Lord, he doesn't stop, actually. Then he did Rambo Last Blood, and Escape Plan, The Extractors, the other year. Creed 2, Rocky Balboa. He's done loads of those sort of things, hasn't he? Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 2. So he's still working. How old is he? Is he now? What does it say he is? Wait a minute. 1946. Oh, I can't work these things out. Goodness sake. How am I supposed to work that out? I can barely work out my own age some of the time. He's 73. 73. Mind you, I still think Michael Aspel, 87. I think that's fantastic. Fantastic. So more allegations against Andrew, whose best friend was the paedophile, Jeffrey Epstein. And, but a spokesman for the Prince has refused to comment. In fact, actually, what did he bother to give in the interview for in the first place? Didn't achieve anything at all, did it, really? 3 cups of green tea. It can limit the appetite. They found in 1,340 people that this worked. And so 12 weeks of drinking 3 cups of green tea a day can result in significant weight loss. But where does it go to? Where does it go to? I don't know. It just disappears, doesn't it? They sort of eat it and all of a sudden... Because it's got to be more than that. You can't just sort of drink tea and your weight evaporates. It's got to be combined with some sort of exercise, otherwise it doesn't work. Steve, if we're encouraged to go back to work from today, does that mean all workplaces are open or back to? I don't know. I don't know. They're saying they want you to go to work. They don't want you to use public transport. So that'll be an interesting one, won't it? Tanker driver Phil says, I've read a book about Margaret Rutherford. She was a fascinating character. Her real name was double-barrelled. Margaret Taylor Rutherford Benn, and was first cousin once removed to Tony Benn. She was rather eccentric and insisted on having a twin-ring Baby Bell in cooker in all her dressing rooms, so she was able to cook bacon and eggs at the end of a performance late at night. Eccentric people are so interesting, aren't they? Yes. I'd love to have met her. I'd love to have done an interview with her. But you do get to see her, because it's just that for most people looking at Margaret Rutherford, you would think that her career arrived quite late in life. I've yet to find anything sort of very young of her, but it was the Miss Marple stuff that sort of changed things. And I think there are either 3 or 4 DVDs out with the films on there. The music's great. And she lives in a lovely little village and she solves crimes. So here they are, footballers' wives and former friends, Colleen Rooney and Rebecca Vardy. Rebecca Vardy's the one who's got the interesting face. And, obviously thinks that she's some sort of force, but she's not really interested in most things, apart from this. It's a civil case And they think that it's gonna happen. They've tried to explain to them this could be very expensive for somebody, because Colleen is keen to go to court. Now, bear in mind, her and Wayne have got loads. I should imagine far more than Jamie Vardy. Is Jamie Vardy considered a rich footballer? I don't know. He'd be okay. Not in the league of Wayne and Colleen Rooney, I shouldn't think. But they've sort of got to think, because he's much younger, so he hasn't been around as long. But married to Rebecca, who's so desperate to make something of herself. And in this case, it's, both of them need their heads banging together, because it was all to do with, did you leak a story? Did you put that story, into the public domain? And it's a case of, no. And so one of them, Colleen, then says, I think you did. And I've got proof. So she says. So then Vardy says, right, I'm going to take you to court. And both their legal team have said, don't take it to court. This will cost you an awful lot of money, and it's not worth it. Because somebody, just supposing it goes to court, and just supposing they find against Rebecca Vardy, she's going to have to pay her own legal costs plus Colleen's, or just supposing they go to court and it's found not proven against her. Somebody's going to have to pay their court costs. Somebody's got to cough up for this. So the idea is, all their legal teams have said, don't do it. She said, this is Colleen, that Rebecca Vardy is the person with the password to her social media accounts. And she said, I wasn't the only one. She said to Colleen, what on earth have you done? Then when she was quizzed over whether she and Colleen had fallen out, Rebecca said, that would be like arguing with a pigeon. You can tell it's right and you can tell it's wrong, but it's still going to be in your hair. So they're no further forward. And it's going to end in tears. Somebody's going to be coughing up, and it's going to be too much money. Steve, help. Do I go to the office today? Not sure. I really need to. Can I drive 500 miles to go for a long walk? Can I stay overnight if it's late? What shall I do with the kids while I'm in the office? Do I wear a suit or a full PPE? Yes, I can well imagine. It's a conundrum, isn't it? It's the kind of thing we all sort of worry about. Somebody says on the Rebecca Vardy story and Colleen Rooney, the lawyers are going to be the only winners here. Yes, absolutely. Do you think everybody's looking older during lockdown? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not really looking at people. Well, most people you can't see because they've got masks on and stuff like that. You've always looked old, Corey. Not your fault, I realise, but, that's just one of those things. He needs a haircut. He needs a very good haircut. There you go. My friend has just texted, said, I've got your shirts ready. So, I took them in the other day, and now they're ready for me, which is fantastic. Steve, green tea calories are eaten up on painting their nails. Oh, right. But you have to. If you can't just lose weight. It's like, I've seen people sort of selling tablets and things like that for weight loss. Well, the weight just doesn't... Where do you think it goes? Where do you think it goes? You've got to do exercise. That's the only thing you can do. It's little and often, isn't it? Connie says, have you listened to any of the coronavirus songs on YouTube? No, I haven't, actually. I haven't. Not at the moment. And somebody says, surely it would be safe to sit in the garden of your brother or godchildren and stay 2 metres from them. Not at the moment, Rob. Not at the moment. I'm going to wait a little bit. Steve, the media are straight on the offensive again after Boris's speech. Seems clear enough to me. The media have said the government are treating us like kids. They need to practice what they preach. Yes, you could be right, actually. But it's just trying to explain to people what it is you can do and what you can't do. It's a little bit vague in parts. So, if you're driving down the motorway and the police pull you over, what are you going to say? I'm just nipping to my brother to post these 2 envelopes through his door. Why don't you pop them in the post? Well, because they've got a strike on and the stuff might not arrive and it's fairly important. So, I don't know. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? It's going to be one of those times where it's going to be the interpretation, I think. Oh, lots of... a picture of Cliff Richard here. Oh, this is the why we all need to rock our inner Cliff, which is good. And, this is fantastic, actually. I wonder if this is the... it's not the Robbie Williams thing, which is available on YouTube. You can find it. My mum always saw her out shopping in Gerrard's Cross. Steve, Margaret Rutherford is buried in Gerrard's Cross at the same church where Lulu got married, St James's Church. Thank you. I think there's a plaque there, isn't there, as well? Morning, everybody. Dean says I was in hysterics, thought of you hanging washing out. I've never hung out washing in my entire life. That's the advantage of having somebody else to do it for you. I couldn't think of anything worse. The Express, let's look at the front pages very quickly. Sunny May put on ice by the Arctic plunge. It's noticeably chilly out there this morning. In fact, yesterday was windy. And today is chilly. So everybody talking about Boris last night, our route to freedom, in baby steps, little itty bitty baby steps. It's going to make it a lot easier. Softly, softly. But it's up to you. You're the only ones that can actually change it. If people start being silly and just ignoring everything, then it's going to go pear-shaped. It's going to absolutely go pear-shaped. So front page of the Mail, the PM's first steps to free Britain. Go into work if you can't do the job from home. Exercise more than once a day. They're obsessed with this exercising, aren't they? I've never known so many people telling you to exercise. You know, I mean, we're not like the Americans. We don't sort of get out there at all. And I'm not sort of working within an environment. I mean, I'm sure there are fit people around here. You're getting some boxing gloves? What for? You'll never get them on your hands. You won't, and then you won't be able to operate the desk with boxing gloves on. That'll be ridiculous. We'll have all sorts of strange things happening. We'll probably sort of all of a sudden find Darren's wide awake again, and James O'Brien at 4 o'clock in the morning. Definitely not. Boris keeping the handbrake on. So exercise more than once a day and but they're obsessed with the sunbathing. Why do the Brits want to go and sunbathe? Although my producer over the weekend, Nick, was saying the other day, he said that he and a friend who were socially distancing in a park were moved on by the police. They were socially distancing, so they obviously don't want you in the parks. But now they're saying you can go back to the parks and you can go to the beach as well. If this virus surges again, they'll go for full lockdown. It's as simple as that. And it will only go for full lockdown if it surges because you're totally ignoring the advice. I mean, I see people pushing prams up and down the high street in Twickenham. No masks on, no nothing. Children running. They're obviously not remotely bothered. You feel like saying to them, I mean, you do know people are dying, don't you? You have been aware of this. Daily Star today, Mr. Blobby ruins summer. A cool blob weather system that will ruin summer will shiver in the coldest June to August for 5 years as the Atlantic chill sets temperatures below 14.7 degrees. Which is not so good, is it? Also, Florence Nightingale. I don't know why she gets mentioned again. Have we got an anniversary or something? Oh, that's right. Tomorrow. She was born 200 years ago. 200 years ago, Florence Nightingale. Dubbed the Lady with the Lamp. And 12 facts about her. Despite becoming the world's most famous nurse, it was a career that her parents disapproved of. It was associated with alcoholism and low status. Nurses often turned to prostitution to make ends meet. Didn't know that. But she's been the subject of several films. And her birthday also marks the celebration of International Nurses' Day. While new nurses take the Nightingale pledge, she died peacefully in her sleep on August 13th, 1910, aged 90. And there's fascinating facts in all of the papers today to celebrate the work of Florence Nightingale. Tony Slattery, front page of The Guardian. What happened next? I think quite a few things, actually, in Tony Slattery's life. PM's lockdown release leaves Britain confused and divided, but I think we've explained it enough. Nick will explain it further this morning, and Keir Starmer will have his take on it as well, and you can have a chat to Keir Starmer. The Sun, ready, steady, slow, please. So cautious Boris, unveiling his 3-step plan to slowly bring Britain out of lockdown. So he's urged Brits to return to work if they were able to, and said some primary school pupils could go back next month. I think we were all a bit surprised. It was only 10 minutes. I was expecting him to literally go into a long diatribe, but then you can't have everything. So some will go back to school. And I think what they were thinking of is some will go in the morning and some will go in the afternoon. I mean, that's going to be chaotic, isn't it, with people all over the place. Front page of the Mirror. Boris last night unveiling his roadmap to ease the virus lockdown, but left the nation a bit divided and confused. Rav Wilding returning to the front line as a police officer 20 years after he first joined up. I think they used him on Crime Watch or something, and then he thought he had a career in television, so he's popped up all over the place. Plus, the lockdown loosened a little. Country walks and back to work this week, but confusion reigns. And they've got pictures of a garden shop in Bagshot and partly open a centre in South East London, so you can go out and buy a few plants. Plus, as we told you at the beginning of the programme, British Airways axing, we think, up to 12,000 workers. But the British Airways boss, Willie Walsh, chief executive of BA, owner IAG, is set to retire in September, which is a month before his 59th birthday. And he can relax, having received another $213,000 last year for his pension and $1.8 million since 2011. So he's trousered more than $30 million since 2011. Somebody at the High Pay Centre said it's pretty sickening to see CEO walk away with tens of millions of pounds whilst leaving thousands of colleagues facing financial ruin. Because they don't know, do they? They don't know which ones, where will the axe fall? And is it really 12 million? Or could it be less? Could we hope? Staycation stampede. Millions, they say, will flood to the seaside. Not with this freezing cold weather, they won't. Far too cold to go onto a beach. Trips abroad to be hit by the quarantine rules, which means that places like Benidorm, which is just one of many thousands of holiday destinations for Brits, it will suffer a huge economic blow. Tony Mayer of the Benidorm and Costa Blanca Hotel Association fears tourists will be put off travelling, even if allowed to, if they have to self-isolate for 14 days. He said, I don't see international holiday flights to Spain resuming until July. And for places like Benidorm that depend on the tourists, that would be a disaster. Because the hotels, of which there are many, many, many hotels, it would be absolutely a nightmare for them. They just can't afford to hang on anymore. Steve, early sleep this morning's bearable now, listening to your show, says Graham, thank you. And somebody says here, I'm pleased it's going to be a cool summer. Don't like the heat when I'm working, although you're not a great fan of heat either. I'm not really, actually. Given the choice, Ron, I would opt for cold. But this morning it was just a little bit too cold for me, a little bit too cold. So I struggled with it a bit this morning. I thought, cool, it's cold. In fact, I actually tweeted. I said, I think I can't wait to get into work and have a nice hot cup of tea and a hot cup of soup, which is exactly what I did. So, says Roberto, Boris Johnson says I can play sport outdoors with members of my family that I'm in isolation with. So get your footballs on, Mum and Dad, who are 85 and 86 respectively. Sure, they're going to be I thought you could only play with one of them. I don't think you can play with everybody. John says, LBC, please ask what he doesn't understand about last night's speech. He seems to have his head in the clouds. I think we've understood what it is. It's just your interpretation of it. But I think you'll have to... we just have to, as I say, we just got to be so careful. Because what we don't want is complete lockdown. Because that's going to change everybody's life. I mean, as if it hasn't changed already. So they think step 3, opening in July, churches... Because they've got churches open abroad, also open air cafes and cinemas. Yes, open it as long as you're 6 feet away from somebody. That should be better. I hope so, anyway. Step 1, return to work, greater freedom to exercise. They're obsessed with this exercising. You know, hardly anybody I know does exercise. Well, actually, I tell a fib. There's a few people outside on the news desk that do their exercising. Quentin Letts doing the political sketch on the front page of the Times this morning. Just a hint of release from the national imprisonment and this new stay alert, control the virus, save lives. That's the one thing that we want to do, isn't it? Save lives. So the death toll's risen to just under 32,000. That's an increase of 269, but the lowest daily tally in 6 weeks. So let's wait and see if we can keep it on that even keel. We should be okay. That's what I would like to think, anyway. But it's up to you. You're the only ones that can change it. If you decide to go out and change everything, because the police are going to be stretched to billy-o, aren't they? You have to make sure that we're doing all the right things. All the right things. That's just about it for this morning, actually. Apart from talking about this blithe spirit with Margaret Rutherford as Madam McCarthy, which is brilliant. On one scene, she was sat at a side table, looked up to camera with a cigarette on, and somebody said to me, Steve, she was the spitting image of my maternal grandmother. So there you go. But she was. It was said that her chins did all the acting for her. And very well they did too, but check her out. She died peacefully, and she's buried in Gerrard's Cross, which I love it. I love it. Listen, we'll do it again tomorrow. We'll do it again tomorrow. I think we'll do it from 4, shall we? 4 seems like a good time to start. And if you go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, there you will discover everything you ever wanted to know about coronavirus. Plus, of course, you've got all the podcasts. And I have a free, they're all free, little bit extra podcast today. And on the programme this morning, Torvill and Dean will front a new climate change show. Quite right, really. If all the ice melts, what will they dance on? They're doing it, I think, from Antarctica. Vicky Patterson says she's obsessed with Piers Morgan. If I were him, I'd get some sort of restraining order out and have a quick word. Michelle Keegan says she's the blokiest person in the Brassic cast. So what? I'm the blokiest person on LBC, but don't hear me shouting about it. Scarlett Moffat said she thinks she's been abducted by aliens. It's awful, isn't it? Not even the aliens like her because they've given her back to us. So we're kind of stuck with her again. Can I appeal to any aliens? Hello? Anybody listening from another planet? The planet way, way far away in the galaxy out there, you know, with all the pretty stars and all the rest of it. Come and take her now. I've also got a list of other people you can take that we could quite easily do without. I was watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. They had a bloke on the other night. He didn't know the expression. What was the expression he didn't know? It was one question. It was to get him up to 8,000 quid or something. And he had no... Oh, that's right. In My Fair Lady, in Hertford, Hereford and Hampshire, what was it that hardly ever happened? And they gave him a list. Do you know what the thing is? In Hertford, Hereford and Hampshire... What is it that hardly ever happens? The options were, I can't remember. But anyway, he had to phone his father to find... I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how he even got on the programme. I thought that would be the easiest thing ever. And then you suddenly realise it's obviously an age thing. You only would know that. So that the thing goes, in Hertford, Hereford and Hampshire, hurricanes hardly ever happen. And I think it was snowstorms or different... And he didn't know the answer. And then it came to the next one and he decided to give up completely. Where do they keep the crown jewels in Scotland? Are they in Waverley Station, so-and-so, Edinburgh Castle, or a bus stop or something on the outskirts of the A326 or whatever it was? And he decided to take the 8,000 quid. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't know how he'd even got to where he got to on this programme. Of course, the answer was Edinburgh Castle. Why you keep the jewels of Scotland at a railway station, I've got no idea. But he decided he was going to take his 8,000 quid and to probably more money he'd ever seen in his lifetime, which made me wonder how he got it. And then some other bloke won some money the other day, and they've accused him of cheating. You know why? He rehearsed for weeks and weeks before he went on the programme to do fastest finger first. So he built himself a little thing doing fast to see how fast he could go once he knew what the answer was. And he could, and so they've said that's cheating. I thought, no, that's called doing research. That is called doing serious research. So I've got this document on what you can do from tomorrow. Do people need to wear face coverings at work? Not compulsory. However, if you can, you're advised to wear face coverings in enclosed public spaces. OK, will a face covering stop you getting COVID-19? It can help protect you and reduce the spread of the disease if you're suffering from coronavirus. What can you do that you can't do before? Well, you can go to a garden centre. You can go and play tennis or golf. Well, I can't play tennis or golf, so I'm going to have to learn that by tomorrow. How that's going to work, I'll never know. You can meet one other person from a different household outdoors following the social distancing. And then you cannot visit friends and family in their homes, which, of course, I'm not doing. I'm not going inside the home, so that's good. You can't exercise in an indoor sports gym. You can't visit a private or ticketed attraction. And you can't gather in a group of more than 2, excluding members of your own household, except for a few specific exceptions, which would be work, funerals, house moves, supporting the vulnerable. There you go, you can do your house move, you're all right. That's fine. And it says, if you're showing coronavirus symptoms, and they seem to move those goalposts all the time, don't they? Or if you or any of your household are self-isolating, you should stay at home. It's critical to staying safe and saving lives. Well, I don't have any coronavirus symptoms at all. I wear my mask when I'm in the car, and but I don't wear it when I'm by myself in the car, because I don't think that's absolutely necessary. There's only me in there. Nobody else goes in it. Well, not unless they're trying to nick the thing. So that's it. We'll go through those a little bit later on for you, just so you're aware of it, because I'm sure there's a few snowflakes. I don't think you're allowed to drive your car. Well, I think I'm going to. So there you go. There's a girl of 9's become a what? A top pigeon racer. She's 9 years old. I nearly bought a house once in Stanwell Moor. And the house looks okay. When I looked at it now, I thought, how on earth could I have looked at that house? But anyway, it seemed quite nice. It was very well kept, except till we got in the house and we looked out of the kitchen window into the back garden, of which there was none. And I remember thinking, oh dear, what covered the entire back garden? A pigeon loft. He kept racing pigeons. He said, I'll be taking the pigeon loft with me. I thought, yeah, you certainly will. I don't want it, thank you very much indeed. Also, hairdressers in lockdown for months longer. It's getting worse and worse, I tell you. I can't... My hair's just got completely out of... I look like David Beckham on a bad hair day, of which, of course, he has many. He's now losing his hair. It's now coming out in clumps. And so, he used to keep it cut short. And then if you remember, only a year ago, he had this hair which magically sprouted. obviously on the back of a yak or something like that, because it just didn't look like his hair at all. And then he had it sort of shaved off again. I thought, no, you've just realised that it's like people putting hair extensions in. What it does is it weakens your hair, as ladies you have discovered, and it will drag your own hair out. So when eventually you have the extensions taken out, your own hair will be much weakened. The Queen says, I'll be back. She's coming back again, which is good news. And unleaded petrol being sold for less than £1 a litre. Where is this utopia? Where is this magical place? Morrison's. The supermarket Morrison's. 357 stores selling petrol are going to sell for 99.7 pence a litre. The producer cannot start the car fast enough. He's so excited. Under £1 a litre. He's going to have £2 worth, and to hell with the consequences. I said to him, you push the boat out, mate. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry. He's so excited. For me, of course, I can't use normal unleaded. I've got to use Super Duper, which is still cheaper. I was paying $1.40 a few weeks ago. $1.46. Now it's down to about $1.22, which is a lot better, let me tell you. Even though it doesn't make any difference because I'm not driving anywhere, except for tomorrow. Mystery surrounding Prince Andrew, isn't there always? And how he sustains his millionaire lifestyle. I know. How does he sustain it? One wonders, don't they? I know. The Queen only gives him $300,000 a year. She must be ruining the day she had him as a child. A bit of an alarm going on. China has announced a new cases in Wuhan. Only telling us a short while ago there weren't any. I mean, our death rate is down for coronavirus, but, I want to see it a lot less. But I have a sneaking feeling it's going to go up again. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling about it. Just got a feeling, in which case they'll reverse everything they've just told us. Monty Don is mourning his beloved dog, Nigel, who featured on television, used to get his own fan mail, used to get loads and loads of things. And he's been quite healthy up until now. Then he fell ill. He had to have some growths removed from his mouth. And then the other week, he fell ill and died. And so Monty says, I buried him in the garden with loads of tennis balls. Oh, well, sweet. I don't know. A friend of mine used to bury his dogs in his front garden. He used to have little gravestones for them. Which I thought, it's great until you come to move and you have to explain to the people moving in, the dog's under there. How many? 6. Some people are very unlucky with dogs. Also, a dose of Disney will help the medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down in a most delightful way. A robin feathering his nest has very little time to rest while gathering his bits of twine and twig. And so it goes on. Clever. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, there's somebody on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Tonight. He's in line to win the jackpot. He's a doctor. That's all I'll tell you. Does he win? I'm not going to spoil it for you, but he's up there. Okay. And also, sweat could be used to power devices like mobile phones. I should imagine Gemma Collins could probably do an entire shop. No, I mean, that's so cruel, isn't it? But so real. Vogue and Spencer say they'll be the new Richard and Judy. A more stupid thing I've never heard. You can't be the new Richard and Judy. There is no new Richard and Judy. It's like saying I'm going to be the new Julius Caesar. Or I'm going to be the new Emperor of Prussia or something like that. You can't be the new Richard and Judy. Richard and Judy have cultivated an audience over the years. Unfortunately, Spencer Matthews has cultivated nothing. Nothing at all. It's just, every time you see him on the programme, a more unnatural person you'd be hard pushed to find. Do you know you spend 34 years glued to your devices? Glued to your devices. I would think that's probably right, actually. China's opened their Disney park. They've got people flocking out to go to Disney. And Joe Wicks will create his own food brand by trademarking his name. Scarlett Moffat, fearing she's going to be abducted by aliens. Please, God, it happens soon. Please, God. And Brendan Cole throws a hissy fit on Celebrity SAS. He really is a temperamental little madam. To be honest with you, it's just ridiculous. They almost book him knowing he's going to throw a hissy fit and sort of start throwing his toys out with the bath water, mainly from the pram that they've built for him. And so he's done exactly the same thing. He's the gift which doesn't deliver anything at all. They go, it's because he's very driven. Yes, if only to the moon. That would be quite nice. And Tyson Fury is odds on to win Sports Personality of the Year. Yeah, I don't think he's boxed for ages, has he? Didn't he go down to a fish and chip shop the other day and get something? I can't remember what it was. What was the other one? West Ham fans are being asked to ditch the burgers and go vegan. Everybody's going vegan, aren't they? I'm not. What did I have yesterday? I didn't have vegan. It was very nice. Oh, that's right. I fried some onions, put some steak in, And what did I add to it? Oh, yes, I found some curry sauce powder in Iceland, where I thought it'd be in individual sachets, but it's just a box of it. And I put some spoonfuls in, a little bit of water, pardon me, and it turned into a nice curry sauce. So that was very, very exciting. Plus, I will give you a list of all the people who've died of coronavirus, which category they fit in. So in other words, what would be the jobs which seem to have the most disasters, the jobs that people are doing out there, hoping that you don't fit into any of them at all. I can tell you the lowest paid men seem likely to die of the virus, and of course, black guys. Ethnicity features a lot on the list, but it's the jobs that are very interesting. Early breakfast. Greg in Milton Keynes says, I can go fishing as from tomorrow. Now it's brass monkey weather. Is there better fishing when it's... Because my brother's a fisherman as well, as Neil will tell you. They have a long conversations about things like that. Ron says you could go through the back entrance at your brother's place and sit 2 metres apart in the garden. Well, I have to tell you, it's not a very big garden, and he said, if you want, but only if you want to, you can come in through the garage and then go and sit in the garden. But then I worked out, if they're going to make me a cup of tea, they'll have touched the teacup, then I'll be touching the teacup, and I just want to make sure that we're fine. So I think it's going to be easier to go down, drop the envelopes through the letterbox, and then just sit in the car and have a phone call while he's standing at the window waving. Hello, I'm your brother. Steve, let him know you're on the way. When you're there, just phone him and tell him you're standing on the other side of the road. Is that a good idea, says Connie? Yeah, I mean, I was sort of debating whether to put these things in the post. I thought, no, I need him to get them now. And their post is, at the moment, it's a little bit rubbish, I'm afraid. James is an ex-postie, says the only good thing being on the night bus is your show started. There's nobody on the night buses either. Although, having said that, James, yesterday, there was the tube trains full up with people. They were roads coming into London, out in the east, solid. Absolutely solid. But James says, don't put your fingers through the letterbox if the family have a dog. Well, it's my family, and no, they don't have a dog. They've got a pussycat. I don't think the pussycat's going to be particularly bothered about this at all. Kathleen wants to know when opticians and dentists will open. Part of our healthcare, they spot tumours and oral cancers. Yes. I don't know. I got a thing this morning about the podiatrist, the people who look at your feet. And they said that I'm not deemed top of the list. They don't have any underlying health issues with me. But they say if you do need to speak to somebody, call this number and somebody will let you know. Because if you're diabetic, feet is the big problem actually that we get. And so I don't get great circulation, but I do look after my feet as much as I can. Thank you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else was saying here, from Donny, says, good to hear your programme live. I'll be listening on catch-up for a short while. So thank you for making me smile. I love your show, as you know. Oh, we've got loads of regulars, which is good news, actually. Very good news. I was having a discussion with them the other day. You know that every year we have our Make Some Noise charity. Well, I think what we're going to be doing is bringing it forward. Now, last year, this programme was instrumental in raising an awful lot of money on the sale of tea towels. Steve Allen, 40th anniversary tea towels. And we're trying to think of something this year that we can offer as sort of like a souvenir. And the money raised, of course, going to Make Some Noise. And we have to decide two things. A, what it is we're going to offer. And B, what charities we're going to get you involved with. And I said it's got to be a people-based charity. Definitely. Oh, was it the Marquis of Queensberry? Not the Earl of Sandwich. And the poet was like me, Irish and gay, says Donal. Was it the Marquis? Oh, what did the Earl of Sandwich do? What did he do? So, well, anyway, the poet is Oscar Wilde. I can imagine how funny that the time that things have changed, haven't they? Oscar Wilde now, nobody would give a fourpence that he was gay and going out with Bosie and all the rest of it, but it was him that went to prison for it. So was it Marquis of Queensberry? That was the boxing bloke, wasn't it? The Queensberry rules. Was he the one who said to you, sir, are a... and use the S word? A lot of you now struggling with the S word, I should imagine. So was it that one? Oscar Wilde? Find it. Wait a minute. Marquis of Queensberry. Yes, he was the one who did the downfall of Oscar Wilde. His child. Oh, wait. Yes, of course, because his child was Lord Alfred Douglas. Wasn't he one who had a fling with Oscar Wilde? He was obviously very good. Very good. All sorts of people have actually played him in the Wilde Alfred Douglas affair. Interesting. But Wilde was left bankrupt. Actually, which is Tony Slattery. He's got a programme coming up on the television. So just going back to this, Queensberry's lawyers, headed by Edward Carson, portrayed Wilde as a vicious older man who seduced innocent boys into a life of degenerate homosexuality. It's almost compulsory nowadays, isn't it, I believe? I mean, in those days, it was a case of, oh, no, you can't... And they put him in prison. And, but how... No. Is that the picture of Dorian Gray? I think I might have seen... Wasn't Stephen Fry in the picture of Dorian Gray? I think loads of people have actually been in it. It was sort of one of those sort of films. There was a lot of it was hedonistic young men. Mind you, Brideshead Revisited, exactly the same. Exactly the same. It was all going on there. Goodness sake, honestly. You know, and... but as I say, times, they have changed. They really have changed. It's sort of amazing what was... You know, in my lifetime, it was illegal. Then it was 21... Then it was 18, then they bring it down to 16. But mind you, we were lagging way behind Europe. I mean, like, an awful long way behind Europe. I think when we were sort of at 18 or 21, over in, I think, Finland, they were down to 15. 15 years old, because they reckoned you can make up your own mind by that time. Paul says, just checked into holiday in West London. Car park is chocker, full of work vans. Well, already. When we went home yesterday, it was really busy. Really busy. And even the producer said he barely sees anything on the road. He said there were loads of cars out there. You wait till tomorrow. I think people think tomorrow is the time when you can literally just bring your car in. Because he said, didn't he? Bring your car. Well, where are you supposed to park it? How's that supposed to work? Imagine what the parks will be like. I reckon the parks will be absolutely flooded with people. But if you don't, and he does give you, advice on everything. In fact, on all the papers, they were sort of saying, if you do not, follow this advice, and we end up with more deaths, they're going to stamp this, and we're going to go back where we came from again. So it's up to you. It's up to you to make sure. I said yesterday, don't think that this is, you go out and do whatever you want. You can't. You can't. I mean, I'm obviously self-isolating in here, because I'm the only one in this studio, and in my car. I'm the only one in the car, although I don't use the car on a daily basis. I would have done years ago, months ago. What am I talking about? Years ago, months ago, I'd have used the car all the time. I was very lazy, but now I've discovered I can walk, just about, and get into places, get all my little bits and pieces done, and it seems to work. But I see people. I mean, what amazes me, I see families pushing prams with kids in. The family have got no masks on or anything. Perhaps they think you can't spread it. Perhaps they don't know. Perhaps they haven't sort of listened to LBC, which is what they should be doing. Mike says, you asked what the Earl of Sandwich did. I don't know, but I bet he earned a decent crust from it. Yeah. Yes, he invented the sandwich. Funny when you think about it. Somebody actually invented putting a filling between two pieces of bread and calling it a sandwich. God help us if his name has been Knickerbocker, because we'd have all been eating Knickerbockers now. I'll have a cheese and pickle Knickerbocker, which is good. Steve says, James, if aliens don't want Scarlett, I'll take her. Oh, fantastic. There we go. We've managed to get rid of her, so that's good. Listening to you between calls whilst on 24-hour work shift at a firehouse in San Francisco, says Danielle. Is a firehouse a fire station? Is that what it is? You're in San Francisco. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. We went to San Francisco. We went up to the Castro. We stayed in a hotel, which was obviously a tourist hotel. It was okay. It was all right, but they thought that we were part of a sort of a group, a sort of a group booking. So we went down for breakfast. They said, you like to go and sit over there. We said, no, we don't. We want to sit over there. They said, no, you have to sit here with your group. I said, we're not in a group. We're not with these people. We're here privately. That was the place where I offloaded all the toys that I'd won in Vegas. We went to Circus, and I came away with about 30 different toys, teddy bears, everything else. It was easy to win. And because they don't care, they want to get rid of the stuff anyway, it's rubbish. And so I ended up with a suitcase full of it. And in the end, I thought, I'm going to leave them all here. That's what room service love. They go, oh, look, normally you find a bit of odd change or something like that. And this time, they got all the toys from the machines. Channel 5 is showing the Golden Girls every afternoon. Made me think of you, Steve. What, because I'm an old woman or something? What's going on here? What do you mean? I was watching Jimmy Carr earlier on before we came in, because I didn't want to talk to the producer, I'm bored. And so I was watching Jimmy Carr. He's ever so rude when he's live. He's ever so rude. I mean, really rude. Really rude, but very, very funny, actually. I quite liked it. Steve says that Shane, who's over in Sydney, restaurants and cafes are going to open on Friday in Sydney, but they're restricted to 10 people. A lot of restaurants aren't going to open. It's not viable. No, it's not. It's absolutely not viable at all. Not for 10 people. Really ridiculous. So I'll try and find out for you about the opticians and dentists. So that we're all. I've got a whole thing here. What you can do, what you can't do, what they're. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Of what they're actually doing, how they're doing it, and how you can help. Because you're the only ones that can help. You're the only ones that can do this. If you behave stupidly and naively, and people go out and get drunk, and they'll be doing that, probably tomorrow, because people are drinking more, then there is that danger that they just hang around next to each other. I mean, I've seen it in parks already. And you think you're begging for trouble here, begging for trouble. Happy birthday to Catherine Tate, her birthday today. And the stamps of approval from Coronation Street, depending on whether you collect stamps. I did for 1 year. I got every stamp that they brought out, and I've got the stamp album, but I haven't actually put them in there because I thought that was the boring bit. I was going to give it to my godchildren, but I thought they wouldn't want to do it either. Why would they want to stick stamps in there? And what was the Eddie Mayer soundbite of the day yesterday? I don't think it was going to be the 2 lolly sticks and a piece of twine, which is what my driver Jason thought it was going to be this morning. I don't know what it was. They never said. We can't second guess these. How they work it out, I've got no idea. We got it? Okay, so this was yesterday's soundbite. Where's Jimmy Cranky getting her hair cut? That was it. Where's Jimmy Cranky getting her hair cut? I think we found that in one of the papers. Somebody was asking, "We Jimmy Cranky?" I'm desperate to get my hair cut. I've got bars the desperation stage. I've now decided I might have to wear a hat all day. Be like a little bit like Joe Swash, but there again, it's not his hair, is it? Comes out of a can or something. Yeah, so the poem this morning is Oscar Wilde. Producer obviously has sort of a streak him in at the moment. Yes, let's find something terribly cultured. Let's try and sort of elevate Steve from the cat sat on the mat kind of mentality, or a windmill in old Amsterdam, and let's give him something called the sea, which in French is la mer. La mer. He thinks I don't speak French. He's right. I don't speak French. So the Golden Girls are going to be shown Well, I've got all the box sets, so I don't actually need to worry about that. I'm more worried about Scarlett Moffat, who's completely gone round the bend, hasn't she? But there again, that's the trouble. She says her and her father, Mark, have a safe word in case they're abducted. I mean... doesn't really help, does it? Mad as a fruitcake. All the people who are not socially isolating, and people going to garden centres, loads of pictures. And also UK retailers are opening stores in Europe. Chains including Primark and Superdry are back and running on the continent. Primark have resumed trading in 20 Bit shops in the Netherlands and 5 in Austria. I didn't know they had that many. Meanwhile, Superdry have opened 60 of their shops in Germany, Austria, Denmark and Sweden. They said initial trading had exceeded all expectations. I bet it will. Garden centres. I mean, put it this way, if you're thinking of going to a garden centre, I wouldn't bother going tomorrow. They'll be heaving, won't they? There'll be a queue around the block for a garden centre. So just sort of leave it until eventually, like all the bulk buying, we kind of just take it for granted. You can go and buy toilet rolls anytime you want to, which is much easier. This is queues at the Blackwall Tunnel yesterday. I mean, it's gridlocked. Well, this is even before we get to tomorrow. And people going, oh, this is what you can do. Just be warned, the police have the power to fine you, and it can go up to £3,200. Be warned. If your children are not behaving in a manner to which they think they should... How are they going to enforce this? I've got no idea. They can't stop people smoking in cars with kids, can they? So they're not going to stop anything else. But they have the power to literally take your children home, or make sure they go home, or to take you to magistrates' court. Make no mistake about it. They're not going to mess around. If they think that you're putting people's lives at danger or at risk, which I'm not, of course. I'm so good. I'm sanctimonious. I could be the next Mother Teresa. I'm going to get in the car. The doors will be shut. The aircon will be on. Well, we don't call it aircon. Not in my car. We call it comfort cooling. And I shall drive down there listening to some spiritual music, because it puts me in the right frame of mind. And I shall probably put the car on cruise control, which actually is not really that good. And then I will get down there. I shall rush over the road, put the things through his letterbox, get back in the car again. Job done. And I shall be self-isolating all the way down for about an hour. Martin says, how can I stop birds eating my strawberries? Well, don't let her in the garden. That's your problem, isn't it? If you've got those sort of people around your neighbourhood, not good. Steve, I think Scarlett Moffat's safe word is cake. Yes, because remember she told us lies and then she added to the lies by telling more lies about... she was so embarrassed about the DVD that she managed to con us into buying, where she went to boot camp, that she started eating to put on weight again. Yeah, no, you've always been an eater, dear. Always. I think we've seen you stuffing your face with things. But apparently, she's gone as big as the GC. I saw her on Matt Lucas's show, acting silly around the house. I bet she regrets burning her bridges on Gogglebox. The trouble is what they do now. They do, like Steph, they've taken somebody who was okay at what she did. I wasn't remotely bothered about the accent. I don't know why she made a big deal about it, but, you know, if she hadn't done that bit, nobody would have heard of her. She just sort of blended into the sofa and been another bland BBC presenter, of which there are so many. And there she was, and then they go, oh, we're going to take you away from this and we're going to give you your own show on Channel 4. And I'm going, on what basis? On what basis? She's never scored, you know, with the audience. It's like Gemma Collins the other day saying to her assistant, who she looks like she's eaten, saying, you know, contact the Queen and make sure I can get an OBE. And I thought, well, you wouldn't contact the Queen anyway. That's how dumb she is. And also, I mean, why would we give you an OBE? For what? She said, entertaining the nation. Not with the pitifully small audience figures you've been producing. You know, that series that she did, Gemma Collins Diva, was supposed to be 4. They only managed to get 3. Only managed to get 3 out of it, and that was 3 of the most boring bits which you'll never get back of your life again. Seriously, even one of the critics has said that today. Steve, I know I'm allowed to drive to the beach for my exercise, but am I allowed to stay at my holiday home? There doesn't seem mention of second homes. And I don't want to get a fine, says Elaine. Well, do you know, I mean, you're right. If you drive to the beach for your exercise and your holiday home is on the beach, I'm assuming you could go to your holiday home. But then we know you're not supposed to be using secondary accommodation. Producer is scanning the sheet to find out whether or not you can have a second home. I mean, but if you're exercising on the beach, why would you not be allowed to go into your own house, which could be on the beach or in the area? I don't know. I mean, does it say anything about that? Section 1.9. Okay, section 1.9. You have to bear with us. Are day trips and holidays okay? Can people stay in second homes? Okay, day trips to outdoor open space in a private vehicle are permitted. You should practice social distancing from other people. Leaving your home, the place you live, to stay at another home for a holiday or other purpose is not allowed. This includes visiting second homes. So, in other words, the answer is no, you can't. Premises such as hotels and bed and breakfast will remain closed, except where providing accommodation for specific reasons set out in law, such as for critical workers, where required for a reason relating to their work. Can students return to the family home if they've been in halls? In general, leaving your home, the place you live, to stay at another home is not allowed. If a student is moving permanently to live back at the family home, that is permitted. That in answer to Elaine, you cannot stay at another home, holiday, or anything else. That includes visiting secondary homes. So even if your house is on the beach and you're exercising on the beach, you can't go and use your house. Okay? Why? I have no idea. I have no idea at all, but the answer is you can't. So don't even... Although, how are the police going to enforce that? I mean, unless it's going to be your neighbours who are going to sort of do a telltale tit thing. And sort of go, oh, they're back in, you know, the family are back in. In which case, you don't want to live there anyway. They sound terrible. Steve. BA tunnel queues, not closure. And Blackwall Tunnel was busy due to the Dartford crossing being closed due to a serious accident, says Glenn. But even so, there's enough blooming traffic there. There's tons of it. I've never seen so much traffic. Listening from Australia, says Tony, 5 million downloads of Tracing app. If it helps us to get back to normality, then yes. This is, somebody says, morning Steve, Harry and Meghan. So there's to be a third film, Harry and Meghan escaping the palace. This follows Harry and Meghan, a royal romance, and Harry and Meghan becoming royal. So much for stepping out of the royal limelight. They're milking the monarchy. Of course they are. They need the press as well. All this baloney about, oh, you know, we're not going to be dealing with, you know, all these newspapers and everything else. It's Murdoch who owns The Sun, who's publishing their book. They obviously don't know that. The trouble is, it's a case of they've always got their own way. And now it's not really working, is it? Wee Jimmy Cranky is what some people call Nicola Sturgeon. She's 5'4", and people in Scotland have been wondering where she gets her hair cut because it's looking neat and tidy, says Gordon. Well, I mean, my driver this morning, Jason, his kids have cut his hair. I mean, I tried to do mine again the other day, and I'm just losing the will to live. Steve, I was in Richmond Park Saturday. It was packed with families and kids. 10 in the morning, security on the gates, so no. Yes, I think they've closed part of the park there, haven't they? They've sort of made sure that they don't want people going in there, which is good news. What else do we have? How to make a mask, which is very good. And curry lovers could soon be facing a shortage of rice. Moni Varma, boss of the VT brand, is concerned over the supply to Britain if more countries ban exports over the pandemic. He says Myanmar has blocked it, some countries banning exports. Vietnam has blocked it, Cambodia has blocked it, and they're all our suppliers. So, you watch, rice will fly off the shelves now. There'll be so much rice everywhere. I nearly bought some more rice the other day, but I'm bored witless with it, actually. Steve, there's no chance the police will be able to enforce this. I've travelled to London this week to visit family, past many police cars, not stopped once on my 3-hour one-way journey there. Along with that, Sunday, I visited Nottingham again, not stopped. Police are not enforcing the rules. I've no fear of it. I can't be the only one, says Taryn. Well, I mean, there are loads of people breaking the rules every day. I don't know how they're going to enforce it. But, of course, the worst thing is going to be if they pick on you. If all of a sudden you're the one selected and you stand there going, what about all these other people? And they go, but we stopped you. I've seen it done on there was a woman stopped the other day on one of these telly programmes. And it's a case of she was stopped because she was drink driving. And they knew because she was weaving about all over the road. So they pulled her in and she said, what did you stop me for? And they went, because we just did. You were the first person we saw. You were weaving about all over the road. Well, there's loads of other people out there drinking. And they go, yeah, it doesn't make it any better. They don't have enough police officers to actually enforce everything. So they will enforce it. And, of course, the chances are it'll be you because you're breaking the law. So you won't have a leg to stand on. If the police stop you and decide to fine you, what's your excuse going to be? Everybody else is doing it? That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. So you are breaking the law. The law's been laid down. They've told you what it is. And I don't think anybody could ever use as an excuse other people do it as well, because it's a case of they're not interested in other people. They might actually start stopping the other people as well. But if they stop you, you're the one going to be getting the fine. And, of course, if they then discover, because what did they do the other day? They tracked people on their mobile phones. If your mobile phone is on, they can tell you where you've been. The companies can tell them exactly, because they did a murder case on the telly the other day, and they discovered that the two women, for the purposes of this programme, just call them murderers, convicted, they found on their mobile phone that they'd been driving about all over the place, stalking this particular woman. So they knew exactly where they'd been. That's why when they lose people in the mountains, provided they've got a mobile signal, they can find you. If, of course, your mobile has died, there's very little chance of them finding you. But if you break the law... I remember Clive Bull saying years ago to somebody said, I got a speeding ticket the other day on the motorway. And Clive said, were you speeding? And he went, yes. He said, well, that's why you got a ticket. That's why you got a ticket. Every time you go under some of these motorway bridges, they've got lights on them and cameras and stuff like that. And they're looking for people. It's done automatically. I remember the first time they put the cameras in on the Chiswick slipway coming off the M4 motorway. First time they put, of course, people belt in down the road at sort of, 120 miles an hour. And I think because it used to be a film cartridge that went in there, within the first 15 minutes it had been used up with all these people speeding. And we came over the Hammersmith flyover the other week, me and my driver, and he said, there you go, there he is. And we looked to the left of the Hammersmith flyover, and there, behind, you wouldn't see them, was a policeman with a speed gun. And so they were hiding there to catch people coming off, heading out of town. Because you're not looking for a policeman with a speed gun, are you? You'll notice the police car and stuff like that. So, breaking the law is not a good idea. It's not clever. And I wouldn't advise anybody to risk it at all. Because if you do get nicked and, and you start using the old excuse, well, everybody else is doing it, it's kind of tough on you. Kind of tough on you. Paul in Cheshire says, hair is desperate. I've got a ponytail now. Hope folks don't think I'm David Beckham. If you see the picture of David Beckham, his hair's come out in clumps. Seriously, I mean, it's the worst it's ever looked. Worst it's ever looked, because he can't go... I mean, unless Victoria's handy with a pair of scissors. Or she must be. She cuts material, doesn't she? Because she makes all her own clothes and things like that. Or is it Harper who does them? I don't know. He was out the other day with Harper Beckham, as you know, not wearing his seatbelt in the car because he's David Beckham and he does what he wants to do. And he took Harper Beckham. They went out to do some shopping. I thought, what did you take her for? Why don't you leave her at home? You know, nobody's interested in sort of taking somebody out. The whole idea is you go out by yourself. I still saw a couple the other day, but if you look at Dave's hair now, oh dear... It's definitely, it's not got as far as the comb over, but they say not even his huge wealth can hold back the thinning of the thatch. Well, of course, look at Frank Sinatra, all those millions of pounds, and still had to wear a badly fitting toque, you know, and all these other people, and Dave's, I mean, he's looking a little bit like sort of Prince Edward. You know, I mean that in a caring kind of way, actually. Doesn't look like Prince Edward at all. But you could see it, not only is it thinning, but there ain't any chance of it ever growing back again. It's going to have to be the spray-on Joe Swash method of, let's put some candy floss on your hair. Jackie, as the virus is on surfaces, surely it wouldn't be a good idea to sit on benches. Well, I don't think it can sort of transmit through your clothing. I don't think so. But they do say if you're sitting on benches, and I don't know how long... It stays active on benches. I suspect there are some surfaces which it probably stays active on, but I don't think a bench is one of them. They just don't want you sitting too near to somebody, which actually doesn't bother me. I'm quite happy with things like that. In fact, if anything, if you're sitting, you know, on a bench by the river, watching the world go by, having sort of a la-la-la kind of day, which is always very nice, and somebody comes and sits next to you, you kind of move, don't you? You don't want to be sitting there, you think, why don't you go and sit on another bench? I hate that. I got on a bus the other day, and there was about 6 people got on at the same time as me, so I waited till they all got on, and then I looked for my my easy escape route, and went and stood there. I don't like sitting on the seats. I've seen some very odd-looking people on buses. Steve, in a world of mayhem, says Chloe, you give me some stability. Could you recommend something different for dinner tonight? I tell you what I like every so often. Sausages, mashed potato, onion gravy. That's a bit yummy. I'll tell you what, I had a complete breakdown the other day. They said, they're recalling Jolly Green Giant sweet corn, and I'd only eaten 3 tins of it the week before. They said it's got the sell-by date is 23 or something like that. They think it's not been sort of processed properly. Did you hear about, do you have sweet corn at home? Yeah, I've got sweet corn a lot of. And so I immediately thought, well, I've eaten it and I'm still alive. So it can't be that bad. Perhaps it's a specific batch, yeah. The sell-by date is 23. Put it in on Google, you'll see which one it is. Perhaps we can sort of let people know. Because you might have sweet corn in the cupboard. And I think what they're saying is take it back. And they'll reinforce your money back again. They'll sort of, you know, open up the till. There you go. Tesco urgently call it back again. And so this one, they said potentially unsafe sweet corn. And so some Green Giant sweet corn tins could potentially, so certain things, they say it's possible presence of faulty seams. So let's have a look. So what you're looking at, the batch code is either 293151, 294151, or 295151. The best before is July 23. Okay. Is it 1S1? Oh, it's 1S1. Oh, right. So, yeah, well, it's 293-1S1, 294-1S1, 295-1S1. July 2023. You don't need a receipt to get a refund. Okay. Mind you, I just got another refund today. I got an email from my insurance company, who are called Admiral. And they said, oh, we're giving you a refund to the card that you paid for your insurance with. You're going to get £25 back. I think mainly because people nobody's driving. Nobody's driving. And in fact, I got one here which says a friend of mine works in insurance and said claims are down by 2/3. I said, how is it only down by 2/3? How the hell can you have an accident given there's no cars on the road? And he said the few that are on the road are being driven like they're on a racetrack and they're driving on the wrong side of the road and not stopping at junctions because they don't expect to see anybody. Steve says people are so stupid. You're not far wrong, actually. And, Steve, you've just gone and got your soundbite for Eddie Mayer. You know what I like every now and again? Sausages. You think that's... We've never got this right. in ages and ages. He always surprises us. But I quite like that one. You know what I like every now and again? Sausages. Sausages. There used to be a dog on the television, remember? And he apparently he used to say the word. No, he didn't. They just sort of sausages. It was, and then he's saying sausages. No, he's not. He's not saying sausages at all. Dogs don't talk. Except, do you remember seeing the one on Britain's Got Talent? And he was a Frenchman, and his act was a dog, and the dog was his vent puppet. It was a real dog, and what he'd done is he'd fitted a muzzle over the dog's face, which was the same hair and everything else, same colour hair, and so he could then talk to them. He'd say, "And how are we today?" "I'm very good, thank you." And people were sort of horrified. They thought, the dog talks. There he is. But what they don't know is that his mouth is a piece that fits over his nose, and he's operating it. "So, how are you today?" "I'm very well." You know, you can end up with all these sort of animals, and so the dog would be looking, you know, to one side. "So, how are you today, Miss Wendy?" "I'm very good, thank you." And people go, "The dog talks." You go, "No, it's Simon Cowell's jaw was on the desk," which I think was hilarious. Did you ever remember seeing it? That was very funny. My favourite, though, was a woman called Terry Rogers. Terry Rogers was a magician, and she appeared. You can find her actually on YouTube as well, and she would be very glamorous. Her hair would be all done up. She did Wheel Tappers and Shunters and, you know, loads of those sort of programmes. And she had a doll called Shorty Long. That's what they called them, dolls. It was her vent doll. And the doll was foul-mouthed. And she would come on and go, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, how lovely to be here." And the dog would go, "What are you doing?" And she'd look at it, and of course the audience were in fits of laughter. And then she'd say, "Well, that's not very nice. Why don't you go?" So I love stuff like that. I quite like a blue act every so often. Except those Blue Men. I didn't like their Blue Men act at all. I never got that at all. Although I like Cirque du Soleil. Shane says, "I've just had sausages for lunch." See? It's catching. It's catching. Steve, you should have been a chef. Have you ever had an invite by James Martin on his TV show? No, thank you. No, I'm a radio presenter. I keep telling people I want to be a radio presenter. I don't want to go on television. I don't like it. People point at you down the street. I remember going out after I first appeared on Channel 5. Me and a friend of mine, Jimmy, were standing in a pub and somebody went, "Steve-o!" I went, "Oh, God, we'll have to go and drink somewhere else." I hated it. You'd be walking down the road and people would see you and they, "Oh, no. No, thank you very much indeed." Steve, another one here says, we can go to work and mix with others as long as we social distance, but you can't meet with family, says John in Ipswich. Makes no sense to me. You know, I know where my family have been. I don't know who those I work with. Boris clearly got it wrong. Confused. Listen, we're all confused. Seriously, we're all confused. Because I spoke to a friend of mine last night and said about driving to my brother. He said, "I don't think you're allowed to." I said, "I am, because I'm not going in the house. As long as I don't go in the house, I'm okay. Otherwise, they'd be stopping you on the road. What are you doing on the road?" I just thought I'd use it to get the car there. Beats driving on the pavement, watching people scatter in front of you. Steve, who picks the Eddie soundbite? I think it's Eddie. I think Eddie picks it. Seriously, I mean, it's somebody told me that he lives very close to here. Do we know where? Does Eddie live very close to here? I didn't know that. I thought he lived out a little bit, but I don't know. What do I know? Goodness sake. Steve, hope you... Oh, sorry, we've just done that one, haven't we? Love the poem, says James, and Roger the cat. Mark says, "Steve, try pork and apple and caramelised onion sausages at Iceland. Lovely." Don't you think, though, that sausages take forever to cook? You know, you can be there for 20 minutes. I bought some double cream the other day. In fact, I bought two pots of double cream. One for Corey to have with the strawberries, and the other one for me to have with whatever I'm having for tea tonight. I've decided a swirl of double cream kind of does it. Literally. I can be comatose within a matter of seconds. I'm worried, Steve, about the millions of people starting to move again. Even that listener who says he drove 3 hours to visit London, ignoring the rules. As long as I'm on furlough, I hardly leave the house and don't need to leave the village at all. I'm so worried, says tanker driver Phil, that we're about to see a new wave. Listen, I have no doubt in my mind there will be another wave of this coronavirus. We evacuated my ageing parents to my brother's in Scotland as Dad was so frail they couldn't have coped alone. Now I'm watching him fade away on Skype and I'm terrified I'll never see him again. But we as a family will not flout the rules and put any of us at risk. Some people are so selfish I could scream. I know, do you know, when you see... There's a picture today of some lads playing cricket in a park. I say lads, they're probably about early 20s. And you think, I mean, are you stupid? Are you stupid? I mean, if my parents were alive now, I would be equally worried. Equally worried. But, you know, my mother and father could have stayed in. I'm pretty certain they actually could have stayed in quite easily because Mum cooked. She would fill up the freezer with food. She was very good at things like that. And Dad would potter about, read books, smoke his pipe in the gut. That wouldn't bother them in the slightest, I don't think. But for some reason, they have the inability to actually sort of just stay inside. I mean, I don't know why. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Producer doesn't really care. He's not bothered about staying inside. I mean, he hasn't come in and gone, oh, I'm really fed up. Because you can't do anything about it, can you? You've just got to do that. He's more excited about the £1 a litre for the petrol than anything else. He didn't have a life before this came along, so why would anything change for him? You know, never had any friends. You know, I mean, at Christmas time, the amount of he'd come in here and he'd start writing cards to himself. You know, using his left hand and his right hand. I said, what's that for? He said, it's my Christmas cards. I said, but they're all to you. He said, it's in case the neighbours pop round. I don't want to think I haven't got any friends. And I said, well, I'll tell them you haven't got any friends. I'll do it on the programme. And so he's very Hyacinth Bouquet. You know, she used to send Christmas cards to herself so that, you know, and she'd say to Sheridan, her son, we've got 150 cards. And then Richard, her husband, would say, yes, but you wrote most of them yourself. It's that one-upmanship, isn't it, really? Roger de Courcy with Nookie Bear was my favourite. Yes, I met Roger. He knew who I was, actually. I was a bit excited by that. He was another one. I think he's done Blue too. Some of it's very funny. It's so funny when you hear, you know, people sort of using rude language. I was too embarrassed to swear around my parents. I never swore around my parents. Only ever said the B word once. Steve, for your information, you're allowed to drive any distance as long as you don't stay overnight. Oh, no chance. No chance. Steve, you bought Corey cream and strawberries. That's adorable. I don't know either of you, but I can tell you have a great friendship. You're joking, of course. I'm doing it so he can keep away from me. I generally put it at the end of the room and go find, shoo, seek. And you throw the ball, and he gallops down the corridor and picks up the ball and brings it back and then drops it at my feet, and I kick him. And then I throw the ball out again. I'm hoping to throw it out the window at some point because we're on about the 7th floor. Seems like the 7th floor. It'll be a long way down, an even longer way back. Yeah, I buy them strawberries and cream. I think not always cream. They don't always get cream. But they do get... Because we then discovered that was about the height of decadence, to sit there with a little punnet of Marks and Spencer strawberries, dipping them in double cream. I mean, seriously, you couldn't wipe the smile off his face, or the two chins that he's now developed. Fancy me mentioning that. Steve Allen taking the mickey out of the producer again. No, it's very heartwarming. For him, nothing to do with me, of course. Basically, I'm picking up stuff off the shelves and then sort of thinking, perhaps he'll eat that. I don't know. We used to do sandwiches a long time ago, and then I suddenly realised all that bread has got to be bad. And I don't eat that much bread at the moment. I like a nice roll. Who doesn't? And, but, you know, I'm trying to sort of stay well away from that. Well away. So, tanker driver Phil, you look after yourself. My friend Pat Cooper, Paul Cooper's mum, she's at home at the moment. I know she'll be listening to this programme because it's become very reliant for her, and with lots of other people. So I always bear in mind all the different people that I know who say, "Oh, I listen to you every morning. You're kind of my saving grace." And I go, "Listen, I'm my saving grace. Don't you worry. We're all in it together." It's Heavy Company Tuesday already Tuesday. One day away from mayhem tomorrow. I've just got a feeling it's going to be bad because of the misinterpretation of what you're allowed to do and what you can't do. Oliver says, I can go and see my parents, but in a public place and only one at a time. Do they expect me to choose between them? I'm going to have to take my mum to the park, drop her home, and then take my dad. Yeah. You can't have both of them at the same time with you. And I'm assuming the problem could be that, you know, if one gets it, the other's going to get it. So that's why they've done it separate. That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know. It's a slight worry, isn't it, really? A slight worry. And somebody says, did I hear you're doing a sponsored walk from Global to Mornington Cress and then back home to Twickenham? I couldn't walk. It's about 10 miles, I think. It's about 10 miles. Jane says, when I get my next pet, I'm going to call it Corey. Oh, it's so sweet. So lovely, isn't it? What sort of pet will it be? Something very irritating, I can imagine. Can't see it being anything sort of cute and cuddly and doesn't eat very much. It'll be something lead you out of house and home. And so there's a picture of the Osbornes. Sharon! And on their bed, they've got all their dogs. 7 dogs on the bed who go to sleep. Oh, dear. No, not 7 on the bed. It's way too much. Anyway, our bit of culture this morning, our poem. Most of it. This will go over 99.9% of you's heads, I can tell, except the producer, because he had one of those educations. And they probably all went into school and go, oh, hi, Corey, what are you reading at the moment? I'm reading Oscar Wilde. And we all go, OK, how far have you got through? I've read everything. I've read The Trial, you know. And they go, and one day I'm going to give one of his poems to a radio presenter and he's going to stumble through it. So here it goes. It's called La Mer, which is The Sea, by Oscar Wilde. A white mist drifts across the shrouds. A wild moon in this wintry sky gleams like an angry lion's eye out of a mane of tawny clouds. The muffled steersman at the wheel is but a shadow in the gloom, and in the throbbing engine room leap the long rods of polished steel. The shattered storm has left its trace upon this huge and heaving dome, for the thin threads of yellow foam float on the waves like ravelled lace. Thank God it was short. I hate it if they go on for pages and pages. You know, if it's a nice short poem, I can manage it, actually. Because sometimes I read it before the poem to myself, you know, before the programme to myself, and then sort of decide on the basis of whether or not I stumble over any of the silly words in it. Because what did we have the other day? William Shakespeare. God, blimey, honestly. Can't imagine anybody buying that rubbish. It was dreadful. I can't remember. What was it called? What was the Shakespeare one we did the other day? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? No. End of poem. End of poem. So much easier. So Oliver's going to go and have to take one to the park, bring her home, and then take your father to... Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work. I really don't. But it's the dose of Disney helping the medicine go down. Apparently it makes you feel better when you watch a happy film. And I always ask people... Because there's quite a number of good Disney films, which is the feel-good factor, which is strangely not Mary Poppins. Because if you remember, at the end of Mary Poppins, she flies away. She leaves the children. She leaves the parents. She flies away and says, don't leave us, Mary Poppins. And then their father goes, children, and he's repaired the kite, which was lovely. Another good film, which is very good, if you really want weepy time, is Pollyanna. Pollyanna was a Disney film years ago about a girl called Pollyanna who gets to go and live with her aunt, who is filthy rich and lives in this sort of town. And Pollyanna decides she's a good girl. And she goes around helping people. All sorts of people. You'll recognise all sorts of people. Really. I mean, really, really, really lovely little film. And then she has an accident. Sorry to break it to you, but the film came out years ago. And you should have seen it by now. It should be on your wish list. And the whole town turn out to thank her. And they walk across the lawn. And everybody's going, don't walk across the lawn, she'll go mad. But she said, come inside. And she says, you know, what are you doing here? And one of the women, who you'll recognise immediately as being Endora from Bewitched, says, we just want to come and see the child and wish her well, because she's crippled. She fell out of a tree, and the whole town, you know, say thank you. And so she brings the whole town together. It's a heartwarming film. It's a bit cheesy, and it's a bit sugary, and it's a bit saccharine-y. But for those people of my age who've probably seen it loads of times, you'll go, do you know, I love crying at movies. I love crying. Me and my friend Jimmy, years and years ago, on a Sunday, we used to, we'd go out, we'd go and do some shopping for silly little things, and then come back and I'd cook a lunch, and we'd sit down and watch Little House on the Prairie, seeing who was the first person to cry. Because there was always a bit in Little House on the Prairie that made you cry. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, perhaps that's where all this stems from. I can't think of where else it comes from at all. Yesterday, Steve, I bought a pack of Richmond sausages, got home and even roasted 4, 3 in a roll with sauce, and 1 on the side. Absolute heaven, says Lennon Cobham. Oh, I always think it's ridiculous. I mean, listen, if they make a packet of 6, you're supposed to eat a packet of 6. I don't know why they think you're only going to eat a few of them, which is good. Steve, the solution to seeing your relatives is for them to become builders. Then just meet up on the site. Bella says, you remember Shari Lewis and Lamb Chop?
Yeah, I do. I love Lamb Chop.
Yes, a simple sock. Yes. I remember seeing Shari Lewis. She came to the Magic Circle. And she was on television all the time.
And she, Lamb Chop used to speak like that.
And you're right, it was just a sock. Just a sock, but it was very clever, actually. So, of course, I remember. I remember all those sort of things. Strawberries, cream and Corey, 3 delicious things, somebody says. Yeah. Maybe not. Last night I watched Schindler's List. I was in tears. Not just me, all the housemates too. I know. It's the end bit, isn't it? It's the end bit when they put up the captions and they go that there's all these people coming over a hill and they go, these are the original Schindler's List people. This is the relatives. These are the children of the people on Schindler's List. And then they go to the cemetery where Oskar Schindler was buried, and his widow's there, and they all put a stone on his grave, and they're the original people from the list. I mean, it's really just, you know, just terrible. Lovely poem, says Connie in Minnesota. Thank you. Beautifully read, did you not think? I mean, sometimes I do excel, actually, at my reading. Today might not be one of those. So happy birthday to Catherine Tate. Was she the one who did yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but? I think so. And front page of The Sun this morning. Let's get growing, the garden makeover tips. I can't wait. But I'm not going to rush. I'm not going to rush to the garden centre. I'm going to do it at my leisure. Because it's a ponderous thing to do, garden centres. You know, to actually sort of wander around and think, what can I put in? And you know that I've ordered my plants already. They'll probably arrive at the end of this month. And so I'm having just the one colour in everything. That's what it's going to be. The one colour in all the pots. So it's going to look lovely. I've had it before, and you've seen them because I post the pictures up all the time of my handiwork with a pot and some Tomerite. So, but this year it's going to be different because it's first year I've used Miracle Grow Earth. I've never used that before. I normally use a Levington's, which has got a bit of John Innes in it. Look, I only talk like this because I used to do gardening programmes on LBC. Vogue and Spencer will be the new Richard and Judy. You absolutely will not. Okay, you can't be the new Richard and Judy. A, because they're still alive. They are Richard and Judy. You can't be the new Richard. There's not a competition to sort of say, oh, who's going to be the new Richard and Judy? It doesn't work like that. Also, a Gogglebox star's impression of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's sister has sparked 33 complaints to Ofcom. Yeah, that's the sister of the murdering leader of North Korea. Hello? You know, so she did an impression. Mary Killen's joke was branded racist and shocking. After discussing the dictator's first public appearance since his death, she did an impersonation of Kim Jo-jong using the stereotypical accent. So she also rolled her eyes back and waved her head around in the impression. She's nice, Mary Killen, though. We like Mary Killen. She's nice. She's the vicar, isn't she? On Gogglebox. I'm pretty certain. She's been all over the place. Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about Kim Jong-un's sister. So is it not... So if you're an impressionist, who can you not do impressions of? Everybody. Well, I don't know. I've never seen the sister. Have you seen the sister? I mean, what do you think Spitting Image was? Spitting Image used to do all that sort of stuff. That's what they did. They did all of that. They did all the stereotypical stuff. Well, I don't like Kim Jong-un's sister. We don't like Kim Jong-un, thank you very much indeed. I'm certainly not going to be tempted into anything else. Steve, I don't think you can drive your parent to the park and back social distancing. You have to meet one of them there. You see? There you go. And... Steve, says somebody, I had to unfollow Amy Hart on social media. She acts as if she's genuinely famous. She's unemployable, isn't she? I mean, she was working for BA, and then she was on Love Island, and then I've seen her on a couple of things. And to be honest with you, she wasn't all that. I didn't think there was anything going on there at all. Also, I googled Terry Rogers, very accomplished magician, and transitioned in the early 60s. Yes, she did. I used to see her in Davenport's. And she was very clever. She invented all sorts of little things. All sorts of little things. So, talking about driving your parents to the park and back social distancing, you have to meet one of them. Well, how are they supposed to get there if they're disabled? What happens if you've got a disabled parent? They can't go out. No, you put them in the car and you take them there. That's the whole idea. You want to get them out. I think we can do that. You can take one of them. You can't take two of them, but we think you could take one of them. They've got a picture of Birmingham construction workers practically sitting on top of each other. And also, they've got people in a garden centre in Surrey wearing masks for protection, which is lovely. I can't wait to go. Not sure you can what? go to a garden centre. You can't have them in the car. How are they supposed to get there? Well, how on earth are they... Wait a minute. Section 1.8, 1.2, 1.8. Can I share a private vehicle with somebody from another household? Well, they're not. They're your household, aren't they? They're your household. I think what they mean is somebody from somewhere else. Like, I couldn't put you in my car. Not that I'd let you in. I've got leather seats. There's no chance. So it says you can only travel in a private vehicle alone or with members of your household. That's... Yeah. But, no, so if you're there... So you can only travel in a private vehicle alone or with members of your household. Well, I'm travelling alone. Unless I pick up a hitchhiker, which is highly unlikely. You don't see hitchhikers anymore, do you? They're all terribly rich. They've all got their own cars and everything else. Enid and Tony in Newark had a sausage casserole yesterday that cooked in the slow cooker for 8 hours. Oh, my God, fathers. With mash. Well, that sounds delicious. That's the only thing I ever did in my slow cooker. Sausage casserole. It was the easiest thing to do. You'd put it in before you left for work and you got back and... Because by that time you'd had a kebab on the way back and some chips. You didn't feel like sausage casserole. So I used to throw it away. Dreadful waste, wasn't it? But somebody says, oh, please, Boris, open the barber shops. I don't want my hair to look like yours. Look at my hair. Look at my hair this morning. I mean, I'm really sorry. I've got to get this sorted out. But, I can only do it myself, but I just don't know whether or not I can shave it all off. It's past 5. I should imagine my friend Jordan's home by now. I can't remember, actually, what time he finished. He's another one of these people who works sort of in the early hours of the morning. He sent me a text earlier on, just basically saying, am I being alert? I said, I don't think I've ever been more alert than I am at the moment. And then yesterday we had sort of equal rights for alerts. And a lot of people sort of worrying about they were being picked on in the same way that years ago Bill Stickers was everywhere. You could see his thing, Bill Stickers to be prosecuted and all this kind. I used to feel sorry for this man. I used to think, why is everybody writing his name everywhere? But then I suddenly realised I'm alert. So being alert is nice. There's quite a lot of us, actually. Nigel from South Wales. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the... is it Pontyclun? I'm so bad at doing those in Wales. People always put it in there just to annoy me, I'm sure. It says, I've just watched a heron and 4 cormorants fly past my window. Yes, 4 cormorants. Oh, cormorants are quite a lot of them, isn't there, cormorants? They sort of sit there waiting for it. We've got a heron. In fact, we've got a few herons down at Richmond where they sit there in the water, or stand in the water and just watching until a fish goes past and go and grab it. Steve says, Tanker Driver Film, that poem was fantastic. Good Lord above. Never get reaction to poetry like this before. Producer be sort of going, well done me. It was called The Sea, La Mer, by Oscar Wilde. He said, my father was a seagoing engineer in steamships, and the image of the flying rods of polished steel brought me the image of the triple expansion steam engines he worked on. If I can find it, I'll read it to him on Skype. Yeah, you'll find it easily. La Mer, Oscar Wilde. In fact, where did you get it from, Poppet? Where did you get it from? It's just... Oh, he's got the full works at home, so he just copied it. And, sorry? Leather-bound copies of Oscar Wilde's poetry. You'll find it easy. Just go to... But also, I also got the same image that you did of the flying rods of polished steel. I saw that, because in some of these ships that are still plying, actually, your neck of the woods, I think, there's loads up Scotland way on the locks and things like that, and they're the old sort of steamboats, which are lovely. Please give me a mention, Steve, says Anthony in Worthing. All right, you've had a mention, OK? Happy now? Goodness sake. So what was the other one? Oh, the Queen saying she'll be back. I do hope so. I do hope so. I wouldn't like to think she wouldn't be. I'm not sure about the West Ham fans being asked to ditch burgers and go vegan. Why would they want to go vegan? I mean, I'm quite sure that people who are vegan say it's fantastically healthy and wonderful. And Luke, as you know... it's Luke. He's sort of vegan. He's sort of vegetarian, and then he went vegan, and then it turns out that he's lapsed from the vegan. He's never had meat. I don't think he's ever had meat. I think the whole family were sort of vegan, is what he was telling us. I think vegetarian, but yet he has creme brulee. I mean, a creme brulee, double cream, and all the rest of it, and brown sugar, and I mean, it sounds delicious, but apparently he eats it quite a lot, and no shame. No shame whatsoever that he'd let the vegans down. Do you remember Slapstick and Lace with Charlie Drake and Henry McGee? No, I loved Henry McGee. I thought he was great. Charlie Drake was not the most liked person. Steve, what happened to the chap who used to bring your tea in on the hour and we used to hear you talking to each other? I got rid of him. So I didn't want him anymore. So boring me. And I'm a bit like that. No, the reason they stopped doing that is because I get my own tea. I'm not risking anybody else getting my tea, thank you very much indeed. You know, it means that they're then holding the cup, and then they put the cup down, then I'm holding the cup. So, no, I go and get my own tea. I've done that for about the past 8 weeks. I'm exhausted. I can't begin to tell you, having to stagger to the kitchen all the time. But it's quite nice. Steve, I guess that if a parent doesn't live with you, you're putting one or both at risk if you don't stay 2 metres apart, and it has to be outdoors. Sad and hard, but best for their safety. Best for everybody's safety. Definitely. And Shane says, I've just seen your tour of Twickenham on YouTube. I laughed when you said bloody Canadian geese. Well, there's loads of them. The mess that dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. James says, lockdown or no lockdown, don't confuse us with stupid halfway rules. Well, I don't think they've thought it through properly. I think there are if we're having to explain things to you this late in the day, I don't think they've made it clear to people. And let's face it, if you lot don't understand it, what hope for people for whom English is not their first language? What hope? How are people supposed to know that all these things are this is what you're supposed to do, this is what you're not supposed to do? People just don't know. They were showing an Australian programme the other day, and they stopped a car that was all over the place. When they pulled the guy over, he was Chinese, and they couldn't work out why he was driving. You know, first of all, he was veering over to the left, then veering over to the right, and they thought maybe he was drunk, and it turned out he wasn't drunk. It's just that in China, they drive on the other side of the road to Australia, and he also didn't have an Australian driving licence. He only had a Chinese driving licence. And so they basically said, well, you can't drive any further. And the reason that he was veering across is because his windscreen was so dirty, he couldn't see out of it. So you can't have that, can you? Your car is supposed to be, roadworthy. And it's got to, you're supposed to, when it goes in for the MOT, you're supposed to be, making sure there's enough water there to clean your headlights and all that kind of stuff. Somebody says in your car, Steve, you could actually take somebody else in there and still self-isolate. There would be enough distance, between me and the back seat of the car to the 2 metres, which would be quite nice. Steve, a typical corona situation. Couple met over the phone, got engaged on WhatsApp, got married on Zoom and ordered the baby on Amazon. Thank you very much indeed. Also, please stop worrying, says Connie, about stupid people. If they want to catch COVID-19 because of their behaviour, they'll regret that they didn't protect themselves. Well, you just think you have to tell people, don't you? You really have to, because I'm not bothered. Listen, I couldn't care less what they do. It's the fact that they can infect other people. That's the thing I worry about. Somebody says, when do you think I can swim again? Not for a while. Not for a while. We don't know how it transmits through water, do we? I mean, you can go to the beach, and I'm assuming you can go in the sea because it's big enough, but I know you can't do swimming pools. Definitely not. You were saying about sausages, Steve. Sausages. I remember when I was young, many years ago, one of my favourite meals was Heinz beans with sausages. I tried it again a few years ago and was so disappointed. There were only about 3 sausages in there. So last weekend, I did myself beans, a triangle of spready cheese, and bought some American Frankfurters, proper big ones. Chopped them up, put them in the microwave for a few minutes, stir, then eat. It was fantastic, says Rob the Courier. I actually do hot dog sausages and things like that, Herta and all the other companies, and I just cut them up and put them into the beans anyway. I fry some bacon, then I put some hot dog sausages in, always cut things up, and I never use knives, scissors. I use kitchen scissors, and then I pour a tin of beans in over the top and stir it round. And if I'm really feeling decadent, some instant mashed potato with loads of butter. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, actually? I might go home and do that today, and sort of in preparation for tomorrow. Steve, Matt Lucas did the Yeah But No But sketch. Catherine Tate did Is My Face Bothered? Did Matt Lucas... No, it wasn't Matt Lucas who did Yeah But No But, Yeah But No But. Do you think that... Oh, producer thinks you might be right. You think that Matt Lucas did that? Let's find out. God, I don't want to have to say sorry, not at this time of the morning. You know I can't use the word anyway. It doesn't... Don't tell me. Is it... Are you wrong? Matt Lucas. Yeah, but... No. Oh, goodness. All right, it's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. No, it's not working at all, unfortunately. Never get Steve Allen to backtrack on anything, because as James O'Brien says of Steve Allen, and we've heard it so many times now, I think it gets one more airing. James O'Brien says...
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See? It's uncanny. It's uncanny, actually, but I have to admit on that one I was... no, it's not going to happen. I said, no, never mind, doesn't matter, actually. We'll sort of come back to it. And, Steve, I truly think if this goes on too long, people will eventually think, sod it, I'll take my chances, and if I get it, I get it. Well, they're doing that now. They're playing with a loaded pistol. The people who are going into the parks with their families and other strangers and playing games, they're playing with a loaded pistol. They don't realise until eventually they start getting the symptoms, and then they go, wonder where I got that from? And I go, that'll be in the park. That'll be in the park when you were playing with all your friends out there. You know, you should know better. Should know much, much better. But they all think that they're not going to get it. That's what all the people in hospital are thinking. Oh, I didn't think I was going to get it. You know, how have I got it? Because you just have. Just you have. So, Steve, my husband, Tony B, is having a very happy isolation birthday. He's 58 today, and we should have been on holiday in Greece. Do you know Greece are getting ready to welcome people, if they can get people to take people out there on holiday? Because they're, you know, places like Benidorm, Barcelona, places like that, they're suffering badly. Not just the royal family, who are down millions, 85 million that place takes in. All of their different ventures that they've got running. 85 million a year. So far, nothing. Nothing at all. Because there's no visitors. You can drive around. We drive down the Mall every day on the way home. And you're very lucky if you see probably half a dozen cars, something like that. But Buckingham Palace, you don't see all the guards standing outside. Nothing. The horses presumably still need exercise. I saw a few horses the other Sunday who were exercising from the barracks in Hyde Park. But that's about it. So the Queen is in Windsor, and she's self-isolating there. But I should imagine they've probably got loads to do. That she'll probably catch up on phone calls and things like that. I mean, let's face it, she's the Queen. They must have loads and loads of stuff to do. I should imagine Philip is there, sort of probably watching DVDs or something. Steve, I went to a garden centre the other weekend. I only bought a few plants, hose attachment things and some knickknacks. Came out £300 worse for the experience, as Ian the Skip. Good Lord, but your hose attachment must have cost an arm and a leg. You see, if I need hose attachments, and I've actually put a couple of these X hoses together, I try to buy them in places like B&Q, but I'm not queuing for B&Q. I'm decided I'm not queuing anywhere at the moment. If I can't get in somewhere, then I don't bother. I'll live without it. So, good for you. But, I mean, you must have bought some really, really nice plants for that sort of price. Somebody says, what has Boris really said about the over-70s? We seem to have been forgotten. Yeah, well, they seem to think, because a lot of over-70s going, excuse me, I'm over 70, but I'm not decrepit. I can go out. I heard people talking to Darren earlier on. I'm not decrepit. I can go outside. I can do my shopping. I can do shopping for other people. Not all 70-year-olds are sitting there, you know, staring at the ceiling. There's a lot of very active people out there, thank goodness. Steve, you now made me hungry. So I've got up, I've had a Viennese whirl and a wedge of lardy cake. Lardy cake. You know, this coronavirus outbreak and what you can do and what you can't do. And, you know, I'm tempted to say you can go and read it, but the other half of me is saying, why don't you just listen to Nick Ferrari? He's been through it. He can do it. La Mer is also a great song by Charles Trenet from 1946. La Mer. Oh, no, it's a different one. Thank you, Will. And also, somebody's seen a clip of a South African magician. Wien Vandenberg has performed around the world in places like Vegas, Los Angeles, London and Dubai. One of the best. And somebody sent me in a YouTube clip to so I can actually have a look at it, which is very nice. Thank you very much indeed. I do like watching magic. I do. I'm addicted to watching magic. Even now, I was on the phone to a friend of mine the other day. We were on the phone for about 25, 30 minutes just talking about magic. Good, isn't it? Which is nice. And, Steve, I'll explain to my grandmother that it will be easier to see her if she gets an NVQ in bricklaying. Exactly. Yes, all of a sudden you've got pensioners out there holding sort of a little bucket of cement and a brick in one hand so they can meet their relatives who are also working there with a bucket of cement. I love it. Most of my co-workers, Steve, have been furloughed on full pay for the last 4 weeks. Keep your fingers crossed to get my chance on Wednesday to swap with them. I'm still working full time, says Josie, the dental nurse. Oh, so fingers crossed you get your chance on Wednesday. Would you like that? Yes, please. I spoke to a friend of mine who has a business, and he said, I'm sort of getting the government money. He said, I'm in no rush to open. I said, oh, right. You never know, do you, really? But, I mean, we're well served in Twickenham. Well served for sort of businesses, so that there's nothing that you can't get. You can get your milk, your water, your butter, every single item of grocery, your bags of earth, your meat, your fruit, your veg, everything. Every single thing, you can get it. It's all there within about sort of 5 minutes. It's just deciding which queue you want to join. So I'm quite good about joining queue. As I say, if I sort of look at the Waitrose queue, when I go past it in the morning, like this morning, there won't be anybody in it. By the time I've got home and come back again, there'll be another 20 people in it. So I kind of think, I'm not really that bothered about doing it. I can live about it. Steve, says Anne in Helensborough. You're talking about my two favourite subjects. I'm lucky to have a greenhouse, lots of baby tomato plants growing, and squash. When not gardening, I'm cooking, eating way too much, as not walking as much as I should be. I've just ordered some elastic-waisted capri pants. Size up from usual. Where would we be without elasticated capri pants? My mother used to have some as well. For ladies, it's like it goes with water retention, doesn't it? And your ever-expanding waist. And then today, it's a thin day. Today's a fat day. I don't have days which are thin days. Well, I sometimes do, actually, but most of the time I don't, which is quite good. A lot of people tell me about Matt Lucas, Vicky Pollard. Thank you very much indeed. And anybody else seen Rick and Ralph's Northern Road Trip? Such a nice programme to watch, Steve. Well, I like both of them, actually. Ricky Tomlinson and Ralph as well, Ralph Little. Very nice. He's very watchable. Very, very watchable, which is good. Boring story of the day. One half of the Fahirs sisters, this time Billy Fahirs and Greg, I don't know if it's husband or boyfriend, I've really got no idea, open up to OK Magazine about being in lockdown. Presumably, they've got nothing to talk about. They don't seem to have much to talk about on the programme. So God knows what they're going to tell us about. Oh, we've decided to do this, decided to do that. Who cares? Seriously, there's better things in heaven and earth. I have to read you this thing because I thought it was actually... Oh, yes, apart from Monty Don, which was very sad because his dog was literally getting as much fan mail as he was. Oh, I've got to do this actually before I do you this other thing, actually. And my friend Warren says, did you see... Willie Walsh being scrutinised by the select committee. I mean, to be honest with you, isn't Willie Walsh, who looks after he's retiring, isn't he? I think we were saying the other day, I'm sure we had a news story that he was retiring with about 30 million. Seems like a lot of money. Right, here we go. Job sectors where most men have died. Okay, job sectors. Firstly, hospitality and leisure managers, caring personal services, food preparation and hospitality. Number 2 is factory and warehouse. And number 1, security operations. So does that mean police and things like that? Does that mean police? Job sectors where most women have died. Bottom of the list, 7 point... I mean, it's significantly lower than men. Significantly lower. Government administration... Food preparation and hospitality. In the food preparation and hospitality for men, it's 36.4. For women, it's 10. 10. Caring personal services, 10.1. Factory and warehouse, 15.6. For men, 37.7. And top of the list, hairdressers, 18.1, which is way down on security operations for men. So that's the, security guards nearly 5 times more likely to be killed by COVID. Also, highest risk driving jobs. Bottom of the list, taxi drivers and chauffeurs. 2 bus and coach drivers. 3. 2 van drivers. And number 1, large goods vehicle drivers. Those are the people. So male COVID death rates by occupation. Low-skilled jobs, bottom of the list, then machine operators, customer services, leisure and service, skilled trades, admin jobs, technical jobs, professionals, number 2, professionals. These are all coming from, these are government figures. These are government figures, these. And number 1 is bosses as well. So they say analysis of 2,494 coronavirus fatalities found they're all more than twice as likely to die from the disease. So it's the army of frontline workers, social care workers, bus and taxi drivers, chefs and the supermarket staff are among the most vulnerable. Wow. Germany has seen a spike in COVID-19 cases, more than 300 reported amongst meat workers. Over in China, China continues to lift its lockdown. The House of Mouse's Experience has reduced admission numbers by 2/3, checking all visitors for fever and making masks compulsory. This is at Shanghai Disney Resort, and it's opening again. So they've got loads of people, but they're all wearing masks and mouse ears. It looks decidedly peculiar, actually. Greece, as I say, is hoping to welcome British tourists from June the 1st, providing airlines run flights. And there's a bad frost this morning, says Warren. And he says, I hope no one's put any tender plants out. Don't cast a clout until May is out. He says, so more frost on the way. Well, I don't think mine are going to arrive, actually, Warren, until the end of the month. I'm pretty certain. So I've already paid for them, and I think they will probably put them out after the frost has gone, which I think will probably be towards the end of the month. And then I shall, at the moment, I've got all the bags of earth, and I shall be filling up those over the next few days. I'm doing a little bit each day. I'm not going to exhaust myself. Terrible. Did you see the Britain's Got Talent magician who turned back time on all the mobile phones in the audience recently? I didn't see that. What's the best magic kit to buy a kid, says Norma? Oh, there's numerous ones out there. Numerous magic. I couldn't recommend any in particular. Marvin Berglass has got one. There's loads of people who've got some of these magic kits. There's a super duper one which has got some really nice stuff in it. It depends how old the child is. I mean, go on to Hamleys or go on to Davenport's or International Magic. They'll all have magic sets, and for different ages. Just tell them the age of the person, and then they'll know how to sort of target it. Steve, take a flask if you have one of hot tea or coffee on your journey to your brother's, and a sarnie. You can't buy one. What, a sarnie? Of course you can. I'm buying sandwiches every day. What are you talking about? Can't buy one. Definitely you can, Leslie. I mean, have you been into supermarkets? Have you been to the coffee shops? They're open. You can buy coffee in Twickenham on quite a number of them. That's not a problem. But sandwiches, you can definitely go and buy. They're as well stocked on sandwiches as they ever have been. There's no restrictions on sandwiches. Steve, I own a barber's. The little hairs that have been clippered go everywhere. They even stick in your skin and can get infected. Amusing myself, says Jane in Whitley Bay. How to do my job without being covered in strangers' DNA. Not really an issue with long hair and hairdressers per se. I just want a little... You're right, there's hairs everywhere. My dad could do 2 magic tricks, Steve. He'd find coins behind our ears and in eggs in the fridge. How did he do that? I couldn't possibly tell you. I could be drummed out of the magic circle. And did you ever meet Paul Daniels? Oh, God, on numerous occasions. Your Prosecco, Steve, you forgot that. I never forget my Prosecco. Never forget my Prosecco. I have lots of Prosecco. In fact, the woman said to me the other day, I was M&S buying some Prosecco, and she said, oh, you're celebrating? I said, no. She went, oh, good. I said, just for me again. Just for me, thank you very much indeed. So there's a doctor making it through to £1 million question. Does he get it? You'll have to tune in tonight and find out. Ali Ross is talking today about a self-obsessed, portly tyrant. No, not Kim Jong-un. Gemma Collins. Yes, the most disastrous programme on television. He says, simple question, whose well-being has given you more cause for concern over the past few weeks? Psychopath North Korean despot Kim Jong-un or Gemma Collins? Right, Kim, obviously. He says, and there was a fascinating ITV documentary to be made about the vanishing act that Fatso has pulled in Pyongyang since coronavirus took hold of the world. Unfortunately, we get Gemma Collins' Diva on Lockdown, narrated somewhat reluctantly by Angus Dayton. He says, an infuriatingly clumsy title for a show given it should be either Diva in Lockdown or Diva in Chockdown or maybe Diva in Porton Down. Or better still, maybe not film the thing at all and break the horrific cycle of attention. It would do her more good than harm in the long run. So it just says, Steve, is the Magic Circle still going on this year? Well, at the moment, it's not. At the moment, it's not, and it doesn't look particularly likely that there's going to be a Steve Allen Magic Circle show this year. We might we might get round to doing it probably in January or February, I think. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But we're so used to doing them at Christmas, and they generally go very quickly, the tickets. God, Connor's got his summer outfit on at the moment. Beige trousers. Hello? Beige trousers in May. I mean, are you going golfing? I've never seen you in beige trousers before. You don't play golf either, do you? I can tell by that swing. Absolutely. You're doing crazy golf. You're trying to get the ball through the windmill, aren't you? The other side. I used to love crazy golf. Yes, well, Corey's hopeless. He sings. Well, he doesn't. He thinks he does. He was singing a short while ago because it turns out that song, La Mer, by Bobby Darin and countless others, including Charles Aznavour, is called Beyond the Sea. And that was the one I was singing before. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. My love it. And it goes, I mean, I don't just... Corey, don't sing. Okay, you're not the entertainment on this programme. You do it in French as well. Do you speak any languages, Connor? Did Connor speak any languages? I know you struggle with English, but I mean... Oh, that was going to be your response. Do you... Right. You do those. I can't imagine you being loud, actually. Do you cry? Have you ever cried at anything? Oh, right, okay. You don't speak any languages. No. Have you ever cried, though? Have you ever cried? Do you cry at movies? You don't... not at films. Oh, Lord. Almost said with some distaste. I'm sorry, crying at films. Wuss. I'm constantly crying at films. I can't help it. I cry at everything. I cried at Bambi, you know. Do you not really watch films? You don't really do a lot, do you, really, actually? I don't... Oh, right, what was the film you watched at the weekend? Oh, no. American Psycho. Not your sort of thing at all. I thought you'd be all lollipops and pink ice cream and stuff like that. Some sort of soppy, girly thing. Not American Psycho, you know. I can't do this. I don't like any slasher movies or anything like that. Really? You are seriously, you're winning with the masculine image. I tell you, people write in and go, is that Butch Connor in again? And I always go, no, we've got the other one who's a slightly wussy person, who's now got his summer trousers on. Are you wearing brown shoes or black shoes? That's the interesting... Clive Bull did a thing about the shoes that you wear. Navy shoes. Oh, they've got to be brown. They've got to be brown. Brown goes with those colour trousers. I know that because Clive Bull told us all about what you cannot wear, like black shoes or navy shoes. Not with those colour... I mean, you're really just not coordinated enough, are you? You know, I suppose when you get up in the morning, you're sort of stumbling around in the bedroom and fall into the wardrobe, you know. You would listen to fashion. I know we'd all listen to fashion with Clive Bull. Always. I don't know who's actually the most fashion-conscious person here, actually. I thought Eddie Mayer was fair. Oh, Ferrari's very... You can always tell when he's got somebody important in. He puts a suit on. Whereas, you know, I almost undress for this programme. I don't sort of dress up for it at all. Perhaps I should, actually. Perhaps I should sort of make him... Thomas? Thomas who? That's showbiz. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You think he's stylish? Oh, God, no, I never thought he was stylish. He's a reject, isn't he? He's from above the borders, you know. Parents move... Every time he went off to school in the morning, his parents would sell the house and move. See you later. Is he getting his hair cut? His hair always looks a bit shorter every day. Do you think his girlfriend's cutting his hair? Terrible. No, apparently not. No, so that beyond the sea, waiting for me, which is good, isn't it? So on the subject of the Magic Circle, sorry, Brenda, it's we're going to wait and see what's happening. We're going to wait and see. I defy anybody not to cry whilst watching The Champ with Ricky Schroeder and John Voight. Somebody says, I can't get Marmite or barley, says Eileen. Oh, Marmite. You could get Marmite everywhere. A tub of it lasts for about 2 years. Because you don't really use a lot, do you? Found out the other day Nick Ferrari was an extra in the Bond film Octopussy. Really? I've never heard of that one before. I've heard of most things. Let's have a look. It became... There you go. He was... he interviewed Roger Moore on the set. He appeared as an extra of Octopussy. Oh, right. Interesting. Things you learn. Things you learn. Look at that on... What is that? Is that on Wikipedia? Right. How old does it put him down as? Oh, good Lord. I'm older than he is. That's a bit depressing, isn't it? But he is currently the most listened to host on LBC. I'd like to see the list, actually, I could probably work it out myself, I think. Steve, I'm forever crying, even at commercials. My daughter worries about me, but I just tell her it's wonderful to have emotions. Oh, it so is. Is Sooty in the Magic Circle? Well, he's in a cabinet in the Magic Circle. He's in a glass cabinet, Sooty is. And somebody else says, so Nick and Farai. And my granddad, Steve, told me, says Dave, don't cast a doubt till May is out, refers to the flower, not the month. Oh, right. The May flower. Oh, I don't even know what that is, actually. So somebody else mentioning about Prosecco. But I'll read you the rest of Ali Ross's thing. He was talking about this sort of, film they did. And when ITVB started the process, lockdown wasn't even enforced. Gemma was still on the loose, comparing herself to Elvis, Dolly and Jesus, bellowing orders and demanding miracles of everybody who was sucked into her gravitational field. The trouble is, that's not being a diva. That's just being talentless. Totally. Long-suffering manager Mark probably took the worst hit when Gemma decided she wanted to replace Catherine Jenkins on the Vera Lynn duet. Make the call, Mark. But there was no escape for production staff, drivers, hairdressers, innocent bystanders. And then they actually kept the remote camera running at her brother Russell's vast Essex estate, where Gemma was corralled with his wife Dawn, a couple of kids, and Frank the dog. It was all a bit embarrassing, actually, because at one point, the most significant scene of the series probably happened during episode 2, when Gemma got papped riding a bicycle out near Brentwood and was enraged by the intrusion, the invasion of her privacy, and blah, blah, blah. Except, of course, she wasn't really. Her whole livelihood depends on invading her own privacy. I mean, really, it's just embarrassing to watch. A woman who's pushing 40 and behaves like a 3-year-old. Very embarrassing. But anyway, she's, in the meantime, lockdown continues. Russell's grass needs cutting. Gemma's not earning her keep, and Angus Dayton has a question. The GC and a twin-blade 4-stroke 200-kilogram lawnmower. What could possibly go wrong? I think we've seen enough of her, actually. It turned out she's not a diva. And also, they only did 3 shows as opposed to the 4 that were contracted, which is very interesting. So Vogue, me and Abby could be the new Richard and Judy. No, you can't. No, you can't. I mean, if anybody's going to be the new Richard and Judy, I should imagine it would probably be Marvin and Rochelle. Eamon and Ruth, I think, have already sort of covered a very old picture. Eamon's got dark hair. Very unusual. But, who's on the sofas? Richard and Judy, still there from 1988 to present. Marvin and Rochelle, 2013. Eamon and Ruth, 2006. Matt and Emma Willis. And Spencer and Vogue, no chance. They've never hosted a show together, and I don't think they could. He's just nothing. He's wooden. Absolutely wooden. I remember when the Made in Chelsea thing finished for him, and he went, "Oh, I think I'll be a presenter." Like, you just walk into presenting jobs. I was always fascinated by how it works. Also, an electric car has for the first time made the list of Britain's 10 cheapest motors to own. I mean, it costs more than 20,000 quid. They're so expensive, these cars. But less depreciation on the vehicle means it can be sold on for more. So they've got, it's quite interesting, actually, when you look at that. I've often thought about an electric car, and then I thought, I can't bear it. If I go in one now, when you get to traffic lights, and buses as well, it sounds as though the engine's turned off. So they have to start it again. It's sort of stop, start. Terrible, really. Never mind. Steve, I've just watched 10 episodes of The Last Ship. A sobering series. Take a very good, very, very COVID-19, says Ria. Thank you. Marmite and peanut butter toast sandwich. And another one says, which one? I don't know what that one is, actually. Sometimes I don't understand. I can't read predictive text. It doesn't mean anything to me. I've never understood these sort of things at all. I do it sometimes on my telephone. I don't do it deliberately. I just sort of put something in there and it puts up a completely different word. And I haven't quite mastered it yet. So, at a glance, PM blasted in the comments for unleashing confusion over the lockdown. Let's face it, if we're having to explain, and Nick is going to go through this document this morning for you, it's there's a lot to take on board, and I begin to wonder whether or not everybody understands it. And the answer is quite simply, no, they don't. Green light for unlimited exercise. Non-essential shops shut until June the 1st at the earliest. But, I mean, what's a non-essential shop? I mean, I might want to go and buy something in Robert Dyer's. That's an essential shop for buying things. Male carers, bus drivers, chefs and retail assistants have the higher death rates. Wow. But if you're a security guard, you're at the top of the list. I would have thought, actually, if you were a security guard, you'd be sort of socially isolating by yourself. You're generally there, aren't you, sort of looking at screens or something like that. Ferry jobs are lost as the quarantine lays travel low. And they say 250,000 firms, 250,000 firms won't last for another month. They can't survive. They've got no income coming in. It's going to take ages for them to try and rebuild again. As I told you the other day, when we went to have a look around Vegas on all the cameras, it's deserted. All the hotels are closed. Like the hotels in London. I don't think there's a hotel open. Well, if there is, I've not been past one. But in Vegas, everything is shut. All the hotels are shut. The fountains are quiet. The ship does not sink every hour on the hour. The volcanoes don't erupt at the Mirage. It's just very quiet. They're not encouraging anybody to go there at the moment. So once they open up again... I mean, do you think it's just going to open up and we're all going to flood back in again? I think people are going to be worried. I think they're going to be very, very worried about this. Benidorm's pubs are open. They've moved to phase 1 of this 4-stage recovery plan, which means that 10 people can sit at bar tables, which must be a minimum of 6.5 feet apart, until 11 p.m. Mind you, I suppose it depends if you really, really want to actually sort of go and sit 6... I mean, it's not really much fun, is it, when you're sitting 6 foot apart? Eamon and Ruth are the only professionals out of all those couples. Not perfect, but they can present and know their audience. Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah, they absolutely do. It's the fact that they have to apologise almost on a daily basis for sitting so close together, because, as they point out, we are married, we live together, we have a son. You know, and you think, I mean, can people really be that thick? And then you worry about people not understanding the Boris thing. You get people who are that stupid. Definitely. And, Steve, my dad saw Gemma Collins in Brentwood High Street. Her dress was tucked into her knickers. A lot of people do that. I've seen that before with a few people, actually. It's quite funny. Do you still buy Tommy Bahama shirts? Not for ages. They last so well. Seriously, they wash beautifully. They look, when you consider how long I've had my Tommy Bahama shirts, of which I have about 30, it's absolutely amazing that they look as fresh as a daisy. Just like me. Steve, Australia and Japan drive on the same side of the road as the UK, the left. We weren't talking about that. We talked about China. Okay. So giving Colonel Tom the freedom of the City of London. He's 100. What's he going to do with that? What can he do? I mean, you know, he could take sheep to market across London Bridge. You know, I mean, free men had the right to trade and carry. He's 100. He doesn't have a profession anymore. He raises a lot of money for charity. I mean, it's an honour given to people. I mean, you know, looking at who's had it before. Is that Bob Geldof? What's he got the freedom of the City of London for? You get all sorts... Let's have a quick look, actually. That looks like Eddie Redmayne. He appears to have it. Henry Winkler's got it. What for? Why would you give it to Henry Winkler? And there's quite a few Americans, actually, in here. Look, Terry Wogan got it. And Joan Collins. And... quite a lot. I still can't work out why the Fonz has got freedom to the City of London. They've given it to... he's 100. Judi Dench's got it, by the way. Poirot star David has got it. Placido Domingo has got it as well. There's all sorts of people, aren't there? All sorts of people. Damien Lewis, Miranda Braun has got it. Lovely. And I work in London. And Bob Geldof. I've not got one. What are they giving it to a 100-year-old for? What's he going to do with that? He's not going to be driving sheep over the bridge anytime soon, is he? It's going to take forever. You get a nice piece of paper, which is sort of... This will sort of say you have the freedom of the city. Do you think you can go there and go, you out? I've got the freedom of the City of London. I mean, to be honest with you, he's going to be the only one walking up and down the streets, bless his heart. The Dagenham Roofers have got a stag do in Benidorm in September. What's the chance of going? 0, I would think, in September. It's not so much going there, it's getting there. That could be the problem. We don't know what's going to happen with the airlines. Are people going to be flying there? This you won't know till much later on. Much later on. Also, they've... and don't get too excited by this one. Harry Dunn. Remember the young man who was killed on the road? His alleged killer could be arrested if she leaves America after Interpol issued a red notice. UK police successfully applied for Anne Sakoulis to be placed on their wanted list, which would not have been granted if she had diplomatic immunity. I'm told that when she was here, she had diplomatic immunity. So, in fact, basically means you can kill somebody. This is and because she's got diplomatic immunity, she's not going to get prosecuted. So she scoots back to America. I mean, this goes from last year, August 27th, I think. She's believed to have been on the wrong side of the road and was charged with causing death by dangerous driving. She's believed to have once been in US intelligence, outranking her husband. It's claimed she wants to meet the Dunns in the UK, if not at risk of arrest. Don't see that working anytime soon. I mean, how on earth can somebody live with themselves? How on earth can somebody live with themselves? The Queen wants to return to frontline duties. Isn't that amazing? Here she is at the age of, 94, and she looks forward to going back to work. Shame it doesn't rub off on other members of the family. No names, no pack drill. But Charles and Camilla are supporting. Apparently, while the Queen self-isolates, you get Edward and Sophie taking on more duties. I wasn't aware, actually, of what Edward did anymore. They sent him out to something, but the trouble is he doesn't have the gravitas, does he, really? But William and Kate have been at the forefront of plans. Prince Charles is now 71. 71, honestly. But they've sort of done all sorts of things. I mean, the Queen will remain with Philip. He's 98, she's 94, at Windsor Castle for the foreseeable future. The royal sources said her diary is effectively on hold indefinitely. I was reading somebody who is her sort of right-hand man. He organises everything for the Queen. Her diary, he does everything. It's like, it's sort of, is he the best paid person within the royal family? Because they're not known for paying a lot of money. But the answer is yes, he is. But then she relies on him for doing everything. He will tell her where she's supposed to be, who she's meeting. I mean, it's literally, he is her right-hand man. Shame other members of the family don't do the same kind of things. Here it is. I've got a lovely house for you for sale today. And it's got a lovely cinema. Not only has it got a lovely... Well, in fact, the whole house is lovely. It's in Chalfont, St Giles, a village favoured by celebrities. They've also got lovely stripy lawns. It's lovely, actually. It's had a £5 million refurb, and it's 8.25 million. It's got 12 bedrooms, some with 4 posters, a pool, marble bathrooms, and a wine cellar. And the firm's... who is selling it, says that they've sold a lot of properties with home cinemas. This is the most advanced. And it's a room. It's got one of those, what do they call those ceilings, which is all twinkling lights. Oh, a star cloth, I think, in the ceiling. You can get them in some of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms. You can have it put in, and it just twinkles. It's fibre optic lights in the ceiling, which twinkles like stars. And it's got light. It looks fabulous. And it's got a sound system to die for. Absolutely to die for. The owner is in the audio-visual industry, so no expense has been spared. I don't know what I'd do with 12 bedrooms. That's an awful lot. It's like Harry and Meghan are in a 6-bedroom house. There's only 2 of them. What's the point of that? Dreadful waste. Dreadful waste. Day 2, the guide to the paid channels and BritBox, Netflix, Now TV, Amazon Prime, Apple TV, Disney. There's loads of them, aren't there? But Disney gets the thumbs up. I don't think it's necessarily for the paid TV channel. It's for the case of to bring you happiness. To bring you happiness, which is nice. Tony Slattery believes sex abuse he suffered when he was 8 could have triggered his addiction to drink and drugs. And he was well known for booze and cocaine. He accepts the abuse may lie at the root of his years of self-medication. But he's not going to name the priest, surprisingly, or not as the case may be, who abused him from the age of 8 years old. He's got a programme coming up, I think it's on May 21st, and it's called What's the Matter with Tony Slattery. But he lives with his boyfriend, Mark, who was also in Blood Brothers, one of my favourite shows. And Tony says, without him and certain other friends, I'd be dead. Yep, I would have no doubt about that whatsoever. But his mood swings were certainly legendary, and his temper when he was doing the drugs. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, my partner Jean's been given the freedom of the city. Very proud of her when you look at the list of people who've gone before her. Yeah. I didn't really know. I mean, I've heard of it before, but I didn't know, actually, how it was working. Sounds like the perfect house, Steve, for Katie Price to trash. She's trashing the latest one. She's only renting. I bet the owners are regretting that one, I think. Also, it's International Emmy Awareness Day. Good Lord. And it's highly likely, they say, that COVID-19 will trigger ME or an ME-like illness. An ME-like illness. I'm still doing arthritis. Because we were getting behind that campaign to make sure that people don't suffer. It can cause all sorts of problems within families, arthritis. A lot of people don't talk about it. It's really, really Very bad, actually. Very bad. Other things which are in the paper for today. Actually, I only picked up a copy of the Metro earlier on, so I start getting the Metro now. Normally, because I would get it on the sort of the bus. Well, actually, yes, you'd get it on the bus, of course, and on the trains. So, back to normality? No. No. I mean, I was amazed to find people sitting on public transport when the Prime Minister had specifically said, do not take public transport. And they're all sitting next to each other with no face coverings on. What a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of idiots. You know, employees in sectors including food production, construction, manufacturing, logistics, distribution, scientific research in laboratories should go back to work. Meeting one other person from another household in an outdoor area will be allowed. Sunbathing and picnics will be allowed, as will unlimited outdoor exercise. Outdoor sports, including tennis, golf and angling, will be allowed with one other person from another household. And people can drive to outdoor spaces anywhere in England. That's what I'm doing. Garden centres can reopen, please God, soon. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to go, we're open, and then they're going to be swamped. There's going to be queues of cars trying to get into the car parks, and you'll queue to go to a garden centre. It'll be exactly the same as going to... They're not just going to open the doors of a garden centre and let you all wander in. Ain't going to be happening like that. They're going to be making sure that you distance. There'll be no restaurants open in the garden centre. They'll just be open specifically for you to buy plants and stuff like that. So that's going to be... I mean, I can't wait to see how it's going to operate. And I would have done that, but I'm not. I'm going to go to my brother's instead. Also, after becoming the surprise star of Gardener's World, Nigel, the golden retriever, has died at the age of 11. Monty Don sort of told everybody, he said he's now buried in the garden with lots of tennis balls. He says, rest now, old friend, see you in the sweet by and by. He's been with him for goodness knows how long. He said he slipped quietly away with no pain or suffering. He says, but his previous dogs, Beaufort, Red, Poppy and Barry, and cats Stimpy and Blue, are also buried there as well. It's a veritable animal cemetery. But, Monty Don told last year how gardening helps stave off depression. Oh, it does. Once you put stuff into pots, and I always do the same every year, I put the stuff in the pots, and then I look at it. And the most thrilling thing is when you go back to it a month later, and there it is, it's all growing. You have to get to the routine of going out and watering and everything else like that. And Steve Peter says programmes like Lorraine and Loose Women need to be axed. They've been going for years and years, and they just have the same thing day after day. Well, I mean, I don't think that Loose Women works without an audience. You know, three people gossiping is just really not very interesting. And so they need to do different things. Lorraine is sort of trying to keep... I just get the feeling that her heart's not entirely in it some of the time. It's like, oh, you're gorgeous, you're wonderful, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that. It just doesn't... It needs something else. I think she needs another set. You know, because it just seems to deal with clothing, but it's obviously what works for her, and it seems to work for the audience. I don't know what the audience for Loose Women is. I shouldn't imagine it's very big. I can't see it's very big, and now they've got nobody there, so they do 3 people sitting in the studio, and then 2 people on released from... Why don't they just have them all in the studio, but stick them around where the audience would be? Saves all the expense of having to do the same thing, but it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't work, you know, just three people arguing amongst themselves and discussing things. It doesn't work at all. Excuse me. But, we'll wait and see. And they do... I can't remember if they have guests on anymore. Perhaps they don't. But there's loads of other programmes you could axe way before things like that. But the ones that work, Phil and Holly Willoughby, they just work. They've been doing it so long, it's effortless. It was like watching Emma Willis doing anything. Everything she did, she made look effortless. That's why when they said, Spencer Matthews is going to be co-presenting on television, he can barely speak. What sort of personality he's going to have there looking down his nose at you going, oh, yeah, well, my parents own a hotel, and we're incredibly rich, and, it's nice to be with you. And where are you from? Glasgow. Great. That's really super. He's about as boring as it gets. You get more awareness than Sherwood Forest, I think. I told you when I didn't tell you, actually. I did it on Sunday. I came through Trafalgar Square on Sunday. And as I got to the National Gallery, on one of those we've got these big concrete blocks which stop people driving into people and things like that. And on one of them was a big plastic case. Okay, quite a big plastic case, which took up, a fair bit of the top of this concrete block. And what was in it? Food. Food. Lots of those plastic boxes that come from Chinese restaurants, all full of food. I mean, there must have been a few hundred of them. I've never seen so many. And, of course, there's nobody around. I was coming in at about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and there was nobody around. And this food is sitting there. I'm thinking, but wait a minute, this is stone cold now. They were all sealed. Obviously somebody had made the food, put it in the boxes, and presumably it was being put out for the people who were living rough on the streets. But there weren't any people out there at that time of the morning. There was nobody. And who's going to want to eat cold food? And when I came back, it was still sitting there. It had been sitting there for hours and hours. So perhaps it was sort of put there when it was hot. And then there weren't enough people sleeping rough to actually want it. It was a bit of a shame, really. I thought it was just going to sit here, and the only people going to eat it are going to be foxes. Steve, as soon as the trains, and especially the tubes, increase in numbers, already the tubes, the virus will peak again. It's impossible to distance. I've commuted to London for 30 years and watched uneducated people sneeze and cough on people without any regard. It's impossible to control unless you make face masks mandatory to reduce the risk, says Joe in Hornchurch. Well, you look at the pictures in the papers today. There's loads of people sitting on trains next to each other. I mean, the one thing I wouldn't be doing is sitting down on a train. I'll stand, thank you very much indeed, for the whole journey. And we had to, when we had problems with Waterloo Station, I was going from the embankment, which is underground, all the way out to Richmond. Then I get the bus from Richmond. It's all fairly simple. It's easily done. But I would stand. It was only when the train emptied out at, various stops along the way that I would attempt to sit down. I don't want to sit down. And now it turns out that coronavirus could linger on your clothing for days. That's what they've said. New guidance yesterday says wash your clothes regularly. There is some evidence that the virus can stay on fabrics for a few days. So if you're working with people outside your household, wash your clothes regularly. Also, in good weather, try to leave the windows and doors open in places where people from different households come into contact, or move activity outdoors if you can. Use external extractor fans to keep spaces well ventilated. Heating and cooling systems can be used at their normal temperature settings. But it's the clothing. I said before that, in fact, all the laundrettes and dry cleaners should have been open all the way through. Some of them would sort of come back saying, we open for this amount of time or this amount of time, because you need your clothes washing and you need them dry cleaning on a regular basis. They don't think that hairdressers, beauty salons, pubs and cinemas will open before July the 4th at the earliest. At the earliest. And also non-essential shops such as clothes outlets will be closed until at least June. Garden centre's reopening, so that's the good news. It depends whether your garden centre wants to open, but presumably they've got all the summer stock in, so now would be a very good time for them to sort of open and sell, because they've had empty tills for a while. So don't be surprised if you go into your local garden centre and they're all sitting there with masks on, because they've got to protect themselves. But I wonder really whether or not they're prepared for it. I shall let you know, because in all the places I go to, there's a plastic screen. But, go into the bank, there's a plastic screen. Go to the supermarket, there are screens behind which the people are. I wonder if they'll do it in the garden centres, or they go, well, we're not working on a huge margin, so consequently we can't afford to do these sorts of things. But I shall be checking our local garden. We have a few garden centres round my way, which I like. But the trouble is, you don't go in there, buy something and walk straight out again. People who go to garden centres would, I assume, be sort of more my age, and we like a wander. I would like to have a wander over the whole thing going, I quite like, that's quite nice, I think I'll buy that. So I've got about 4 in my area, which over the next few days I shall go and have a look at. There's a few little bits I want, but nothing major. Nothing major. I might buy some little conifer trees or things like that. These little sort of like topiary trees, they're shaped sort of like an upside-down pyramid. That looks good. Not an upside-down pyramid, normal-sized pyramid. And they're about, you get sort of 2 for 30 quid or something. So I might be buying something like that. But it depends how busy it is. If I get there and there's a queue round the block, I ain't going. I'd rather go home. But I've just got this sneaking feeling. At the moment everybody goes, we are opening, and we're opening tomorrow, Wednesday. There's going to be a lot of people out there. You think social distancing is a problem at the moment. I think it's going to get worse. Really, terrible. So they're obsessed with the exercising. We've all got to exercise. I don't know why. I'm sort of exercising. I'm moving my legs in the studio. I class that as exercising, which is good. Masks, they say, should be worn in enclosed public spaces such as buses, trains and busy shops. They do not need to be worn outdoors while exercising in schools or at work. No fines for failing to wear one. They say don't buy surgical masks needed by the NHS. Make your own at home instead. I think that's beyond my capabilities, trying to actually make a mask. But here is the picture of the Tube yesterday. Hardly anybody wearing masks. You know, I'm assuming these people are not dead. They are breathing. In which case, if they're breathing, they're a risk. Also, couples eager to tie the knot. Might have a wedding that you've had to put on hold. We're given some hope. The government said it was looking at ways to allow weddings to go ahead, but with a small number of guests. Oh, think of the money you can save. But the trouble is, you'll have booked the places, won't you? You'll have booked the venues, and they'll say, right, how many are coming? 120. OK, so now you'll be going back to them and going, we still want the wedding to go ahead, but the numbers have dropped a bit. OK, how many you got? 15. Sorry? 15. So you think the hotels are going to survive on things like that? Places of worship could be closed until at least July the 4th. But Robert Buckland said he's giving anxious consideration to weddings. But you could always do it twice, couldn't you? You can actually have the ceremony. So I now officially pronounce you man and wife. If ever any of you have a cause or just impediment why these two persons should not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, let them now declare it. I always stand up and go, excuse me, you know, just to put the fear of God into everybody. Steve, I had my 70th birthday in isolation, decided to play a few party games. Hide and seek was a waste of time, as I knew where I was, but I tried to look surprised, says Peter. I've not done any of these things over the internet and the thing. The producer's done it a few times. He just ends up getting drunk. That's all it is. He'll come and go, oh, I got very drunk. And I sort of go, OK, that's fine. Did you have a nice time? I don't know. No idea. It's all a bit vague about the whole thing. So Jackie says, there we are then, Steve, park benches and clothes. I know. But of course, can it stay on wood? I don't know, because most park benches, are they not wood? Unless you're going to start taking your own spray and spraying the park bench before you sit down. I bet you don't go to the shopping centre. The queue will be massive, Steve. Well, I'm shopping, so, I mean, it's, you know, we are allowed to go out. It's only a few sort of snowflakes who can't go out because they've got nothing to go out for. They just sort of happily sort of sit there at home moaning about other people going out. But the garden centres, there'll be a lot of elderly people listening going, oh, lovely. We can go to the garden centres, get a few plants, cheer you up. As Monty Don said, it's very therapeutic doing gardening, apart from the fact it's good exercise. Getting down on your hands and knees, you know, and sort of forking over the garden and stuff like that. I told you I bought rubber gloves. Poundland. 2 pairs for £1. Really good. Bright yellow. I'm going to look ridiculous, but I don't really care. Don't want to get all the earth, you know, under my fingernails and stuff like that. Hairdressers, really, are the ones. I never thought about that at all. But, and as somebody pointed out, they were a hairdresser, and you get all the little bits of hair everywhere. When you go home, you must be covered in hair. Because it's, you know, people use hair dryers. They're also going to say you're going to have your hair washed before they actually cut it. I don't care what they do to it, just cut it. I can't wait, actually. It's going to be such a weight off my head. Such a weight off my head. Kate's brother, this is James Middleton. He's had all his share shaved off, which is good. The petrol producer, very excited about the petrol story. It's now being sold for less than £1 a litre. Morrison's cut prices on 337 forecourts yesterday. So they've reduced unleaded to 99.7 a litre, which compares to the UK average of 108.74. Diesel was cut to 104.7, compared with the average of 114.26. But it's interesting. It fell by 9 pence a litre. The last time it was below £1 was in early 2016. They think it could go to 96p. That's what they think. I mean, now's a good time to go and fill up with petrol and sort of kind of start stockpiling it. Much easier. Steve, I'm sorry, but I need your help. Oh, well, we always get people like that. We don't mind, actually, Connie. Says, I'm not allowed to let a friend to come to my house, so I don't like the thought that somebody from British Gas should come to my home to carry out the safety gas check. I'm not happy and I don't like it. They come fully gowned and booted. I've seen the adverts on the television. So, you know, you don't have to stand there with them. You just go, it's in there. And they go in there, and then you stay out of the room. But they'll be all masked up and everything else. I was reading about one of those companies that supplies furniture, and it's Brights of Nettlebed. They always advertise in Country Life, and they do reproduction furniture. And they've said during this lockdown, they're more than happy to sell you stuff and have it delivered to your home. They say all of their lorries are disinfected. All the furniture is disinfected, and the crew that come with the lorry to bring it all into your house will also have overshoes, they'll have masks, they'll have hand lotion, they'll have everything. So they're looking after you. But British Gas, you'll be fine, Connie. They will turn up with everything, and all you do, point them in the right direction. And then once they're in there, they know what they're supposed to be doing. So if it's only a safety gas check, it doesn't take too long. They don't want to be in there any longer than they have to be, but I promise you, they will come well equipped. They're not going to risk anything. Really not. Really not. They're going to be, Many Chinese and Indian restaurants are leaving sealed boxes of food at hospitals. Yes, I know about that. This was in Trafalgar Square. Well, there was loads of these things, which is good. But it was just sort of sitting there. And nobody was there because I didn't see any homeless people. Normally, people are sort of camped out all over the place at that time of the morning. 6:37. It's blooming cold. So, as Warren said earlier on, and I will reiterate, and he should know he's had an award-winning garden for many years now, it's a case of too early to put in plants. So even if the garden centres, and they don't all have to open tomorrow, they might want to stagger it and see how it's going to operate, because they're going to obviously allow so many people in at a time. But most of the garden centres around my way, you can wander around without bumping into people quite easily. And it's a case of most gardeners will know, much as though it's lovely to go and see what's out there, it's a case of don't put it in yet, there's still frosts to come. If you've got frost, you're going to lose the plants. It'd be a dreadful waste of money. So go and have a look, but I wouldn't be putting in anything just yet. You've got to wait for things to become established. So just keep them indoors. Or fairly that, don't buy them just yet. But I know we'll all want to. We go, we're going to buy these things. You'll put them in there. You'll have a frost and you'll lose everything overnight. Happy birthday to Catherine Tate. She was companion to David Tennant's Time Lord in Doctor Who. Recently returned with him as Lauren. She, the Am I Bothered teenager from the Catherine Tate Show. At a Royal Variety performance in 2005, she looked up at the royal box and shouted at the Queen, "Is one bothered?" Not too sure how the Queen responded to that one. Also, Miriam Stoppard, the doctor, writer and broadcaster, dubbed a sort of Joan Collins of childcare advice. And she's the former wife of playwright Tom Stoppard. She married industrialist Sir Christopher Hogg in 1997. She said she goes to bed in full makeup because she can't bear her husband to see her without it. I know the feeling. She's 83 today. 83, so many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, I might be the only person to wish you a happy birthday. I might be the only person. So, happy birthday, and have a nice day. So, what are they saying? I'm still worried about tomorrow. I am seriously worried about tomorrow. I just hope that people are not going to go mad and go out there and go, we can do this, we don't have to wear this, we don't have to wear that. And if, as a lot of people have pointed out, the virus stays on material, what about masks? Depending if you think you've got it. I mean, we all have days, don't we, where you sort of think, a little bit of a sniffle, could that be it? I mean, I take my temperature religiously, but I'm told that that's not the be-all and end-all, it doesn't really matter. So I always feel my forehead, is it sort of, it just feels normal to me, and my temperature's been normal, I think, every day, 36.8 or something like that. I think that's what it's supposed to be, I don't know. So, the front page of the Mirror, the pull-out with Diarmuid Gavin of your summer garden, because now is the time. You can start putting in bulbs and stuff like that. You can grow veggies. You can get strawberries. Strawberries are dead easy to grow, and you can keep the plants going for ages and ages. Potatoes, you just buy a sack of earth and you put the potatoes in there. Mushrooms are fairly easy to grow. Tomatoes, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. If you're lucky enough to have a greenhouse, well, then you're on a distinct advantage. You can probably grow chives and shallots and stuff like that. You heard what? Herbs, easy peasy. You can go to a lot of the supermarkets, sell them. They do a trough with all the different herbs in there, and you just put them on the windowsill in the kitchen, water them, and when you need chives, you just cut them off, and they'll just carry on growing. Easy to grow, he says. No, they are actually. Tomatoes are easy to grow. You just get a grow bag and some sticks, and the tomatoes will grow. And I mean, I've had tomatoes in hanging baskets every year. And strawberries in hanging baskets as well. But just remember, water and feed, which is good. Paul in Brentford says garden centres can't open fast enough for me. I've been living on borrowed time. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's an old gag, I know. But no, herbs, easy to grow. You can have them. My neighbour Lynn, she's got herbs growing outside. She takes little cuttings of things. Rosemary she grows and everything. And you can also get that other thing. What's that stuff? Mint. Mint grows like mad. But they do all sorts. There's curry mint apple mint. There's all sorts of different mints, and you just put them in there. And they will grow, and then you just take a bit off. I love it. Every time I go around a garden centre, I always sort of pull a few leaves off. I'm a bit of a vandal, I'm afraid. And I love the smell of mint. It's great. Can't cook. It doesn't really go in sausages. So the Daily Mirror, you got your free thing. The Queen vowing, I'll be back. The Mirror message to Boris, you must protect the workers. Absolutely. The Daily Mail, the agony and the ecstasy of first loves. Oh, God, honestly, from memory, as far as I'm concerned. Do you always remember the first love that you had? And you go, oh, it's really lovely, and then, the most miserable time of your life. They don't want to go out with me. Why don't they want to go out with me? What's the matter with me? So top writers share their normal people romances. Plus, good news, we are going to meet again, say the Daily Mail. Families can see their loved ones. Bad news, it's got to be outside and 2 metres apart. Kind of thing you worry about. Dan says, morning, Steve. He says, hope you're well. Beautiful sunny day. It's chilly out there. So, hope you're well this morning. And also, Will Guyot sent me a thing. He said, and he thanks all the people who sent him wishes for his birthday. Excuse me, which was yesterday. He's just waiting for a couple of masks to turn up. Can't imagine why. But thank you for all you do. Front page of the Metro. I'm so naughty at times. You just see Mum as Dad waits in the car, then you see him as she waits in the car. Simples, say the Metro. Front page of the Sun this morning. Grand day out. Desperate grandparents could be able to hug their grandkids. Next month, after weeks apart, government scientists are working on plans to allow the over 70s to see members of another household. Whoopee! Whoopee! Let's not get too excited. Let's wait till they tell us. Don't try and, deal with it. Steve, I've dealt with many people with virus who have normal temperatures, so be aware. No, I'm being alert. I'm not being aware. I'm being alert. Steve, today is the first time I've been up before 7 since I went on furlough leave in April. And boy, says Suki, have I missed your voice. Yes, a lot of people are... I've got lots of friends who work for the airlines, and they've been furloughed. Not much... Seriously, it must drive them mad. I think even Warren's trying to keep himself as busy as possible. Vogue and Spencer say there'll be the new Richard and Judy. No, there is no new Richard and Judy. I don't want to have to keep explaining this to you, because it's beginning to annoy me a little bit now. There is no new Richard and Judy. Richard and Judy are still here, OK? You can only be the new Spencer and Vogue, but to be honest with you, he's just so dull and dreary. I don't think that's going to work. The Daily Star, Scarlett fears alien abduction. She has a safe word with her father. Well, it'll be cake or chips or something like that. And sorry about that. And that's in case they're abducted. What's the point of having a safe word? You're going to be abducted. You're not going to be abducted, dear, because you're mad as a broomstick. OK? There is no aliens coming down to Earth to abduct you anytime soon. And if because she thinks she's been abducted already. Well, if they did abduct you, they obviously fed you up. Perhaps they thought you were instead of the Christmas turkey. Here's the Times. All primary pupils back to school by the end of June. Bit speculative. See friends and family in flexible lockdown. Imagine, how do you decide which parent you're going to see? Permission to meet relatives or friends outdoors. You can travel, you can do sunbathing. What are they obsessed with sunbathing for? You can do exercise and sunbathing. I choose to do neither. I also cannot play tennis, I can't play golf, or anything else. Cover your face in shops when using public transport. Small weddings could follow, and cafes opening in July if the second wave of infections is avoided. Otherwise, 250,000 businesses are going to go under, and you might be one of them. The reinvention of Piers Morgan. Yasmin Anabai Brown says that perhaps none of us is beyond salvation. Also, how to make your garden a haven for wildlife. Don't cut the grass, just leave it. Let it go all over the place. Keir Starmer grilling the Prime Minister on the new guidelines the other day, and lowest paid men more likely to die from the virus. Telegraph, same thing here. Use good, solid British common sense. The Prime Minister, if only it was so simple. Use common sense. Oh, fantastic. Well done. The Express, what the new lockdown rules mean for you. Vanessa on why it's nice to be ever so naughty. Oh, it's always nice to be naughty. We like being naughty. And Boris, it's a perilous time. Use your common sense. And that way we'll all get through it in the one piece. If it's Wednesday, it means that everything's open as normal. It's not. A lot of people don't want to open at the moment. They're still slightly scared of it, and I can understand that. And yet all these idiots And I can only describe, I was speaking to a friend of mine, Duncan, earlier on, and we were talking about all the people sitting on the tube, no masks on, sitting right next to each other. And you think to yourself, what on earth are you doing sitting on a seat? And what on earth are you doing sitting next to somebody when you're not wearing a mask? I mean, some people are, but the majority are not. Perhaps they don't care. Perhaps they really don't care. But we will talk later on to Ian Wiley, who's the chief executive of the Garden Centre Association, because, I mean, I've been campaigning this for ages. The moment it first started with the lockdown, and I did say, and I'll be saying to him later on as well, so I don't need to sort of shy away from it, that the garden centres have had a really rough deal over this one. The supermarkets and the B&Q's been allowed to sell plants and earth and everything else, and the garden centres have got to sit there with the locks on going, oh no, you can't come round here. So why were they allowed to sell plants everywhere else? Absolutely ridiculous. Mind you, you'd be silly to buy any plants at the moment because it's too early. You've still got the frost, and this morning it's very, very cold as well. Summer's cancelled for millions of sun seekers. Some people can't get enough of going out in the sun. You know, they just want to go and lie on a sunbed as the waves lap around their feet. Mind you, up in the north of England, when we had the floods, you got roughly the same effect in your front garden and sitting room. And you had to sit there and wait for the water to come flooding in. Poor old Beckham, he's balding. He's balding like, oh, God, it's a bad look. Oh, dear me. Honestly, only goes to prove that the alleged hair transplant that he had less than a year ago was a complete failure because it looked good for a while. Then he shaved it all off. You think, why would you want to do that? Because it wasn't his hair. A bit like Joe Swash's. Plus, the man who's got the safest pub in the world, and it's World Cocktail Day. That's what? Apologise, what, for Cocktail Day? Well, I can't help that. If all of a sudden the words don't come out right, people can do their own interpretations on this programme. All right, so it's Tail Day, OK? We're not having any of the other, apparently. So the producer says. So get mixing. He said to me, oh, I like cocktails. I said, it's not for you. It's not for you, it's for different people. So people who go out there and sort of do all their mixing, and my brother used to do it. He actually put a cocktail bar in his second bedroom, and I bought him all the little umbrellas and the little things you hang over the side of glasses. The umbrellas, I think, are dead cute. Useless in a rainstorm, but, you know, really tiny and cute. Little small little things. And he had all the mixes. He had the peach things and this and all the rest of it, because you can buy everything. But it's not for the producer. You know, he's sort of a lager and two shandies. You know, we're not going to be... But I will give you some recipes a little bit later on. People appealing to the Daily Star today to the aliens to take away the likes of Gemma Collins and Scarlett Moffat as soon as possible, actually. And Kerry Katona, right little pleader she is, she's pleading for fairness. She said because she's not being used on programmes. It's because you're useless, that's why. Every time I've seen you on something, all you do is bleat about you're as bad as Jordan. It's always everybody else's fault except your own. We don't care. I'm sick to death of negative images on the television. Oh, and also Maxine Bradley is a woman you should look up to if you're asthmatic. She's cured it. She's had it for more than 50 years. And how has she cured her asthma? She plays the clarinet. She learnt to play the clarinet, and that apparently works. Amazing, isn't it? McDonald's will open 40 drive-thrus by next week and then 900, I think, by another month's time. Which reminds me, actually, somebody wrote in and said, I'm going to be boycotting McDonald's for a period post-lockdown because they left all their screens on in their closed restaurants, wasting electricity. Why don't you mind your own business, curtain twitcher? They're paying for the electricity. It's not free. They get bills in like everybody else. In our area, we've got Lloyd's Bank. You know, they leave all their lights blazing all night. Nobody in there. Nobody in there at all. They just leave the lights blazing on. I've taken pictures before and posted them. It didn't seem to make any difference. What else do we have, actually? Oh, yes, Jason Manford. Remember Jason Manford? Oh, he's got no money. He's got a 10-home property empire. He just sold off 8 of them for £3 million. Harry and Meghan, the attention-seeking publicists, have put up dark screens around their Beverly Hills mansion. They love it, don't they? Why don't they just move to somewhere where there aren't anybody? You know, that way you wouldn't have to moan about it, because you had Harry the other week. He says life has changed dramatically. Don't be stupid. Of course it hasn't. You're still living rent-free, you're still not doing anything, and you're still pampered. Well, how has life changed dramatically? Come into the real world. Come and get a proper job where you have to do something 9 to 5. You found it difficult to put a uniform on. I mean, for goodness sake, stop moaning about it. My God, you've got the most privileged lifestyle anywhere. Tara says, I've been feeling dreary in lockdown, as so many of us have, and thank goodness for you. Well, I'm doing it for my benefit, believe you me. I'm being selfish. I mean, I realise there's other people, but if you're a radio presenter, you can't see anybody. It'd be so funny if you could actually see if you had a giant screen. And you could see every single person who was... I mean, it would have to be a very big screen, of course, to get hundreds of thousands of people on it. So perhaps you could just have sort of the whole studio could be projected with pictures. You could point at one and go, hello, Mary. Hello, Dara. Hello, Harry. And Meghan. You know, you could sort of click into all these people. It'd be quite good, wouldn't it? But I don't think the programme would be the same. We have a poem of the day today after 5. It's another humdinger from the producer. This time it's both sophisticated and nature-related. So that's good, isn't it? Because I think we're coming up to National Naturism Day. He's very much looking forward to this. Very much looking forward to it. He's going to be coming in here and we're going to be doing, you know, naturist stuff, you know, just a little leaf. A very small leaf, okay? So it'll be sort of like a little twig. It'll be hidden behind the twig. Also, the coronavirus roundup with LBC senior reporter Matthew Thompson. And what else we got? All your texts and emails. That's what we do every morning. We take your texts and emails. I go through the newspapers. There's a very misleading headline on The Sun this morning. I have to tell it to you because it's... When I first read it, I thought, oh, no, how boring. It says, exclusive, Shell shock for Strictly. This is Michelle Keegan. And I thought, oh, if you read that, you would think, as I did, unless you're really clever, Shell shock for Strictly. And then you turn inside and they go, Our Girl star Michelle Keegan has dashed Strictly bosses' hopes of being their dream signing by ruling out appearing in the next series. I wasn't aware that they were remotely interested in her. Apparently, they've been... it's been the number one choice for several years, together with anybody else who can actually manage to string 2 words together and walk and talk. But taking to the dance floor is not on her agenda, so that will also disappoint bosses, hoping to persuade her to take her from Holly Willoughby. They're not remotely interested in her taking over on Celebrity Juice. They're really not. This is agent tittle-tattle, this. It's like, I also turned down Strictly. I mean, I didn't, but I'm telling you that now because it makes me more interesting. Corey was also invited onto Love Island. And then they looked at his picture and decided maybe not a good idea, you know. He would be the thing washed up on the beach. Have you seen this? Look what we got washed up on the beach. They go, what is it? We go, no idea. So it could be Steve Allen's producer. So we've all turned these programmes down. We're not going to be doing, you know, celebrity SAS training or anything like that. We turned it down. I've turned down Strictly Dancing on Ice. Of course I have. Why would I want to do it? I don't need the money. And I certainly am not going to embarrass myself by falling over every time I stand up. I don't want to be known as the Gemma Collins of the radio world, thank you very much indeed. Who wants to do that? Mind you, the best performance she ever did, she walked onto the ice and promptly sat down and that was it. And then waved her arms about a little bit. If you remember, she can't dance for toffee. In fact, she can't actually do anything. The best thing was at the BBC Teen Awards or something, where she fell down the trap door. I mean, that was my favourite moment of all time. How to look like a complete turnip. You know, here he is, la, 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 woo, and off she went. Mainly because she can't see beyond the end of her nose, poor soul. Very funny. Steve, and on World Tail Day, will you be making the classic Bellini, Prosecco and peach puree? You sure deserve a good sit-down. Do you know, I don't think we could drink on this programme. I did do it once. Not on this programme, obviously, but on a programme years and years ago. We'd had a party on New Year's Eve, and then I came, stupidly thinking I could have a couple of drinks and then come on air and talk for 3 hours. You can't. I dried up after 15 minutes. I had to go home. It was terrible. So I don't do that. And then, yeah. And you're too giddy by that time, aren't you? I mean, Christmas time in Corey's household is amazing, you know. It's will he make it to Christmas lunch? You know, we'd have to sort of prop him up, stick a broom up his jumper so that it sort of keeps him at the table. He doesn't actually eat anything, he just sort of looks at it like that, his head down. Poor soul. Steve, you're on fire this morning. How did you spot that? I'm a bit like John Turode, aren't I? A little bit like John Turode. And then somebody says, did you see Charlie Dimmock on television yesterday? She's a size and a half now. I did see Charlie Dimmock, and I did think exactly the same as you did, but it would be so rude to mention it. She's enormous. She's huge. But there again, she always was fairly hefty. She was always fairly big girl. I interviewed her once, actually. She wasn't the best interview I've ever had. I thought, you know, she'd want to hear about all my window boxes, and she wasn't remotely interested in my window boxes, even though I had photographs, you know, to go, look, I'm in the car. All right, don't, you know. I wanted to say to her, I don't wear a bra either, but I thought, it's not going to work, is it? There's no point in pandering. So she wasn't interested. I was really disappointed, because I wanted to chat to a fellow horticulturalist, And it was not to be, I'm afraid. Did you see the retired GP yesterday bagged 500,000 quid on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The worst thing was I knew the answer. I didn't know any of the other ones. I just knew that one. I thought that was the easiest one, which was the oldest race in the world. And it was the Isle of Man TT, which was 1907, I think. I've always wanted to get to that stage like Judith What's-Her-Face did to win the million. And she knew the answer to the £1 million question because she'd been in that particular place the week before. How lucky was that? But he actually got 500,000, which is, I mean, it's £500,000. I mean, he's a retired GP. He won't be short of money, let me tell you. You don't find poor GPs. They have to work for it. I wouldn't want to be a GP. Actually, no, I would. I'd be very short-tempered with people. You know, what are you in here for? I've got a bit of a cold. Get out! Go to the chemist. Wasting our time. You've sat out there for an hour. Go away, you silly little man. Oh, I'd have a field day. So, what's the matter? Oh, I just feel really, really tired, doctor. Yeah, well, of course you would do. You haven't done a stroke of work in 4 years, have you? Get out there. Go and do some work. Go and find a job. Have a purpose for getting up in the morning. Everybody who listens to me in the morning, they're all up working. We think this is normal. 4:15 in the morning, we think this is a normal... We don't think this is anything unusual. London is a 24-hour city that never sleeps. We are here. There's people out there working, people cleaning the streets for your benefit, for today, and there will be loads of you out there today. People getting the trains ready, the buses ready. We're a 24-hour city. I love it when people say, oh, you're working the graveyard shift. Well, of course, you'd know that because you obviously live in a cemetery. You know, why people think this is a graveyard shift. What would be... But most people are buried during the daytime. I don't know anybody who's buried at night time. If you do, for goodness sake, tell me. I'm always fascinated. I've been to a few old cemeteries, actually, in my time, in the City of London. And they've all got little houses in them. Have you ever seen some of these ones? Mainly in the city. Round Rhine, Rhine, get around there. And by the Tower of London. And they've got little cemeteries there with a little... like a guard box, and that's exactly what they were. They used to put a night watchman in there to stop people nicking the bodies. They were that desperate for company years and years ago. They'd been nicking bodies. Why? Because they were worth money. A fresh body could be sold to a doctor. Here, on this site. On this very site where we are sitting now. This was a house... I'm making this up, it just makes the programme more interesting. There was a house, and there were doctors in it, and they would take in bodies. Because bodies you could get, you know, pennies for a body, and the fresher it was, so they could dissect them and find out how otherwise, how would you know? And so they used to have little night watchmen there. Halt, who goes there? Oh, it's Burke and Eyre, we're just nicking a body. That's okay, mate, give us sixpence and you can go in. And that you can still see these little cemeteries there. It's great. It's great. Every time I talk about things like that, people get quite panicky in the morning. We were talking about the Tower of London a few weeks ago, and inside the Tower of London they did executions. They did those dreadful beheadings. But they tried to make it look all sophisticated. Whenever you see it on the film, they go, and here comes the axe down. They don't show you a 10-foot spurt of blood that is shooting out across the blooming thing because you've taken somebody's head off and it's severed the main arteries. But over the road from the Tower of London, and nobody goes there. You have to know where it is. There's a bit of brickwork, and around it are all these plaques. And they're all the people who are publicly executed. They used to have the public execution there. And that was a holiday in London. A holiday. God knows how they'd have coped with coronavirus. I really don't know. Plus, what else have we got today? Oh, owners of automatic cars, you pay more for your insurance. And Kurt Cobain's guitar is being auctioned for at least $1 million. It was the one that he used on some program. I'm not really into stuff like that. I quite like the idea, but I mean, it wouldn't make any difference to me whether it's Kurt Cobain or Mickey Mouse. Couldn't care less. Hey, morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to Please Don't Treat This Day Like Any Other. Please do not think that all of a sudden you can start going out. You can go back to work. You can touch people. You can hug people. You can't. You absolutely can't. If you're going on public transport and they'd rather you didn't, wear a mask. Wrap a scarf around your head. Well, obviously not completely, otherwise you'd be walking into walls. But, wrap a scarf around or something. Anything to protect yourself. Because this virus, as you now know, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, you can't see it, you don't know where it's going to strike. It just goes, pew, and you've got it. And if you're of a certain age, you're at high risk of actually dying of it. And what it does, it shuts down your body systems. It shuts down everything bit by bit by bit until it stops your breathing. And believe you me, you'd rather live. You'd rather be living. Even if you're elderly, even if you're elderly and you're maintaining your social distancing at home and you're going out to do a little bit of shopping, you nip in, you nip out again, come back, you can, if you've got a front door that opens onto the air, you can open your front door, sit on a chair and read. It's what one of my neighbours does, Betty. She's very good at things like that. So people can wave as they go past just to check she's okay. But she nips out to go and do a little tiny bit of shopping, then comes back in again, and then sits there and she reads books. It's a great opportunity. So even if you're and she's elderly, I know young people who are moaning. We all moan about it. I'll be on the phone to friends of mine going, oh, God, I'm so bloody bored. But it doesn't matter because I've got things to do. So today, I'm going to drive to my brother's. Because now I can drive to my brother's. I'm not going in. I've already told him, I've already sent a thing saying I'm just going to pop some stuff through the letterbox, half empty the boot of the car, which would be quite nice, and that'll be it. But I've not been down there for months and months. And I know everybody else is in exactly the same situation. Exactly the same situation is, it's tough. We will get through it the other end. I want to make sure, as I've said before, because I'm selfish, I want to make sure you're all there with me. It's like the Robbie Williams line, at Nebworth when he said, I'm going on a journey and I want you all to be with me. And they all went, yeah. They don't do that when I do it. They just go, yeah, all right, Steve. We'll be there for you. I mean, what are we going to do at Christmas if there's no pantomimes? What are we going to do if there's no pantomimes? What are we going to do if by Christmas they're still not opening up things properly? All I want, as I say, is, I'm happy with the garden centres. If they want to do it that way, that's great. And we'll talk later on to Ian Wiley, Chief Executive of the Garden Centre Association, because their members must be delighted. But, because they want to start making some money again. Thank you very much indeed. But I tell you what I've discovered during this coronavirus lockdown. I'm using my debit card more. I've never used it before. I don't like doing contactless and touching and all that kind of thing. So I've got money, but of course most places don't seem to be interested in money. They're more interested in the credit card stuff because it's safer that way. So that's what I'm doing. And listen, if it means that we get a bit inconvenienced, surely better that than in a box, don't you think? Wouldn't you much rather do that? Wouldn't you much rather have your relatives, your mum, your dad, your aunties, your uncles, your nanas, your granddads, your grandmas? Wouldn't you much rather have all those people? Of course you would. And all it is a bit of inconvenience for maybe a month. What is a month? What is a month or even 2 months? You still see people. You're not completely isolated. We've all got telephones. There's not anybody who doesn't have a telephone nowadays. Even 10-year-olds have got telephones. So at least you can make contact with people. And that's the nice thing, isn't it? Because that's what you need. You need that contact, or you need to talk to somebody, or you FaceTime them. I love the FaceTiming bit. I think FaceTiming is brilliant. If it's the producer, I'll just block the call completely. I say I'm very busy at the moment. I can't talk. I send back one of those instant messages. I'm so sorry, I can't speak at the moment. Maybe we'll speak next year. I don't know. Anything like that. Because sometimes he sits there and sometimes he's in a good mood and sometimes he's in sort of a better mood. This morning it's a bit difficult to tell what sort of mood he's in. He doesn't know. He came in this morning, he looked like he just walked through a thunderstorm. His hair was all over the place. It was, mind you, it's all over the place anyway. He still can't find his bit of Velcro to stick on the top of it. Still can't find it. It must be somewhere. How can you lose it? How is this possible to lose it? When it falls off, your hair falls in your eyes and you walk into walls. How can it be difficult? You just have to. It must be at home. It's probably under the bed or something. Something like that. I tried to cut my hair again the other day. I'm fighting a losing battle. I'm in such a depressed mood about it. And then I thought, don't worry, Stephen. Stick a baseball cap on. Nobody knows the difference. Nobody knows the difference. In fact, my driver the other day, Jason, he said to me, have you got short hair? I thought, because he's only ever seen me with a baseball cap on. Because the first thing in the morning, if it's cold, put the baseball cap on. I thought, I'm not showing him my hair. I showed it to Paul Cooper in the shop. They all laughed. They all laughed. It's not nice, is it? Laughed at me. A huge international celebrity. In the history of the English-speaking world, the most popular programme in the history of English-speaking programmes. Ridiculous. Laughed at me. Pointed and laughed. So the sooner the hairdresser opens again, the happier I will be. The garden centres, I bet your bottom dollar Friday. So if you live in Twickenham, don't bother going to Squires, don't bother going to Adrian Hall. They're not opening till Friday. In fact, Adrian Hall, they don't know when they're opening yet. They're putting some things in place. And then you can go in and buy things, and then it'll just be like normal. But again, don't be lulled into this false sense of security. It's still dangerous. It's still dangerous. And as I say, I'd rather keep you all as listeners, especially as we've got Rajar around the corner. I like to think that we've increased the audience again. Marilyn says, surely your brother can put a seat in the front garden while he sits in the doorway, as long as I just don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. I really don't. There's 2 of them in the house, and I just don't want to risk it. I'd rather be safe than make that one mistake. That's why I'm very cautious. Of course, being diabetic. Claire says, where are you going to go to the toilet on your long journey? All the toilets are closed. Well, they don't have toilets on the motorway anyway, not that I've noticed. And if the worst comes to the worst, I have pulled into the side of the road on the hard shoulder. I have been that desperate. But luckily, I've discovered the trick is not to drink water in the car as I'm going down there. So I can actually do the whole journey without worrying about it. And in fact, even though I do drink water for taking tablets and stuff like that, sometimes I use Prosecco, sometimes I use tea, it varies. And mainly I use Prosecco. And it was quite nice. And what was I going to say? Yeah, so I can go all the way down there and all the way back without using the toilet, provided I don't drink water. So this morning, it'll be a nice pootle down. I'll have my music on. Hymns for Christmas, and very popular, so I can sing all the, see amid the winter snow, da 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 da, hark the herald angels sing. It doesn't make any difference to me. It's not bad luck. No, because it's not bad luck. It's a bad luck to put an umbrella up indoors. It's not bad luck to sing Christmas carols. God, they're religious music. I love singing. I've got loads of hymns as well. Don't ask me why. It's very peculiar, isn't it? I wouldn't class myself as being a deeply religious person. I have a faith. The faith is to global, and as far as I'm concerned, they are the be all and end all. They are the people who employ me. They are the people who go, yeah, you're doing really well at the moment, which is quite nice. But it'd be nice to get out of London. Pootle down the motorway. But the trouble is, when you've got a performance car like mine, the temptation is to put your foot down. I wonder how many cars there'll be on the motorway. I wonder how many cars. That would be an interesting one, won't it? Because I'm going all the way down to Southampton. So, I'm lucky. Where I live, it's very well serviced. Very well serviced for the motorways, for going to see my godchildren near Stansted, and going down to my brother and family. It's all good stuff, actually. All good stuff. So I'm looking forward to doing that, actually, very much so. It sort of gets me out of the house. It means I don't have to go in and sit staring at the television again. I'm beginning to end up with square eyes, which is a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? They're going to extend the furlough scheme until October. And we'll have more on that from Matthew Thompson, LBC's senior reporter. Just recently got married, actually. Well, I say recently got married. I think within about the last year, something like that. It seems like ages, doesn't it, really? Another fit person in the building. He's one of these people who goes jogging. They're all doing it. I'm the only one who's not doing it. The producer sometimes jogs to the kitchen, but the moment he's out of sight of me, he slows right down. Out of sight, out of mind. Steve, a big thank you for the show, says Nicholas and Hanwell, member of the original Spikers group. And, Steve, I've kept working. The trains don't drive themselves. I agree. And, loving you, today, Steve. Really going for it. Can Corrie read No, he can't read. He's not allowed to. He's not in the union. The only people who are in the union can read the poetry. He's not in the presenters union. He's in the button pushers union, which is not the same. They don't have as many members as we do. And, sorry? It's not Corrie. It's Corey, I know. She thinks you work on Coronation Street. That's what it is. She thinks you're Ina Sharples or something. She got a bit confused by the whole thing. We know what it's like. If people are taking medication in the morning, there's a very good chance they... Lovely picture of Gemma Collins. They're so rare. And this is Gemma. It must have been taken a while ago because she's got long hair, whereas we all know it's fake and they had it all cut off. But they say, have a beautiful day, everyone. She does say rubbish like that. Stay positive, use your time wisely. She said, I've had time to focus on. No eating out and have to cook from scratch. Eating out where, dear? Where would you be eating out? There are no eating out places. Don't be so stupid. And she's got a dog as well. But as I say, it's obviously an old picture of her. Because, do you remember she said a short while ago, she lives in this total dream world of what she does. Oh, I'm so busy at the moment. Busy doing what? The programme, the Diva thing, was filmed ages ago, and that's finished. They only did 3 as opposed to 4, mainly because it attracted zero interest. And your impersonation of a GP dealing with patients with the sniffles is not far removed from reality in New Zealand, says Susan, in New Zealand, in Cambridge. She says, one of my GP friends has nurses who've been doing exactly that in the past week since we moved to Level 2. What was that film where they went, DEFCON 2? War Games. Did you ever see War Games? Shall we play a game, Professor? Let's play tic-tac-toe. Let's play interplanetary, blowing everybody up. But of course it was all pretend. But it was such a good film. You ever seen it? That's a film for the edge of the seat things. Matthew Broderick, in it as a kid who's obsessed with computer games, and they managed to hack in to the government computer so they can play games with it. They want to see what the government's computer has got on it. So they get in, and it's a Professor Falcon. And his password was in fact his son's name, who died. So they go to see him and they ask about it, and they said the computer is playing this game, but it's playing to win. And he said, playing to win? They went, yes, we've been playing noughts and crosses, tic-tac-toe, but the computer's playing to win. And every time it gets another game to win, it's getting ready to launch all the missile sites in America. And so they're all there, and all the people are sitting there in America, in the missile bunker, going, who's controlling this? He's found another one. It's unlocking the code. It's working out the code. It was playing tic-tac-toe so fast that you could barely see it on the screen. And he went there, and they were saying and they wanted to have him arrested and thrown in prison and everything else, until they suddenly realised he was a boy. He was just a boy who'd hacked into the computer. And the computer started, it needs one more number. It's got one more number. And it was then that the computer had the code to launch the missiles aimed at Russia. And so they were all sitting there on the edge of their seats. And then it launched the missiles. But it didn't. It was only a fantasy game, but they didn't know it was playing a fantasy game. So then they saw all the missiles going over, bombing Russia, but of course they weren't. It was only on the screen. And then at the very end, it went, nobody wins, Professor. It was a game, but it's on the edge of your seat stuff. And there is a mountain, isn't there? Are there a number of mountains in America where they've got secret bases inside the mountains? I'm pretty certain there are, it's not Mount Rushmore. But I can't remember actually where it was, but I'm sure if we go onto onto Google, you will find out that there are secret missile bases inside mountains. Interesting. The film was a box office success. Cost 12 million, grossed nearly 80 after 5 months. Nominated for 3 Academy Awards. A sequel, War Games: The Dead Code, was released direct-to-video in 2008. It didn't work. It was so good. It was a really fantastic film. But these secret bases hidden inside mountains, because I think they used one in the film, and it's literally, they've tunnelled into mountains, because isn't there somewhere in a mountain in Austria or Germany where the train went into there packed with loot that the Nazis had stolen from wealthy art collectors. And apparently this train is sitting inside, so the story goes, I know it's a good story, and you sort of go inside the mountain, and there is the train, the carriages, full of paintings, gold, jewellery, everything. Absolutely amazing. But whether or not it actually exists, we do not know. We do not know. But you'd love to better find that, wouldn't you? But apparently it's all been covered up, and the train tracks have gone. But inside, gathering dust, quite a bit of dust now, would be this train with all the loot that the Nazis took from people. Amazing. Steve, this going back to work early is going to backfire on us. The countries who were supposed to have got it right with their lockdowns and testing have found new cases. I know, that's what I've said all the time. I've been saying this for weeks. That people are getting, because some people, well, listen, you've heard people on the radio. You've read what people have said on tweets and Twitter and stuff like that. There's some very stupid people out there. Very, very stupid people. And they think it's okay. They think they're immune from going outside. They can go outside and do whatever they want. It's like the 5G people. Those people whose brain cell must be firmly stuck in their rear end because it ain't anywhere else. And so now the police are going around. These are really nasty people. Really nasty people. They've been destroying masts, stopping people ordering ambulances and things like that. Hopefully the police are sort of sussing them out bit by bit and having them prosecuted. Let's do prison, shall we? Let's make it big prison. Steve, Darren and Gina in Staines upon Thames. And it says here, where in Staines did you live? Just Staines. I lived off the Chertsey Road. That's all I can tell you now, because the place has got a blue plaque on it, and it's very embarrassing. You know, people go there. There's pilgrimages, coach tours. You know, Steve actually walked along this bit of the river. Steve went shopping in the Elmsley Centre. This was Steve's favourite pie shop, and you know, and all these other places. And it becomes like it's a trip to Lourdes for many people. It's following in the footsteps of Steve. And then in fact, I think the coach tour is following in the footsteps of Steve. And it's only £1 to go on the coach. And it's about an hour, and you get served a full 5-course meal and everything else. And you stop outside houses. I think on 2 of the houses that I lived in, they've been open to the public. And the house is exactly as it was when I left it. It's become, if you believe any of this. Shane says, I put the DVD Torch Song Trilogy on last night. That bloke who plays a drag queen has a deep voice. They were all playing drag queens. Torch Song Trilogy I loved. I hated it when I first saw it, but loved it. Absolutely loved it now. I saw it in Vienna. Went with a friend of mine. And they had a screening of it, and we went to see it, and I hated it. And yet now, I think it was Matthew Broderick again. He was in Torch Song Trilogy, where he has to kiss a man. He seemed to quite enjoy it. And he is happily married, of course. Not that it makes any difference. And so we sort of watched it, but in fact, it was Harvey what, who played the drag queen. He had a very deep voice like that. He was also in Independence Day. He was also in Mrs. Doubtfire, and he has got a very, very unusual voice. I can't remember his name now. What is his name? There he is, Harvey Fierstein. He's got a voice like that. You hear his voice and you go, is that voice real? He's amazing, actually. He's an American actor, playwright, and voice actor. That's what they call them, voice actors. But, I mean, Torch Song Trilogy, Carjo Foll, Kinky Boots, Newsies, Legs Diamond. I mean, he's written books, and he's got Tony Awards. He's very clever. But he also did Mrs. Doubtfire, and it's the voice that you get. But Torch Song Trilogy is very, very good little film. No, I don't do voice acting. No, of course not. I'm a radio presenter. They don't like radio presenters. 9 out of 10 times they want television people. They want television actors because they can do a variety of voices. Whereas, you know, I just do the one. And it's called Steve Allen. And, Terry Wogan would be bought on the fact it was Terry Wogan. The old butter. Have the old butter. And all this kind of thing. And I was never actually of the opinion that hearing an actor doing a voiceover on butter or whatever else, or, you know, Green Giant, you know, anything like that, actually sold any more of it. I was never totally convinced. So, you know, but you do recognise certain people's voices. Mine, they go, it's Steve Allen again. Everybody knows what I sound like. Even if I put on a little tiny voice and say you must buy some Green Giant. You know, it doesn't work, does it, really? Oh, I don't know if they're listening. I'm quite cheap. But they don't earn a lot of money, all these people. You think it pays a fortune. It doesn't. It doesn't. I'm totally convinced, actually. 84850... Steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve, do you remember the film about nuclear war called The Day After? Scared the pants off me. I don't. I mean, there are certain films that I don't like. I don't like the Friday the 13th type movies. I have seen them, but I don't like to be manipulated in such a way that it frightens me. I don't mind watching a film that affects me psychologically. So, you know, watching things like Schindler's List, when you're actually seeing something being brought back to life, and it's so brilliantly recreated that you really get yourself so worked up about man's inhumanity to fellow men that I sort of worry about things like that. That's the only thing. I mean, so, you know, when I watched Friday the 13th, the first one, I nearly fell apart. I was in the cinema and I don't like it, and you go, boo! And I bought a television once. Well, I bought many televisions, but this one had surround sound. And so the speakers were behind me, and I watched Jurassic Park, and it frightened me because I'd forgotten about it. And when one of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes was running through, it was behind me. I could hear it. And then, of course, you saw it on the screen, and that was it. So I disconnected the speakers. They're still there, but I just haven't connected them again. Steve, I once went to an old-time music hall show near Warrington. The MP was Colin Bean, who played Pete Sponge in Dad's Army. After the show, I sat in the bar. He's one of the longest surviving actors on the show. See him on YouTube, says Jim. He was from Wigan. I've never been to Wigan. I'd quite like to go there, actually, just to say I've been to Wigan. There's loads of places. When you think about it, you know, people go, I can't wait to go abroad. What's the matter with this country? What's the matter with this country? We've got loads of places. Have you been to everywhere in this country? Of course not. Of course not. Steve, I'm so glad that you're shouting out what should be common sense about COVID-19. I'm amazed at how utterly thoughtless and selfish some people are being. It's tough that we can't see people. I haven't been able to see my 92-year-old father and 76-year-old mother, nor the bloke, now my fiancé, for over 12 weeks. I do make soup and fudge and cakes and send them via cab to people and speak on the phone. To see people in person, even if I and they believe themselves to be perfectly healthy, is to put them and ourselves and potentially others at risk. What are these stupid people just going around as if there was no deadly invisible virus spreading like wildfire think they are doing? I agree with you. I agree. I mean, I can't understand it either. Steve, I used to like Ina Sharple, says Ian, but she was a busybody. Like Miss Marple, only with a bottle of stout. Loved Ina Sharples. The funny thing was, she was so posh. If you heard her speaking in real life, it was a bit, you get a lot of these actors now who sort of play the working class people. Oh, hello, come in and do you now, shall I? Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I used to love kitchen sink dramas from the war years. There were some fantastic actors and actresses. Get up the cast list for This Happy Breed, which was a great film, which gives you the snapshot of London. You know that I'm into nostalgia. I love nostalgia. Especially working in London, I'm always amazed. But in This Happy Breed, there were loads and loads of people in it. I mean, really. Wait a minute. So you had Robert Newton, Celia Johnson, and they all looked like that. It was so exciting in those early days. John Mills, Kay Walsh, who was Queenie, Stanley Holloway. I mean, some people that you probably never heard of again, but it was so good. And you can buy all these things. Made in 1944, but it was what they call, a sort of a kitchen sink drama. But if you haven't seen it, since for ages and ages, you should watch it again because it stands up very well. It's basically Robert Newton, Frank Gibbons, returns home from army duty, moves into a middle-class house, bringing with him his wife, Ethel, played by Celia Johnson. It's so nice to see everybody here. We should all have a cup of tea. It's a bit like Hinge and Bracket, actually. And it's the daily routine of family infighting and reconciliation, occasionally broken by a strike or a festival. By the time the children have grown into adults, another war is looming. Some really good stuff out there, some really good British movies, which I've always said to you, but somebody will tell me there's all these different channels now where you can watch all this stuff. It's there every day. I'm amazed. I'll turn on the television and I'll get some fabulous film and I go, oh my goodness me, I'll watch this. I think I bought all the versions of Tom Brown's School Days just to watch there. A bit before your time, Corey, Tom Brown's School Days. About a story of a boy who comes from a semi-middle class family and they want to send him to rugby school. And of course he gets bullied because he's a little lad. He gets bullied there. And there was lots of fagging going on, which is where, you would be the little boy. Still goes on to this day, believe it or not, in a lot of prep and public. That's what they did. They came around. They did things for the boy. They said, go and get my shoes cleaned, go and do this. And it still exists today in all the public schools. It was very, very popular and still continues. It was a tradition. It was a way of getting the young lads to clean your shoes, go and buy your food, go and do your homework for you if you didn't fancy doing your homework, and that's what it was. You can find it all over the place. It probably goes on in other schools as well, I should imagine. No, he wasn't. He was junior. If you were junior, then you did what you were told, and if you didn't do it, they had the right to beat you. But it still goes on. Although you had to have punishments for people. It was teaching them, not the class system, but so when he got older, he could then do exactly the same. It ran through the entire school, and everybody knew about it. There was nothing unusual about it at all. Happened in the early days, didn't it? I mean, it used to happen in Rome. What do you think about the person who spat on the train worker? I hope they find them and throw them in prison for the rest of their lives. She shouldn't have been outside on the concourse. This is the lady that I was talking about earlier on, actually. And she worked, I think she was at Victoria Station. Her name was Belly Mujinga. She was 47. And she had underlying health issues. She had a lot of underlying health issues. And she was working at the London train station. And they moved her from inside to outside. And the union have said she shouldn't, not with her health issues, she shouldn't have been anywhere outside. And somebody spat at her. Literally, weeks later, the man who said he had COVID-19, I mean, who are these people? She died. as a result, leaving a daughter, Ingrid, and a father. And she was only 47. But because of the underlying health issues, she should have been looked after better, and the union have said that they should have been well aware of the fact. She'd already told them she had underlying health issues, you know, with respiratory problems and stuff like that. And who are these people who spit at people? What in God's name is the matter with them? What serious illnesses have they got? It's just, you know, I hope they find this person. They'll be on CCTV. And you watch, I reckon within a day, there'll be a picture up in the paper and somebody saying, who's this person? I mean, why? I don't quite get, you know, why anybody would ever spit at somebody who's just doing their job, somebody who's taking tickets or things like that. We used to get them at Twickenham Station. Brian will tell you. We used to get workers over the road who were building the flats who didn't buy a ticket. They just used to leap over the barriers. And Brian used to sort of almost wring his hand. They do it at Richmond. I've seen people doing it at Richmond Station. They leap over the barriers because they're not going to buy a ticket. See, I'd actually have them. I think I'd actually have them arrested and thrown into prison immediately. Definitely. Another one here. We found our first one. Look at this. We found our first. What do they call them now? Sad, lonely people. Oh, Snowflake. That was it. I can never remember, actually, who they are. This one said, Steve Allen talks from 4 to 7 a couple of days a week. 7 days a week. 7 days a week. And then moans about Harry and Meghan not doing a proper job. Yeah. I work for a living, 7 days a week. I'm sorry if you're a bit simple and you don't know things like that. But, of course, you're obviously somebody who's got a picture of Harry and Meghan in your front room, haven't you? Perhaps you've got the souvenir mug, which you bought from the wedding. That'll be on the way out. There's a rumour she's pregnant. Work that one out for yourself. They're bringing out a new set of stamps, says Paul. Where have you been? I mean, are you listening to this programme? We did that 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Good Lord above, honestly, I can't have reruns of this programme. It's bad enough as it is. Did you ever go to the Colony Room Club in Dean Street? I did not. Steve, I was reading that Harry's new house. It's not his house. It's not his house. It's another one that they haven't got any money, apparently. So it's 8 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms. Why do the Americans always have more bathrooms than bedrooms? They do everywhere. If you have a 6-bedroom house, the chance is you've got 8 bathrooms. Why? You've got en-suites and then there'll be 2 family bathrooms. That's what happens, which is much better. Paddy says, I'm 18. I didn't go out at all during the 7 weeks of strong lockdown. Went for a walk for the first time yesterday and everything felt strange. Somebody says, you're always welcome in Wigan, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. Uncle Joe's mint balls and Wigan Pier. They sent me mint balls. You remember? I mentioned them because I thought they were going to be balls, but they're not balls. They're sort of flat little things, but they sent me some tins of them, which I thought was lovely, wasn't it? I like a mint ball. I'm quite taken with things like that. Quite taken with that. I love Torch Song Trilogy, an emotional film. I saw it on stage at the Menier Chocolate Factory, says Bridget. It's a great film. It really is a great film. Have I seen the live show? I don't know. Didn't John Barrowman play in Torch Song Trilogy? I'm pretty certain. I mean, it was very good. It was very, very good. Although there was a drag queen who appeared on the television going, well, if I went up to somebody and said I was a drag queen, I've got loads of verbal abuse. It wasn't like that at all. I quite like the idea. Somebody else saying, and I think everybody's going to be saying it, this going back to work early is going to backfire. Steve, Harry is the second royal to choose a woman over his country. The less I hear of him, the better. I couldn't care less. They could stay there if they want. But all this, when he says life has changed dramatically, as one of the paper columnists says today, what do you mean changed dramatically? He's doing exactly the same as he did before. Nothing. He doesn't, have to pay for his house. It wasn't exactly very difficult to put on a few uniforms and stand there and honour the war dead and stuff like that and go out and have your picture taken, get free holidays abroad under the guise of, I'm going to be looking after my charity. And then for some reason, he can't do... I mean, why could he not? Can somebody explain to me why he couldn't step down from the royal family but stay in this country? Does he hate us that much? Answer, yes. It's an emphatic yes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Because otherwise he'd be here and just go and live in Bodmin Moor or something like that in a house and try and do something. But no, he chooses to go and live in America. Good. Well, you stay there. But I reckon he's actually going to come back. Steve, don't you know, do you remember Robin's Nest? The main character was a cartoonist, as far as I remember. In Robin's Nest? No, he was a chef. He was a cook, wasn't he? I seem to remember. In Robin's Nest, yeah, I mean, it was a restaurant. It was a restaurant, Robin's Nest. I mean, Robin's Nest was, I think, made, if memory serves me, by Thames Television. It reprised for Richard O'Sullivan, Robin Tripp, because he was in Man About the House, and then Robin's Nest, they had a restaurant, like a bistro. I remember that distinctly because Richard O'Sullivan lives down the road from me. Tony Britton was the father, and Richard O'Sullivan and Tessa White were a couple in real life. They had one son, and then he turned up as Dick Turpin. He was very popular, very, very popular. But Man About the House, but Robin's Nest was definitely the restaurant. I don't believe there was anything to do with cartooning at all. But it was great. I love it. They're all out on DVD. You can get all of those things. There is nothing that you cannot get at all. The country needs Steve Allen. I know. I tell you, I'm sorry. I would be coming down hard and fast on people who spit in the face of somebody, people who throw things. I'd be coming down hard. I mean, I'm sorry. We might have to build extra prisons. We might have to sort out the pond life in this country because there's too much of it. And these are the people who are going to be coming down with coronavirus. I'm promising you now. You know, they don't know anything about... They don't understand what the word means, social distance. They don't know what that means. They've got no idea unless it comes with a pint of Stella. They would have no idea. They go out... You see them. Every time there's a thing... You know, we had all the people doing the street parties. Were they all socially distancing? No. No, they weren't. And these are the people who are going to go down with it and then sort of expect the NHS to pick up the pieces. Whereas I'd be going, well, I'm sorry, we did tell you about this. It's been on every news... Oh, you can't read. It's been on every television programme. It's been on every radio programme. It's been on everything. You cannot not know about it. You cannot not know that it's killing people. It's killed nearly 40,000 people. This is not a walk in the park, I'm afraid. Coming up on Friday, Steve, the highlight. Brief Encounters. That was two people. It was very simply set, wasn't it? It was in Celia Johnson and what's-his-face. And they were sitting in a railway station. They met. And I loved him for a brief moment. He came into my life. And it was all terribly clipped little voices. They had them. Would you like a cup of tea, ducks? I'll have a cup of tea now. I might not ever see him again. And, of course, she's married. She's quite clearly having an affair, isn't she? She's having an affair. And she goes back to her husband. But I'll remember him forever. His face as he turned to wave at me through the cafe window. It was all terribly dramatic. I couldn't have cared less, actually, because, I mean, but I remember those places on the railway stations where you could go and get a nice cup of tea and a fairy cake. I used to sort of think to myself, a Chelsea bun. That'd be quite nice. Steve, if you break the isolation rules in the Philippines, they're going to shoot you. I don't think it's going to be that dramatic. But in Spain, you can be arrested. If they're in lockdown and you go outside, you better have a blooming good reason. Robin's Nest had the one-armed Irish waiter. Yeah, the funny thing was, he wasn't one-armed. He did have two arms. It was put behind it. I used to then remember thinking, that must be really uncomfortable to have your arms... I don't know why they made him one-armed. But he died a little while ago. He was very good, lovely actor. And another one here. I like the film The Lady Vanishes. I didn't really care, actually. She vanished on the train, didn't she? Missed somebody. And she was there, and then it was the face at the window. They were being attacked as the train went past and had to try and sort out. But no, you can get all of this stuff. I mean, seriously, go to Amazon, type in old British films. You'll be amazed at what you can get, or failing that, you subscribe, and you can get... A bit later this morning, and it's nice to have your company, I will tell you about where you can go on holiday, or not, as the case may be. That's what they're all thinking. Henry says, Harry and Meghan have a book out soon. Oh, there's three books. And a film, which is being made as well. There's their one, which is telling you what a really tough life they've had. And then there's another one, basically saying they didn't really contribute to anything, and they, as opposed to stay... I only just thought about it a minute ago. Why would they not want to stay in this country? Mind you, they all have to leave, don't they, because of the shame, I suppose. So they had to go back to America. Perhaps she doesn't like us. He certainly doesn't like us at all. He's obviously not remotely interested in the royal family. What a disappointment. But never mind. And so there's a book coming out. Lady Colin Campbell, apparently, is going to be doing one as well. Yawn, yawn, yawn. And when Harry, and I think it's Jane Moore, was talking about what does he mean when he says his life has changed dramatically. It hasn't. He's doing as little work now as he was before. Not doing anything at all. But they put up fencing around this house which they've been given to live in. They don't even have to rent it. We're still waiting for our money from Frogmore Cottage, but I don't want to keep going on about that. Being Wednesday, this is the day that the government, and in particular Boris Johnson, have said you're to go back to work. If you can go back to work, but don't take public transport. Well, I think people have just only heard the first bit. It's, let's go back to work. So people are going to be crowding, as they were yesterday. They're going to be crowding onto the tubes, they're going to be crowding onto the buses, because the Prime Minister said, go back to work. How you're going to socially distance, I've got no idea. Standing on a platform with loads of other people, that's not socially distancing. Sitting on a tube train, sitting next to somebody who might have the virus. You know, I mean, if you're sitting on a tube train and somebody's coughing or sneezing their way through everything, you're going to be going, I think I'm going to get off this thing, you know, and cycle. But in Twickenham, we've just lost our Halfords bicycle shop, and it was a big one, double-fronted, and they've pulled out completely. Which is not so good, is it? The new Ryanair flights, bit of a refund ruse, the papers are saying. And Norwich is hoping to find the key to ending the lockdown by testing all of its citizens every week. I think there's going to be a resurgence. I'm pretty certain. And that will be coming as a result of today. It's literally, this is going to be it. People are going to be going out there completely forgetting about putting a mask on, completely forgetting about... I mean, if you haven't got a mask, I mean, they've shown you enough times on the television how to make one. Somebody showed us the other day how to make one out of a pair of old socks. Can't be that difficult. There's something for lots of elderly ladies who listen to my programme. You could make face masks. I'll tell you which ones are effective and which ones are not probably effective. I mean, I'm using it's a disposable, it's a double thickness mask, and you can breathe through it. Unfortunately, you're quite right, your glasses do get misted up, which is a bit of a pain, so I have to move my glasses to the end of my nose. But apart from that, these things you can buy about 50 of them for about anywhere from 50 quid up to about 65 quid. 50 of these masks, and there's no shortage of them. They're all over the place. We always start this hour with a poem to kind of put us into the right frame of mind. Although, actually, I'm not too sure whether or not this is going to put you in the right frame of mind, because it's sort of a combination of sophistication and nature. It's by William Wordsworth, so you know which one it is, because you probably only know the one poem from Wordsworth, which is I wandered lonely as a cloud. Makes it sound like a bit of a sort of a druggy kind of thing, doesn't it? I smoked a dodgy cigarette and then I floated around the sitting room a few times. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in a never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not but be gay in such jocund company. I gazed and gazed, but little thought what wealth the show to me had brought. For oft when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon the inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills, and dances with the daffodils. There you go. I wandered lonely as a cloud. Now I'm a cloud, now I'm a piece of wallpaper. Here I am, I'm a lollipop. Love it. Mr. O'Reilly, with the builder, was only portrayed as one-armed, as a Mickey take on how a builder built somebody with only one arm. Typical Cleese writing humour. Did he have one arm in Fawlty Towers? I don't remember having one arm in only Fawlty Towers. But he was also the painter and decorator. But then, because he moved a door. Don't you remember, another builder came in Fawlty Towers, and liquor paint here, it'll be all right, Mr. Fawlty. And the builder went, this is a load-bearing wall. The whole place could come down. What? And all he was trying to do, he was trying to dismiss it. Just, liquor paint here, liquor paint there. Basil's going, close that door, quickly close it off, I'll get some 2x4 or whatever it was, and they were putting in a joist over the top of it. Poor old Basil. It's amazing that they only made a few of those, but my God, they left all the mistakes in. Have you seen them, where Basil's standing by the door and obviously somebody goes, now, and then he walks into the place? At one point you can see the microphone boom, It was really... Why they never spotted these things, I've got no idea why. But it was very good, actually. The comedy about a cartoonist was Keep It in the Family, which was on ITV from 80 to 83. I remember Keep It in the Family, definitely. And Steve, among the many poets buried at Westminster Abbey is Elizabeth Beethan poet Edmund Spenser, and according to historian Edward Camden, his tomb contains unpublished works by his admirers, possibly Shakespeare, who threw poems into his grave as a tribute. Good Lord above. I should imagine by now, if it's paper, it would have disintegrated years ago, wouldn't it? Definitely. And Steve says, Robin's Nest, yes, you're spot on. He was a chef. What do you mean? Of course I'm spot on. Hello? You know what James O'Brien says about Steve Allen? He says the same thing every day. If you phone up James O'Brien today, he will tell you the same thing that he's been telling us for the past goodness knows how long.
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See? There you go, and you've heard it there from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, this one here says somebody mentioned, wait a minute, Robin's Nest had a cartoon Robin in a tree as the starting credits. Perhaps they're thinking of that one. Possibly. And also, what's the deal with shops being reopened at the moment? I walked through my local high street yesterday. Most of the shops were open, including charity shops and a cafe. What don't people understand? Well, I'm surprised that the charity shops are open because they've taken a decision at head office not to have them open at the moment. And I don't think they're allowed to be opened. In fact, clothes shops are definitely not allowed to be opened. So if that is the case, we'll have to report that to the police. And also cafes. You can have eat-out orders, but not cafes with eat-in orders, Paddy. That's illegal. They can be fined huge amounts of money for that. Nobody's allowed to sit in. They haven't changed anything there at all. Definitely not. Somebody says here, you are the highlight of my day. Thank you. So Celia Johnson, Trevor Howard, Rachmaninoff will be blaring. Laura's a furloughed trolley dolly. Says, hope you have a safe drive to see your brother. I'm quite a good little driver, actually. I just pootle down. I sort of sit there. I've got my music. And I've got the radio, and once I go far enough out that I can't pick up LBC, on goes the music. I sing along to that. I shall get there. I shall tell him when I'm about 2 minutes away. I shall pop the stuff through his letterbox. He'll then sort of open the window, and I'll give you the other side of it. It's only a little tiny road. And we shall have a little conversation, and I shall drive back home again. And get some fish fingers. Or something that I haven't quite decided, actually. So, brief encounter on the television for this week. So there's one for you, which is very nice indeed. Another one here, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And have you ever seen the film Not Without My Daughter? Are you like Sally Field? Says Sidcup Julie. I don't know, actually. I don't think I've ever seen it. Not Without My Daughter. What would it be a film on? I do like Sally Field, as everybody knows. I don't think that's any surprise there, but Not Without My Daughter. I mean, is this the one where she plays... what's the character? Was it a character called Betty? Or something like that, who sort of married... This was Alfred Molina, wasn't it? I've just remembered, actually. And, this was some time ago, I think. And then he wants... I think something to do with the daughter and to visit Iran with him, but they're reluctant to go because of the harsh regime. So I think that was about the 90s. About the 90s. I don't know whether it's a true story. I don't know anything about it at all, apart from it's got delightful Sally Field, and she is so interesting. If you have the LBC app that you can download everything, download my interview with Sally Field. Because, you know, she's in one of my favourite films, Steel Magnolias. And I always talk about that because it's the idea. I can still watch it all the time because it takes you to this place in America, which is not a film set. It's a real place. It actually exists, and the writer lived in and still lives there. And it was just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Another one here. Oh, let's have a quick look at some of the papers, shall we? So now you've discovered that Michelle Keegan's not going to be doing Strictly Come Dancing, which is kind of like non-story of the day. Also, Rishi Sunak yesterday splurging 80 billion by expending the Jobs bailout until October the 31st. I mean, do you know, if this goes to October the 31st, do you think that they might do pantomimes? I'm thinking that they might do pantomimes, because that would give them enough. They don't have huge rehearsals. And bearing in mind, all the pantos are booked up. You know, I mean, all the celebrities for them. They don't sort of decide it. They'll have decided this at the beginning of the year. And Steve, people are bringing me home cooked food. I'm throwing it all away because nobody seems to come with a hygiene certificate. I wouldn't mind a bottle of a box of Dettol wipes though, and gloves. Who brings you home cooked food? I mean, you could do that if you live next door. My friend does it for the people next door. She'll make a batch of scones or scones and then give some to the girls next door, which seems to work. What was the other one? It was a true story, says Sid Cupchew. You are right. I thought I was, actually. I thought I was. See, bit late tuning in? Well, you mustn't. Please do not be late tuning in. There's nothing worse. And also, what's the other one that I had? There was something else. So, Sid Cup Julie there. So wait a minute. Let me have a quick look here. Oh, I've lost it. Somebody said that if you're going to get detractors writing in, point them towards Norfolk Nights with Alan Partridge, where they discuss the pedestrianisation of Norwich's one-way system, says Ian the Skip. We love the detractor. It's the same person writing in as a man and a woman. He's a bit screwed up. I don't want to go into it too much. They're not really well. They can't help it. Have you seen Mad World? No, it doesn't sound like my sort of thing at all, actually. And Scavenger Hunt, says Sarah. Honestly, nice, polite person like you watching that. Anything. Short poem by Carl Pilkington. It would be spiteful to put a jellyfish in a trifle. Love it. Yes, actually, Corey likes Carl. He thinks you like him. Yeah. Would you like to do a 30-day no-sugar challenge? I don't do sugar. I'm a diabetic. Why would I do sugar? I mean, to be honest with you, if you're talking about being ridiculous and sort of saying, oh, check every single thing, you know, there's going to be sugar in just about everything. Just about everything. There's going to be a little bit of sugar, but no, I don't do sugar. I don't keep sugar at home. I don't have sugar. I don't intentionally have it, you know. What did I do the other day? I like this curry powder, which I bought in Iceland for 99p. And you just put a few spoonfuls in, because I can never do a curry. And so I just cut some steak up, and you could use anything, I suppose, and did some onions, which are already ready cut. I don't prepare anything at all. If I'm cooking anything, I just literally buy already done, pour it into the pan, and that's it. And then, what else I put in? Oh, some green beans, which were already cut. So I didn't have to do anything. Don't have to wash them or do anything at all. Put them all in, and then sort of cooked all that through until it looked quite nice, and then put on about 3 sprinkles of this curry powder stuff, which is medium, and added some water, and then just left it for about 10 minutes, and that was it. Turned out perfectly. In fact, it turned out even better than perfectly. I was quite surprised. But then I thought, if I probably looked at all the ingredients in curry powder, I probably would, especially if it's one of those ready mix things, I probably wouldn't be eating it at all. Last night we watched The Man Without a Name, the true story of how Churchill sanctioned an elaborate scheme to save 30,000 lives. Well, it was not just saving 30,000 lives, it was to make sure that the Germans thought we were doing something we weren't doing. So they sent their armies elsewhere, which worked very well indeed. Brilliant film, you'll love it, Steve. Mad World. No, I wouldn't. I can tell now straight away, I definitely wouldn't. And, Steve, I'm a key NHS worker. I wish the lockdown lasts longer. I can't get enough of the empty trains. I don't think lockdown's going to be finishing any time soon. I seriously don't. I think we're still going to be doing this about, it's going to be October. You know, I think they'll open a few more shops at their discretion. If they want to open them, they can. But there's loads of shops that aren't allowed to open. And clothes shops are one of them. And charity shops, they shouldn't be opening at all. They're selling clothes. People go in there and browse, and they're never 6 foot apart. And I speak as somebody who's got more charity shops in his area than you can shake a stick at. Other one here. We've got another poem. Producer's now opted for the easy way out, which is somebody else will find it for him. Can't be bothered, really. It's just, he's going through that phase, I suppose. The character in Robin's Desk with one arm was called Albert, says Bill in Accrington. Accrington. I'm with you, says Kevin the Milkman, on loving old English movies. Saturday night, Sunday morning, This Sporting Life. A kind of loving all absolute classics that showed real life as it was in the 50s and 60s. Because they used to film outside. And so it was London as it was then. They didn't need to make anything up, because in the in the 40s and places like that, I mean, there was a lot of bombing that went on in London, so they filmed on bomb sites. Steve, I'm a tour guide in Melbourne, Australia. Last year I was driving along the Great Ocean Road, taking a tour, listening to you. You told a story about how somebody in the UK let off fireworks using his bottom, which caused untold damage. I laughed so hard I went into a coughing fit and nearly killed everyone. I've stopped listening to you now on the windy roads. You can be dangerous. We haven't had work for weeks and probably won't for months. So glad that you're keeping us smiling, and thank you for making people all around the world very happy. Yes, that was the stupid thing, wasn't it? That's how he let off rockets, without realising that, this is gunpowder. Don't want to point out the patently obvious to people. Do you have an IG? Instagram? No, I don't have anything. I don't do Facebook, don't do Instagram, no. Well, you would know that, wouldn't you? Because you could probably find out if you were on Instagram, but no, I just have Twitter. That's it. But they're all monitored. Will Guyatt, of course, is absolutely fantastic. I mean, it costs a fortune, but I mean, who cares? It's well worth every penny, honestly. Henry says, oh yes, he was the one who said Harry and Meghan have a book out, and I said I think the 3 books coming out, and I think they're going to be number 1 in Amazon, mainly because it's obviously a work of pure fiction. Because I don't care. There is the danger that they could attempt to bring down the royal family in retaliation. Not very nice at all. That's what I mean. Something's not right about this one here. And then Henry also says, when can we cut Corey's hair off? Not very nice, is it? He just wants to, He's like a public schoolboy, without you sort of being held over an open fire, just holding you down and cutting all your hair off. Can you imagine? I'll bring in the clippers, actually, Henry. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll hold him... Oh, I'm not joining in. I'm going to lend them the clippers. But what we'll do, we'll give you a 0 all over. I'm an accessory after the fact. I am so an accessory after the fact. And how long does it take to drive to Southampton under lockdown compared to a normal day? Well, it takes exactly the same. About an hour and a bit. It isn't because if you're observing the speed limit, which I always do, so it doesn't make any difference. It's a motorway. You never get loads of traffic on the motorway, unless they're digging up the road somewhere down there. But no, about an hour. So it'll take exactly the same amount of time today. But I'm down, little chat, back. It's as simple as that. That's all it is. And then back for food. I was debating, actually, yesterday whether or not I could do fish fingers with onions. So I bought a pack of ready-prepared red onions, which I quite like, actually. I'm partial to onions. I'm not partial to garlic, but I'm partial to onions. If Kevin the milkman's on a nudist beach and he sees a nudist, what milk would he be drinking? Says Marilyn. Well, I don't think he tells people what he does for a living down on the beach. I think he just sort of goes and sits on the beach. Well, I think that's it. Shane says, see, the charity shops in Sydney are closed. All of ours are, and we've got about 15 charity shops, all closed. All closed. Do you have any yellow pages? No, we haven't had yellow pages for ages. They used to do that, but of course you don't need that now, do you? Because you can just go online, go onto Google, type in whatever you want. Like this morning, we typed in Squires Garden Centre to find out what time they were open today, and of course they're not. They're not open till Friday, till 11 o'clock, and then they'll open Saturday and they'll open Sunday. But I'm hoping that the people of Twickenham will be fairly sensible. That's what I'm hoping. I have a feeling I could be whistling in the wind for that one, which is not going to help. So it was Stacey Dawning, Robert Gillespie, Pauline Yates and Sabrina Franklin keeping it in the family. I liked all of those things. I liked all of those television programmes. Commuters are being warned not to face each other. I mean, to be honest, I don't know why people are climbing onto... Even in Paris, the trains are busy, not half as busy as in London. And today, I have a sneaking feeling that these roads are building up even as I am sitting here. And I'm telling you now, it's going to be very busy out there today. Where they're going to park? God knows. Is it going to be dangerous? Yes. Have they made a mistake? I think so. I really think so. We'll find out later. We'll have a chat to our senior reporter, Matthew Thompson. He's probably already up exercising, I should imagine. Don't you hate fit people? There's nothing worse. They get up in the morning, put their shorts on and go off for a jog. We used to have people here like that. They would finish doing their shift and then they would then they go for a jog around Regent's Park. It's like miles. How are they going to film all the Coronation Street, the Dancing on Ices and the Emmerdales being 2 metres apart? One can only sort of hazard a guess. Also, the masks that you are using. Cloth masks, dust masks, surgical masks. And so the cloth mask, a bandana can stop 15% more of your cough, while a commercially made cloth mask with no filter could good 70 to 80% coverage. So you can get these from Etsy or eBay. Business card firm Vistaprint is now making masks with 10% off pre-orders. They're £5 to £20. You wash them. They're sort of reusable. The dust mask, this is for workers or decorators. But these ones here, Screwfix are selling dust masks but have a reduced service to click and collect. Maximum order of 5. They're 5 to 15 quid. Reusable? No. And the surgical masks are the ones that you'll see everywhere. £1 to £2 a mask. A pack of 50 should set you back between 50 and 65 quid. Not reusable. And they're designed to protect other people. That's why surgeons wear them. So I bought a pack of 50. Because I thought otherwise I'm going to be going back time and time again. And I don't want to sort of go out all the time. So that's why. Steve. Brighton Rock, great British thriller, says Chris and Teddington. Yes. We know you've had cats in your life. Have you ever had a dog? Yes, of course. I've always talked about my dog. Always. My father used to have Alsatians because he was stationed in Germany, and so he had Alsatians. There used to be, I don't think they're alive anymore, there used to be 2 Alsatian guide dogs called Steve Allen, which is good, because we had a charity years ago, and people phoned up and listened, and we would record ourselves just talking about, like this programme. And the longer you listened, the more it was on a premium rate. And we raised, even back in those days, I raised enough money to get 2 guide dogs so that we could train up dogs and all the rest of it. And they sent me a picture of my guide dogs. I've got them at home. Steve Allen the first and Steve Allen the second. And Steve, Harry knows the truth about his mother's death. No, he doesn't. He was a little boy. He was a little boy. He doesn't know anything like that at all. There's no... What do you mean the truth about it? There was an accident in a tunnel. That's it. Listen, if he knew about it, everybody would know about it. It's as simple as that. Steve, put your red onion with a sliced tomato, then put fish fingers on top bake in the oven, says Marilyn. Oh. Ooh. I'm not sure about that, actually. I'm not sure if I don't like baked. Do you know what I did yesterday? And I haven't done this for months and months, in fact, if not years. I actually bought a packet of chunky chips in M&S, and I fried them. I ate a box of chunky... I didn't eat anything else, just a box of chunky chips. Because I thought, well, it's probably got some protein in it or something, I don't know. Or potato. And that was all I had. And you know, actually, I thought it was quite good. I just put some oil in the wok and then just fried them. And they went all crisp. They were double-cooked chunky chips, which were particular. But I haven't done that, for years. I don't think I'm frightened to fry anything. That's why I do dry frying. So much better. Steve, I bought a mountain bike a week into the lockdown. I'm guessing everybody had the same idea as I'm still waiting for it to be delivered. Hopefully get it today. Well, I would hope so, if they've taken your money. You know, there's no problem with delivering these sort of things at all. There really isn't. Steve, I could have given you a live rendition of what Celia Johnson said in Brief Encounter when the train pulled out, but I've forgotten, says Sandra. It would have been ever so tasteful. It was so cute. It was so quaintly British. So quaintly British. You know, we were good at things like that. Right, LBC News time. To have your company nice. So, Wednesday, busy day. I think it's, no matter what they say about don't use public transport, they ignored that the other day. They're going to ignore it today. I say they because they're obviously the simpletons. People who can't get there any other way. And I'm sure if you actually analysed it, you probably could get there another way. That's what I'd be thinking. Steve, I've been listening to you now for 7 years. Amateur. 7 years. I've got people who've been listening for 40 years. 7 years. I mean, you're a mere novice. Doesn't matter. It's worth having you anyway. Also, the millionaire doctor who only got 500,000, but strangely enough, he did know the right answer, but he didn't want to risk it, because when somebody waves £500,000 in your face, and you go, but bear in mind, if you get it wrong, you're going to be going all the way down. So he goes, I'm going to cut my losses, and I'm going to take the £500,000 because, and that's what they actually rely on. They rely on somebody taking the 500,000 because it sounds a lot of money. £1 million, you're going, oh, I can't afford to lose that much. I think you go back down to 38,000 or something. But then they said, now, which one would you have gone for? And he went, I would have gone for the Isle of Man TT race, 1907. And he said, had you said that, I wouldn't be giving you a cheque for 500,000. I'd be giving you a cheque for $1 million. Then you think, Oh, but then you go, listen, it doesn't matter. There's no point crying over spilt milk, is there? You've got £500,000, which is very nice indeed. Also, a mum who's slotted a window into her garden fence so her toddler pals can play on lockdown, which is, which is lovely. Do you know, I managed to find another bottle of this hand lotion the other day. Ooh-wee. Love it. It's so exciting, honestly. My hands are so beautiful. I'm so lucky. So lucky. Yes, what was I doing? Oh, yes. So, Harry and Meghan, sorry to go back to them, but they love the publicity. They put up screens around their Beverly Hills mansion to stop prying eyes. Well, don't live in a mansion, which everybody knows about. I mean, surely, you've got half a brain cell, surely. They were erected, the screens, around the border of the 8-bed house the pair moved to after quitting royal duties. Los Angeles County has allowed some hiking trails to reopen, giving walkers a view of the sprawling pad. I mean, it's a house, darling. You didn't have them before, but obviously you think you're very important. And a source said, Harry and Meghan have been extremely cautious in keeping their base under wraps. Their team is helping them choose the location for their transition. Oh, God, honestly, what a pile of rubbish. Beverly Ridge has its own guarded gate, and Tyler's property has a gate of its own, which is watched by their security team. So we're still paying for that, by the way. Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. You're still paying for that. So they're staying in this mansion while they settle, looking for a permanent place. Well, that'll never happen, will it? Because every place, the paparazzi will stake it out. But then, of course, they live for the paparazzi. I mean, if she's in the business of show, then she lives for otherwise, you know, without it, the oxygen fanning the flames will disappear completely. So it's going to be very embarrassing. I mean, but you have so many books about them. If you thought you were bored now, you're going to be even bored in a couple of months' time. I forget which is the first one out. They've actually got, I think there's one out and then there's a film which is going to be... Kevin, the milkman, says, I'm sorry to spoil the lady's thoughts. I only went to a naturist beach once. When I became single, he says, a couple of years ago, I ended up dating a naturist for a few months. Thought, what the heck, try anything. I have no plans on taking my gold top down there again anytime soon. He does gold top, milk. He's a milkman. What did you think? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Unfortunately, the producer's got, as usual, completely the wrong end of the stick about your gold tops, Kev. Steve, if I could get to work without using public transport, I would. This simpleton doesn't enjoy using it. Is he going to pay my mortgage? Of course I'm not going to pay your mortgage. I mean, it's so stupid. Why don't you buy a bicycle? Couldn't you go in on a bicycle? Have you lost the use of legs or something like that? Or, you know, I mean, you know, of course you can get to work without using public transport. You could take a taxi. You could get an Uber, get a black cab, you could do all sorts of things. Treat yourself every so often. Why not? Why not? Did you watch the true story of the Titanic? What a cover-up. Oh, listen, you always get conspiracy theories about just about everything. You really do. You know, the Titanic struck an iceberg. Unfortunately, they couldn't close the doors underneath, and it filled up very quickly. It was freezing cold, and bearing in mind, when all the lights went out on the ship, it was pitch black out there. And so people were plunged into water. As the ship turned up on end, all the water flooded. The idea was you could stop all the holds to keep the water contained. So technically, it should have survived. But, of course, they didn't do that. They couldn't actually manage it at all, which was a bit of a pain, as you can well imagine, for the people who died. And then all the people who were in third class, they'd locked all the gates for letting them up into the next part of the ship. So they were stuck down there. And then there were people trying to throw themselves into lifeboats. They didn't want to be stuck on it. Then there was the man who, when the ship went down, because you have to move away from the ship as fast as possible, because the suction will drag you under. And there would be a lot of suction with the Titanic. And as it went down, it split in two. And that was it. But then a lot of people went down with it. But it's still all down there in a various state of repair. They've been on to it. Funny thing is, they only ever show you the front of the ship. They never show you where the back of the ship is. Because there were cars on board. There were all sorts of things. They've been inside some of the cabins. They went down the staircase. We're all fascinated because it's 2 miles down. But I don't think there was anything that was untoward, apart from the fact that the lookout had said they had a lookout on ships. It shows how long ago it was. A lookout was going iceberg ahead, and it grazed it, but it was obviously enough, because bearing in mind, the iceberg, what you see, there's another 2/3 of it underneath the water, which you can't see. You only see the bit at the top. So it was the bit underneath which didn't really help, actually. Steve says, James, bracing myself for the fourth apparent back to normal mayhem today. Crazy people, plus morons time. 1 million Burke, says James. Yes, absolutely. 65 miles a day, don't be stupid. There you are, you see, we knew you were a rude person. You know, just because somebody points out the patently obvious to you, you turn into a nasty, aggressive little person. So a little bit more than a snowflake, I think. Snowflake with attitude. I like eating bread and butter with Cocoa Pops for breakfast. Oh, God. You must be the size of a whale. Steve, what's all this about lockdown? Maybe going on till autumn. I think it'd go on further till autumn. Much beyond autumn. Do you not think so? I would think so. Yesterday, I had the car washed and saw most of the family one by one. Today, at last, it's haircut, says Mike. She comes to me and wears a mask. I don't think she's supposed to do that. I really don't think. Is she allowed to come in and cut your hair at home? Really? I used to have home visits years ago. I used to have my hair cut at home by a girl who used to come round. But in the end, there wasn't really much to cut. So it was a bit... I quite fancy the idea of having the car washed. That would be nice. I'd definitely like to have the car washed. I don't mind paying for that. That'd be a good one. That'd definitely be a good one. So Jane Moore. She's talking about all sorts of things, actually, given, the masks and all the rest of it. And the hairdressers. I mean, poor Jane. I mean, she looks fine. But, if it's, she's cutting her hair with a pair of nail scissors, which is... They all do it on the television, but she's got a bit of crisis going on, and then there's the masks. So I wonder if they could all wear the masks on Loose Women, and you could sort of do that, couldn't you? You could wear a mask on television. I've not seen anybody doing it yet. Oh, you just dear. Did you see that thing the other day? They had the dreadful Celebrity Juice, the one that Ferns disappeared from, and Holly. And they had a competition. You had Ben Shepherd, way too old to be on something like that, way too old, and Matt Goss in Las Vegas, who took all his clothes off. It was really horrendous. I mean, seriously, he needs to look to his brother. If you want to have a buff body, that'd be it. But poor old Matt's gone quite flabby, and he started wearing all these sort of poncy suits, which isn't so good actually. And would you like to go up and down in the robots? Yep. Steve, most people who died on the Titanic didn't drown, they froze to death. Yeah, I've just said it was icy cold. I've just said that. I'm telling you now, I reckon that when I go back from here at 7 o'clock this morning, the roads are going to be really busy. Normally, and I've seen it go from totally empty to... We've had a few little traffic jams on the Westway, on the Hammersmith flyover. I think it's going to be even worse than that today. Because the government said you should drive in, where you park, I don't know, unless they've relaxed all the parking, which would be lovely. 84850. David in Sunderland says, I don't use public transport to go to town for shopping. I get a taxi. There were loads of people on the London Underground the other day. I know. And most of them with no masks. No face masks. I mean, is it because they can't afford them? Or is it because they just don't want to wear one, or they don't think it's anything? Bearing in mind, it's protecting you and other people. And they've said, and the garden centres, as I said at the beginning, we're going to be finding out a little bit later from Ian Wiley, Chief Executive of the Garden Centre Association, just how long... I mean, I've been campaigning since they first closed the blooming things to make them open. Not just because I'm selfish and I want to go out there and have a wander about and buy me plants, because I don't mind giving them my money. It's because I support local businesses. And to watch all the supermarkets selling plants... and to watch B&Q and all the other outlets selling plants, and yet the poor old garden centre sitting there having to watch people selling plants that they should be selling. So we'll wait and find out. But our ones, so 2 round our way, people who live in my neck of the woods. Squires, not open till Friday, and we don't know when Adrian Hall is opening. They have a note on there. Can you get the Adrian Hall website up? They actually published a thing on their website basically explaining why they're not opening today, and I use them as much as I use the other one. It's Adrian Hall. They say the government has said that from Wednesday we can reopen for business. We welcome the news, but it's our first priority to ensure both employees and customers are kept as safe as possible. We will remain closed. They say there'll be a click and collect facility available very soon. They will post a reopening date shortly, and changes you may expect: wider car parking spaces, hand sanitizer stations, use of face masks within the building compulsory. Well, there'll be loads of people turning up without them. What are they going to do? Turn them away? So they've actually said the stores remain closed. No toilet facilities for customer use. So, you know, I think people are going to be going elsewhere because they've had enough time to work this out, actually. We understand about the priority, but then, you know, if they can do it at other garden centres, surely you could be able to do it as well. Entry limited by number, 1 out, 1 in. Well, people spend ages in garden centres. Ages. You don't just go in there, pick up something. Growing compost collected from outside, and they will adapt their operation accordingly. They said we thank the thousands we've been able to serve directly and safely to their homes in the last few weeks. Well, you know, so there's one that's not going to be opening, and they've given no indication of when they're going to be opening at all. And yet they must have known about this. It must have been on the cards for ages. Nick says, when do you think realistically hairdressers will open? 2 months. 2 months. I mean, you can have... The strange thing is, you can't go to their salons, but you can have somebody coming round your house cutting your hair. So in theory, I suppose you could have somebody coming round, cutting your hair. You've got a pair of clippers, which are maybe... And they're your own clippers. And if they're chargeable, you could go and sit on the patio in the garden and somebody could do it. That would be sort of feasible, wouldn't it? I would have thought. Might be something worth thinking about. And another one here, which says, talking about the Titanic, my great-uncle was Frederick Fleet, the guy who was the lookout. He did survive, but sadly took his own life because of survivor's guilt. Very sad indeed. I didn't know what his name was, actually. I've seen all the best thing is the film about the Titanic, made by Disney, where they go down to the Titanic with all the submersibles, go along the corridors, everything. Really, I mean, really worth watching, because Italy, they've all got them. You won't find a garden centre that does not have a cafe, but they won't be allowed to open. You can go in and buy plants and probably look at furniture, I should imagine. But Finchley Garden Centre, Steve, not open today. Cheryl says, if I can't stroll around a garden centre leisurely, I won't go. I wasn't sure about Adrian Hall going 1 in, 1 out. I mean, it's a garden centre. Most people spend ages deciding what plants to buy. You could be there for days. For ages and ages. I might sort of fall asleep. You know, you have to sort of say, I mean, I don't know how many people you could get in there, but you're right. But they're also saying if you don't turn up with a mask, you ain't coming in. Which is interesting. Mind you, in Marks & Spencer's was a couple the other day shopping. Not supposed to be. 1 person per household. You know, you really have to sort of bring these people in line. You can't have different rules for different people. You were right about Jordan on Celebrity SAS Survivor. She quit as usual. Too difficult. Oh, she quits everything. She's got no stamina. Apart from the fact she's wrecking the new house she's in. They were saying in the paper the other day she's now got 2 mucky mansions. And, as I say, she's never actually done a day's work in her life. She doesn't know what to do. When has she ever done a day's work? Standing there with your boobs out is not a job as far as I'm concerned. That's called getting ready for a shower. I don't understand why people sort of think it's all very interesting. She's never written a book in her life. So what's the point of it? And she always quits things. You know, citing all sorts of reasons. There'll always be excuses. She's always got 1,000,001 excuses, but the trouble is, now it's worn a bit thin. She's a bit too old now for doing this sort of thing. But you will be shocked at the pictures of poor old ageing David Beckham, now that he's bald. So he's got hair at the side. It looks even worse than it did before. When you saw him in 2019, with the sort of the hair which came from God knows where. I mean, in 1996, full head of hair. 2002, he tried it. Then in 2003, do you remember he had it braided? 2004, he had the Alice band on. 2019, because you have to fast forward, all of a sudden this hair mysteriously appeared, and now he's bald. So he's golden balds. They say, Khan Sakura of a hair transplant professionals get hair, says David Beckham's hair is indeed looking thin. Looks sad. He'll have to wear his flat cap. Oh, just a nipper. He'll have to... Seriously, I mean, it's the only way. It's the only way he's going to get away with it. He even looks miserable. He even looks miserable because it's now you can see that he doesn't have any hair. And if he had that hair in 2019, quite clearly it must have been fake, because you don't get hair growing like that. It's not the same way. If the hairdressers, Steve, don't open soon, I'll need a landscape gardener to do my hair. Yeah. Worrying, isn't it, really? Very worrying. J and C... I've only been listening since February. Used to listen to James O'Brien, but always awake early. Found you when trying to find a channel at 4 a.m. Travelling to London. How lovely. And Steve, Carnforth Station in Lancashire is where the original kiosk on Brief Encounter was made. The music was Princess Diana's favourite. Loved the good old English movies. This England one, I believe, was from about 1948. And so good wishes from Julie in Balmain in Sydney. She'd love to listen. Wow. And Jeff says, I wish there were more opinionated, insightfully humorous podcasters like you on the radio. Oh, God, we don't do praise. Don't do things like that. That's way over and above, honestly. Just send in money. So much easier. So much easier. Try eating cinnamon. It's been known to help regulate sugar levels. I don't need to regulate sugar levels. Seriously, I mean, I really don't. I don't need to. My sugar levels are very good, actually. And it says, what with Rayjar stuff upcoming soon, personally, I think you should get a pay rise. Well, how do you know I haven't had a pay rise? 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Yes. And we don't call it the early shift. We call it early breakfast, but then bearing in mind, at 6 o'clock, every breakfast show starts. So I'm here. I'm doing breakfast for an hour before Nick arrives. Have you ever snored so loudly you woke yourself up? Might have done. Might have done. It depends whether you drink before you go to bed. You know, that's what the key is to stopping snoring. It's the bane of most people's lives. If people snore, if they're overweight, or if they drink a lot, or if they smoke, there is the danger that you could snore. And snoring is very dangerous. I know we make light of it and say, oh, no, it can split marriages. No, it really is quite dangerous. It's for that brief moment, your heart stops. You know, and do you remember I did a test on my blood sugars? I had this thing fitted under my arm. I've got some new ones, but I'm finding it difficult to fit the blooming thing and to load the app. I'm useless at apps. Useless at apps. I can't do any apps at all. And it turned out to, when I went back to the hospital to have them look at it, she said, you've been having hypos. Really? A hypo is if you're a diabetic and all of a sudden your sugar levels drop and you become quite weak. I'm having them when I'm asleep. So I sort of wake up in the morning and I might have had 3 or 4 hypos overnight, which I thought is it's quite a worrying thing, but as I say, I'm still here. The day to worry will be when you turn on the radio and you don't get somebody going, hello. That'll be me. Colin in Morecambe. Good old films, Lady Killers and Two-Way Stretch with Peter Sellers. Yeah, the Lady Killers is a good one, isn't it? It's got some lovely characters in. Plus, Steve, Shorty's film review, Titanic, ship sinks. Yes, doesn't come back up again. In fact, didn't they make one? Who was that very famous film director who made Raising the Titanic? Somebody said, actually, the film was such a flop and it cost so much money, it would have been cheaper to raise the original Titanic. They could have sent cables down there and brought it all up again. That would be interesting. Listen, we brought up the Mary Rose since the 1500s. Why couldn't they bring up the Titanic? You're just going to have loads of ships around there with these big cranes, and they just... Can you imagine if you could do that? Can you imagine? You could attach hawsers and huge chains to the ship and bring it up, and then all of a sudden it breaks the surface of the water. Can you imagine? And then they go, right, we're now going to tow it in and we're going to put it up as sort of a living museum. But you can't do it because I believe it's classed as a grave, so you can't do anything like that to it. But can you imagine if they did it to the Mary Rose, and the Mary Rose is now in a museum? You could probably do one for the... Imagine how many people would pay. I mean, people have talked about... I mean, it's well preserved. Well, sort of. But then the ceiling above the gymnasium is caved in. I mean, you couldn't lift it, they say now, not by attaching cables. The whole thing would just crumble. And as for that well-preserved bow, as for the detached stern, well, I mean, if you look at it, it's so interesting, isn't it? It imploded on the way down. The deck's pancaked on top of it, like that, as it hit the bottom. Mind you, in 500 years or so, maybe ticket sales on the Titanic Museum would have paid for the raising, and from there on, it's pure profit. It would be quite something, wouldn't it, if you could actually bring up the Titanic? I can't think of anything else that you'd really want to sort of bring up that is sort of lying somewhere, and they go, oh, it's here, it's in the... I've seen loads of ships that were torpedoed during the war, and they've been down there. And sort of showed their last resting positions. But of course, after the fishies take over, sometimes it's a bit of a disaster. And in the case of the Titanic, because it's pitch black down there, daylight does not arrive down by the Titanic, and it's 2 miles down. Drive 2 miles in the car and then go, it's from here to... blimey, it's a long way down. And unfortunately, insects, microbes and stuff like that, are eating the metal. So, as they say, if you went to pull it up, the whole thing would disintegrate. It's only going to take about another between 10 and 15 years, I think, and it will just all of a sudden, and nobody will hear it, and the whole thing will just collapse. The whole thing will just collapse, and so there'll be nothing to look at. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Steve, yeah, that's what I've just said. Somebody said exactly the same thing. It's the bacteria which eats the metal. And Colin and Morgan said the same. Listen, I have watched enough programmes on the Titanic to become not an expert, but I know enough about it. Steve, what's the problem with baldness? I shave mine off anyway. Patrick Stewart and others look smart and distinguished. Yes, unfortunately, David Beckham doesn't. He just looks like a convict. He looks as though he's had it shaved off for a film. And because he is actually bald, he's only got little wisps of hair over there, and it just doesn't look right. And I shouldn't imagine that the wife can do anything about it, because I shouldn't imagine she can cut hair. She must be having her own tantrums, which would be very interesting. So the problem with baldness is, unfortunately, it doesn't really suit old Davy Boy Beckham. The sun hits his balding head. You watch, every time you're going to see him, and he's also grey. He's grey and white, which is interesting. But he did have a thicker head of hair styled into a quiff, rumoured to have been a hair transplant 2 years ago. And then for some reason, hair transplants last an amount of time. It didn't take, so he's had it taken off. And now, unfortunately, it don't look good. He looks like an old person. You know, not all old people are going bald, but quite a lot. Steve, the lock gates in third class was pure Hollywood. Didn't happen. I didn't hear it in Hollywood, actually. And the stern was completely destroyed, so what's left is unrecognisable. That's why it's rarely shown, says Michael. I think you believe what you want to believe about something. You know, you can always argue, can't you? It's like, oh, Diana was murdered. Do you remember all the conspiracy theories? I lost track of, how many conspiracy theories there were about Princess Diana and the mysterious car that was never ever found again. You know, that you can always find conspiracy theories. Always. And another one here. But I like what I call British noir film, like Hell Drivers, The Long Memory, Get Carter. Do we have a film noir in this country? I always thought it was French, but I suppose we do. Lou Grade said of the expensive flop raise the Titanic would have been cheaper to lower the Atlantic. Brilliant. I wish they could. I wish you could do that, don't you? That you could pull a plug in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and the water would drain away to another planet or something like that. And then we could go, look at all these things here. You know, you'd be looking at something with whales and ships and all sorts of interesting things. That'd be fantastic. But even when they brought up the Mary Rose, for ages and ages, they had to keep it wet, because if it dried out, the whole thing could just crumble into dust, so they had to inject like a silicone into the ship. But I tell you, if you want to go and see something that is really fantastic and see the objects that came up with the Mary Rose, get down there in May, and it's semi-unlockdown day for certain people. And even though the government have issued their guidelines, I still think people are going to ignore it. Everybody's going to be driving in because the government have said drive into work, try not to use public transport. But unfortunately, people will be using public transport. They won't be using face masks. And very shortly, they're going to... I can just imagine the ructions are going to erupt at the garden centres where they're saying, well, especially the one that we looked at this morning, Adrian Hall, down in Sunbury, as to they're not going to be, when they do open, and they haven't got any dates at the moment, they're going to bring in restrictions and you'll have to wear a face mask. I can imagine people turning up in cars. I don't see many people wearing face masks. A number of people are wearing face masks, but I promise you, there are loads of... What are they going to do? Stand there and go, you're not coming in, you're not wearing a face mask. And they'll go, we want to come and buy some plants. Well, you can't. You'll have to go and buy some face masks. Are they going to sell face masks there to make sure that people... There's going to be loads of people, who are probably using the same mask all the time, whereas the ones that I'm using are throwaways. You literally use it. When I get in, I take it off. If I'm going out, then I'll put it back on again within the same day. But at the end of the day, I throw it away. So I do use it for the day. I might go out twice. Steve, I heard you say earlier, you didn't hear me say it. I don't know why you thought I would say it. That the government is... I've lost the blooming thing now. Where the blooming hell's that gone? That estate agents can open for today. If we're in lockdown, how can you let a complete stranger walk around your house? Well, they're doing virtual tours. We told you that the other day. I've said that's how they're working. If you go to Knight Frank and all the other ones, you can speak to somebody on the telephone and they will do a virtual tour for you so you can have a look round the house. They're still selling houses, believe it or not. Steve, there is a programme called Drain the Oceans where they do just that. There is one about the Titanic. You're right, Sarah. I've just remembered, actually. Steve, hope you're well. You mentioned magician Edward Hilsom last week. And he was indeed at a Christmas Magic Circle show with his dove act, says little Julie. I chatted with him and his mum after it finished. I know his mum's with us every day. He's a very clever boy. Very clever boy. I call him a boy, actually, now. I get so used to doing it. If there's somebody's younger than me, they're just boys, except the producer. And he's just the producer. Yeah, you're just the thing. He's just there, just a very unkempt thing. It's that sort of... There used to be an advert on the television, you know, when your hair... It was a girl walking along. They go, when your hair looks like this, but feels like this, and she used to shake it from side to side. And that's what he does. He spends all his time, you know, if there was a mirror in front of him, you know, and it's not far off it because there's a piece of glass separating us. 2 Rottweilers, a conning tower with people with submachine guns, and a ditch. So there's no chance of him actually getting there at all. Steve, was Albert from Robin's Nest also in Fawlty Towers, the builder Mr. O'Reilly? Yes, absolutely. Considering, Steve, Davy Boy's addiction to tattoos, you could get his hair inked. Maybe you could be sponsored to help with paying the staff. I don't know whether they've got staff, actually. Do they have staff? Says Rich. Furlough costs. Oh, well, I think it's the wife, isn't it? But she's opted out of that now, mainly because there was so much bad publicity that resulted. But you see the picture in the Sun today of Dave, and you now know what somebody looks like who, you know, we're used to seeing him with hair, and it was a very good transplant, if it was a transplant. But now he's got no hair, it's just wispy, and it's not a good look. Not a good look at all. Another one here. There's a remake with Sophia Loren and Richard Burton made in the 70s, filmed in Winchester, and Brockenhurst railway station was used as a location. I know people who are fascinated by locations. There's a book that came out some years ago, and it's like a guide to the movies and the things that are wrong in it. So, for example, the Roman soldiers, I believe, who are all standing in line, one of them is wearing a wristwatch. And then there's another one, which I think is sort of, it's also Roman, I think, but a plane flies overhead in the background. You'd think somebody would notice these things. But I like the idea of a Roman centurion wearing a wristwatch way ahead of his time. Steve, great film made at Twickenham Studios, 1963, which is now on DVD. The Hijackers with Tony Booth and Patrick Cargill. Features Twickenham Station 2. Also in the... wait a minute. Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong one here. I've clicked on the wrong blooming thing, actually. I'm hopeless, aren't I? There we are. Also in the cast, Arthur English and Marianne Stone. Didn't see you in the station scenes as an extra? No, strangely not. I did know somebody who went out with Patrick Cargill, actually, who used to live down at Roehampton. Used to live there. He was in loads of Father Dear Father, where he was a writer. He was very good. I liked him a lot. Howard says, good luck with the Rajar figures tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not bothered about things like this. I think LBC is now... it is literally, you know, absolutely push the boundaries. We had so many extra listeners, and especially during this lockdown thing, LBC is absolutely paramount for everybody's listening, because you're going to get all the ministers on here. Unlike Good Morning Britain, where they don't seem to get anybody at all from the government. Now, I don't know whose fault that is, actually. Steve, face mask, put in the freezer and use again. Oh, no, I'm not risking anything like that, thank you. Definitely not. There's a film called Titanic 2 on DVD. There's also a Kenneth More film, I'd Like to Remember. Far better film about the Titanic disaster, says Barry. And I sent you back in April, says Karen. There was a garden centre open in Essex. I went there twice last time on Saturday, and customers were social distancing, and it was fine. Not everyone had masks or gloves on, but it was okay. Well, on this Adrian Hall, they're saying they're not going to let anybody in without masks on, but they have no opening date, so don't even bother, because they haven't got that at all. Numney says, Ben says, I challenge you tomorrow. I bet you can't get through an entire show without mentioning garden centres. Why would I want to? It's in the news. It's in every single newspaper. I challenge you that you'll write the same silly email this time tomorrow as you wrote today. There you go. I bet I'm right. I bet if we actually check back on it, you repeat yourself. Repeat yourself. You have to talk about the things that are in the news. Otherwise, it doesn't kind of work, actually. Another one says here, the following is the social message that I sent to a friend in Japan. Steve Allen's sarcasm personified. However, he does resonate with us, the British public, and has a strong vein of humour. Plus, you can easily gain an insight into the psyche of the British people from his broadcasts, says Jeff, who says, P.S. you don't need my money, as I know you're very financially solvent. Well, I'm working. I'm one of the rare ones, so I'm lucky to be working. I'm always very appreciative of that, Lord above. Good heavens. Also, we must mention, just remember, for Ben tomorrow, going to buy compost. We haven't mentioned compost today, though, Ben. So you're slipping a bit, aren't you? You need to get some batteries, and then you'll hear properly. We haven't mentioned compost at all, but I might mention it tomorrow, actually, just to annoy you. Steve. I seem to be getting an awful lot of Tom Swarbrick's texts and emails. I get a lot of those, actually. Somebody else talking about the estate agents, and as I say, I have said before that a lot of the estate agents, if you're in the right market, then they will show you the reality tour of a house. Although to be honest with you, if you're selling a house, you just sort of wait outside in the garden and the estate agent comes and shows somebody around your house. Although, to be honest with you, I think some people just go round houses just to be nosy. I don't think they ever have any intention of buying anything. I think they literally will just sort of go round. In this hour, the coronavirus roundup with LBC senior reporter Matthew Thompson. Say he's probably now jogging around Camden or something like that. I get exhausted just thinking about it. And at 7:15, Ian Wiley, the chief executive of the Garden Centre Association, on exactly how happy they will be at the moment. Steve, I don't understand how Harry can leave the royal family. His grandmother's the Queen of England. It's ridiculous. I think it's a bad move personally. I think he thinks so too. But I don't believe it was probably his decision. Everybody said to him, where he said, it's very difficult to actually sort of cope with this. It was no different before. You didn't have to pay for anything. People give you something because you're lucky you were born into that particular family. So very rich people who want to suck up to you will lend you their houses. And so you wander around there thinking this is how life is. But the idea of being self-sufficient, God, you're years off that. Years off it. Steve, I've just gone over Tower Hill. Good luck to anyone who's behind me. It's that busy. I thought it would be, actually. I thought it would be very busy. I think it's... And now, this is the time it's going to be busiest. By the time we leave, it's going to be loads and loads of cases. James says, unlockdown day, the 13th, bad omen. Here comes wave number 2. And there we go. Pete says, you are unusually behind the curve. What's that mean? The government announced yesterday from today estate agents can take potential purposes on physical viewings. Well, you can do it. If you go to Knight Frank, you can do it visually. Honestly. Peter's in Whitstable. You know what that's famous for? Nothing. Steve, at last you mentioned Winchester. We always mention Winchester, Ange, who's making banana ice cream. Any hints? Bananas? I nearly bought bananas yesterday. I thought I'll bring some bananas in. I thought the producer might actually enjoy eating bananas because they're sort of healthy. But no, dive straight into a Kit Kat. Seriously, honestly, I've never really like it. Time we get to Christmas, you're going to be bigger than I am. It's going to be... I'm the reason you're not healthy. Look, you're not... There's no way you could do exercise. You would do a few... Come back from doing exercises on the floor. I know he's doing... But that's all he can do. 2. Look at him. He's winded. Ridiculous, honestly. You need to get some advice from Matthew Thompson. He'll put you straight. Other texts and emails, which say here... A lot of people talking about... what was the thing? Cinnamon. I'm not sure I like cinnamon, actually. I'm not particularly bothered about it. Steve, I've got several masks. I use them in rotation, as apparently the virus can be active for 7 days on a mask, so I store a used mask for over a week. Yeah, but are yours throwaway masks? Because if they're throwaway masks, you should be throwing them away. It's as simple as that. You just should be. So I bought the packet of 50, which will last me a month and a bit, and then I shall probably end up buying another 50. And that will probably see me through till the end of whatever it is we're looking forward to the end being, and how long it's going to go on for. Dreadful. And John Wayne playing a Roman soldier at Christ's death who said, surely he was the Son of God, in his Western drawl. Hilarious. I don't remember that one. I've seen it. My favourite is King of Kings. It's my favourite biblical epic from Hollywood, mainly because the music's so good and it's just so brilliantly done. I think it might be a little bit economical with the truth, but still very good, actually. And you find them all the time. You know, there was one the other day, and what did he do? I think he left his name and address there for some reason. It had fallen out of his pocket, so they nicked him. And here is an even dozier one who's called Kieran Albino. He did some house raids over 12 days. He took the keys to a Vauxhall, but he crashed it, because he's an idiot. And he got out to inspect the damage. Unfortunately, the car had a dash cam on, and so he's got a fantastic picture of him going around to inspect the damage. That's how thick Kieran Albino is. Anyway, they also matched footprints from 2 houses to his shoes. He admitted burglary, aggravated vehicle taking and driving whilst disqualified. He also admitted breaching a criminal behaviour order, so he's an ace idiot. He'd been released from jail 5 days before the first burglary, and a judge put him back in prison for 1 year and 9 months. What an idiot! What a complete buffoon! Kieran Albino. Duh! Real stupid. Naturists. Sorry to mention it so early, but as we're going to be talking to Matthew Thompson about things going on at the moment within the coronavirus, naturists are urging bored Brits, because lots of Brits get very bored, I know because we hear from them, stripped naked in the garden on Saturday in a national celebration of nudity. Believe you me, if I sat in the garden on Saturday with my clothes off, it would not be a celebration of nudity. There would be a lot of sympathy cards flooding in, and a lot of people saying, you've just made me incredibly ill. British Naturism want people to join in with the Great British Take-Off by sunbathing in the Buff. And they suggest making the National Nudie Day a sponsored strip-off, donating money to the British Heart Foundation. Anybody looking at me stripping off would need the British Heart Foundation. Because they've got liberated people, and they think that they say people have always enjoyed the thrill of a skinny dip. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. I promise you. They say, for many, working from home means working naked, and nude sunbathing seems to be the new national pastime. No, they don't. No, they don't. The only time you take your clothes off at home is to stand in the shower or the bath. Naturists know it's only social convention that makes wearing clothes seem essential. It's also decency. You can't walk down the road stark naked. They say it's the perfect opportunity for those who like the idea to have... Please don't. Please don't do this. There'll be a lot of horribly misshapen people listening to this programme. If my Auntie Enid's listening, it's a joke, Auntie. It's a joke. They don't want you to take your clothes off. I mean, it's bad enough as it is at the moment. But apparently the British Naturism membership has soared. 9,000 people since the lockdown, with many joining in with naked online yoga, cookery lessons and coffee mornings. I'm sorry, a coffee morning while you're stark naked. I suppose it saves on a spoon, doesn't it, on the side of the saucer. By the way, it's not illegal to be naked in your garden, but it's advisable to warn neighbours to avoid causing distress. Dear above, honestly, we don't want things like that, do we? I'm sorry to upset your Wednesday. The very idea that people might be although there's a few people working at LBC, I wouldn't mind seeing sunbathing naked. No, seriously, I mean, it might as well be totally... I'm not one of them. Good Lord, no, definitely. I wouldn't even be issuing photographs or anything like that. Definitely not... And also, it's always people who are they don't have the perfect bodies. The perfect body people don't want to take their clothes off. So, Corey should be okay. He'll be fine. Something horribly misshapen has arrived in the garden. It's Corey. What's he doing? He's sunbathing on a sun lounger. Has he warned people? Yes, he's told all the neighbours. So everybody stayed in with the doors locked and the windows barred. Anything to stop him going there. Janet Street Porter isn't one to be messed with. It's because she's old, isn't it, really? That's why. And Big Brother fans, they're going to do a show. I think it's sort of the 6th series. They're going to show you sort of clips of it. Davina McCall's going to be doing it. She's going to be joined by dreary old Rylan again. And so they're going to have Vanessa Feltz's Meltdown and other little bits and pieces. Pamela Anderson, when she made a surprise entrance. Marco Pierre White Jr., he was a worry, wasn't he? Bit of a trouble. Kinga and the Wine Bottle. Jade Goody declared in 2007 she thought East Anglia was not part of the UK, and then she amused people by stripping off. No, she didn't amuse anybody at all, actually. She didn't do anything at all. And in season 5, there was a food fight broke out between somebody called Emma Greenwood, and Michelle Bass, And so they've had sort of little bits and pieces. Also, Countdown's coming back. They're going to start filming very, very shortly. But that's okay, because they can socially distance. Peter Kay has been in talks to appear in Brassic. Michelle Keegan says, I don't know if it's true that he's joining. I just know that he's a fan of the show. And he was in talks last season. So basically, you know nothing. So don't bother. Please don't tell us. Brooke Vincent doesn't have any plans to return to Coronation Street or just about anywhere else, I don't think. And what's this one? Oh, they've got a new Blue Peter presenter. She's the 39th. Again, it's somebody you've never heard of, and I don't know anybody who's even discovered where Blue Peter's gone to. Used to be at Television Centre, but he left there years ago. And this one is Mwaski Medina, who's unveiled at the... She's an ex-Miss GB winner, Layla Williams, who was the show's first host. Mwaski will be doing her first day on the job from home. She joins co-hosts. I bet you won't even know who these people are. The Blue Peter presenter lineup. At one time, we knew everything about Blue Peter. Now, Lindsay Russell and Richie Driss and Henry the dog. Never even heard of them. And they're the Blue Peter presenters. Why it takes 3 people to present a programme with no audience, God alone knows. Steve, I have worked throughout the COVID pandemic and followed the rules. Today I feel strangely anxious as I leave for work at the thought of increased traffic and people. So please, everybody, be careful. Keep washing your hands. Keep your distance. Another strange day, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. It is, isn't it? That's what's worrying me. That people are going to go, oh, the government has said it's OK. You can go out. You don't need to worry about it. Just don't use public transport. Well, that'll go in one ear and pop out the other again. We're in exactly the same situation as we were last week and the week before and the week before that. OK, it is no different at all. We haven't solved anything. We haven't found a cure. There is no magic waving of a wand anywhere. So, let's just be careful, shall we? And you don't want to stand any nearer than 2 metres away from somebody. You really don't. It worries me that people are getting on buses, standing at bus stops, without a mask on. Peasants. Absolute peasants. Perhaps these people have got a wish or something that they don't care about this. They don't care about... You will when it's a member of your family, as you've heard from people on LBC over the weeks now. People going, I didn't want to, think that it could affect our family, but we just lost my mother recently and my grandmother. And you go, of course you can, because you can't see this thing. It doesn't float through the air. You don't know where it is. You've got no idea. You don't want to pick things up, do you? As I say, I need you for the audience figures. Steve, my ex lived in New Zealand, says Wendy, and had 4 acres. We could walk outside naked and nobody could see us. Apart from when the crop sprayers flew over, then it was a quick dash inside. Isn't it funny? You get worried about a crop sprayer, and yet you happily walk about naked. What about all those ants and all the plants who can see you naked, and squirrels and marsupials and snakes and everything else? How do you think they're affected? They've probably gone into sort of deep shock, I should imagine. But didn't Jenny Agutter do a film years ago called Walkabout, which was set in Australia, and she walked about naked? Which seemed to be sort of something that young men everywhere seemed to enjoy, so they all went to go and see the film. Very odd thing, isn't it, really? We've got the thing about nakedness, don't we? I think, I should imagine somebody sort of during crop spraying has probably seen more than their fair share. Although, as we heard the other day, and we reported on LBC, that pensioners are the ones who are watching Naked Attraction. Because let's face it, if you are a pensioner, it's probably a good year since you've seen anything like that. Not that close up, and they do go quite close up, don't they? I mean, it doesn't bear thinking about. Don't want to do anything like that. I put the producer's name forward for the programme, just so I can sort of see him standing in a blue light. It would be off air. It would be... they'd be standing there going, OK, and he'd go... And the tube goes up and they go, bring it back down again, bring it back down again, bring the tube down again. And then somebody says, Jade Goody made over $1 million off the back of Big Brother, and her charity brings in thousands every year. Unfortunately not. And she died broke, I have to tell you. The taxman took it all. So, there you go. You need to get your facts right. Another one here. Blue Peter is on CBBC and filmed up at Media City in Salford. Still watched by our kids, said Sasha. Our 6-year-old loves it. Is that the age group it's appealing to now? Oh, it's changed, hasn't it? Mainly because we don't know anybody. You don't know anybody. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, will the transport drivers go on strike if they think they're being put at more serious risk of crowded buses? Well, you can't get to any of our bus drivers. I don't know about your way, but the whole seats at the front of the bus, which is like 2 or 3, I think, in certain cases, where you put your luggage, if indeed you have luggage, that's all cordoned off. You enter the bus now by the middle door, and you don't pay. It's all free. So they are going to want their money at some point, aren't they? They've got to try and get... Because otherwise, I mean, there's loads of buses round my way in the early hours of the morning, driving around with sort of nobody on, which is absolutely unbelievable. So I don't know if they'll go on strike. I hope they won't, because if they go on strike, there'll be no money. So we don't want to encourage that, thank you. We've got enough to worry about without anything else. Dean says Blue Peter comes from Salford City. I've got a friend of mine who's working at Salford. I've never been there. I've never been there. There's no reason why I should actually go there, but it's interesting. Interesting. Love the show. Ryland is like a younger version of you. What do you mean a younger version than me? What am I supposed to mean? There is no younger version than me. In fact, the other day we had, what was it? We had Spencer Matthews and his wife Vogue, who think they're going to be the new Richard and Judy. Well, as he can barely string two words together and it's about as dull as they come, he was boring enough on Made in Chelsea. The very idea that they could be the new Richard and Judy, and as I explained yesterday, you can't be the new Richard and Judy. They are Richard and Judy. You know, they'd have to be Vogue and Spencer. Charlie Girling says, I love your random early morning interviews. She said, I'm trying to get you Christopher Plummer for the week after next. Woo! What, for 6:45 in the morning? That'll be quite nice. I'm all in favour of that one. Thank you, Charlie. Nice to know you're up bright and early this morning at 5 to 7. What else we got? It's apparently the garden centre in Ivor has been open, not shut, because it sells meat and fruit and veg. Yes, it depends, doesn't it? It's like, that's why the supermarkets can sell plants, because they're open for everything. But I didn't want the thing to actually sort of close down. Somebody says, I think Steve is missing the point. Garden centres were closed to stop people going out. I'm sorry, have you been listening to the programme? What do you think? We think they're just closed for the fun of it. Don't be so silly, honestly. It's not because of the products. They've been throwing them away, actually, the products. You must get your facts right. There's nothing worse if you can't hear properly. You know, I can't help you. I'll provide you with a transcript in future. We're quite well aware. Somebody says, how can you go from restricted journeys to totally unrestricted? Well, it's because there are sort of rules that come with... How are they going to enforce it? I've got no idea. I mean, how do the police know if they stop me going down the motorway today, which of course they're not likely to, where I'm going? I'm going to tell them exactly where I'm going if I get stopped. I'm well prepared for it. I've got, envelopes to go and drop through my brother's door. And so I'm not going in. But what are they going to do? They're going to follow me down there? How is this all going to be policed? I've got no idea. No idea. So it's interesting. People working in supermarkets and local shops got on with it and have been okay. So garden centre should get on with it too and just use common sense. Well, it doesn't work like that. I wish it was so simple. You can't just wander into a garden centre. They're going to be limiting. I mean, surely you've got half a brain cell. You can see that you're going to be going in there. It'll be one in, one out, as it is with the supermarkets. You don't just wander straight into your local supermarket. You don't wander straight into your local shops if there's people in there. They've all got signs on the doors. I mean, that's why. If it's idiots like you that are going to completely screw this up, well, then we're doomed. We're going to have a second wave of this thing, and it will be down specifically to people like you. So that's why. That's why. I'm glad that they're actually coming back. I've campaigned long enough to make sure that they are. If you can buy stuff in the supermarkets, why can't you buy it in the garden centre, the place for which it was designed? The clue is in the word garden, I suppose. But we'll have to wait and see. I've got to go. I've just realised. We've run out of time. So we do it again tomorrow from 4. We're here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You don't miss out. But I do have a little bit extra podcast. It's a free little bit extra podcast. Meghan wants to shatter the image of being a demanding diva. Rhymes with that Cher song. You can turn back time. Helen Mirren praises the NHS staff. Quite right, too. And I pay tribute to an old friend from my DJing days, Steve West.